Denver sports fans, have you checked out the new sports apparel and merchandise retailer Rally House yet? When it comes to Denver professional and college sports products, they truly have it all. Jerseys, headwear, hoodies, drinkware, tailgate necessities, and so much more. Shop at 4 Rally House locations in Denver, 2 up in Boulder, and online at rallyhouse.com today. Welcome back to the Morning Sprint. Mark Bertoli and the head coach Mike Sanford coming to you live from the Rally House here in Lakewood. I love this little spot. So I like this area, man. This is a nice area.
It is good.
You know what I mean? Like, it's got some good vibes.
What do they call this? Is it like Main Street? Is it downtown?
This is Belmar, right? This is Belmar? Okay, yeah.
Belmar is like the development?
Yeah, like just this area, I think, is Belmar, right?
Big Belmar
like this
guy.
whole, yeah. I am too. Like,
it's kind of bougie right across the street. You got yourself a Lululemon. Get yourself some. You can get some tight pants for you there,
Berto.
Man,
I don't need no tight pants.
Yeah, I like Berto and some tight.
No, man.
I want you to be spilling out of those tight pants.
Like those dudes who bike and run in just the biking. You know what I mean?
Like DMac.
Does DMac wear just those when he bikes?
Yeah, it's a sight for sore eyes. You better believe it.
No.
Oh, you can see some things.
I'm sure you can, man. I'm sure you can. All right, I want to talk. We'll get back to
you probably can't unsee, really.
You know what? I had a whole conversation with someone from the station this weekend, and he said to me, he goes, "You know who at the radio station is basically Sean Payton?" And I was like, Sanford? Because, you're the only coach I could think of. And he goes, no, DMac, man. It's DMac. DMac and Sean Payton have the same thing going on in their brain.
Talk to me.
And they were just like...
They both have... They have Bo Nix fetish problems?
They're control freaks.
Oh.
And they... You know what I mean? And their brain is always trying to be like, how do I get better? 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 And it affects everyone around them. That's the conversation I had this weekend. And I was like, when the person suggested, they were like, who's a lot like Sean Payton? And I was like, who? And they were like, DMac. I was like, you're drunk. No, what do you mean? And then they explained it, and I was like, oh, maybe you're right. Where they're both just like churning, hustling, grinding every day. But they're also control freaks in their brain. They always they try to control things that they can't control. You know what I mean? That has nothing to do with them at all. Like, you're a coach. Do you have that same kind of need to control?
I think the control piece is also narrative control.
Oh, good. Okay,
right?
Good.
And I like this. This is kind of fun. This is fun for me to talk about because you don't think about narrative control much when you're in media.
Right.
But what I've learned now for 2+ years in being in it is that there is the semblance of, if you have a very bold take in media, and then that take kind of changes and doesn't go quite as well as it started, the goalpost can get shifted pretty quickly by said media members, correct?
Yes.
It does happen.
Yes.
Now, you want to talk about a space where narrative control comes into play? Nothing quite like football at the high levels, man. And Sean Payton, obsessed with it. Guys that I've worked with, Brian Kelly at Notre Dame, now at LSU, obsessed with it.
Yeah.
And it's almost like they're playing 4D chess when it comes to how they mansplain, or in the case of Sean Payton, Sean-splain things that are happening on their team. And even they're anticipating what might happen and really under-promising in that moment so that it's like, tell you what, I'm pretty good, aren't I? I'm pretty good. I told you. Yeah. I told you we weren't very good, but, man, I'm a good coach.
Yeah. No, that is interesting.
I mean, I worked for P.J. Fleck at the University of Minnesota, and he was so good at this, man.
Was he?
Like, he was so good. And I didn't do it when I was a head coach, and frankly, I probably should have.
You should have.
We got the youngest team in America. This is just a race to maturity. And then I'd actually look at the numbers. I'm like, that team's not that young.
Yeah.
Like, it's just, but people just hear what they heard the head coach say, we're the youngest team in America. Just take it for what it's worth, right? And all of a sudden, I'm like, but we have like 14 senior starters.
Is there
no sense?
Is it just me, or was this weekend in the NFL coaches talking mad trash? NFL coaches were getting into it with everybody this weekend. They were getting into it with each other. They were getting into it with the media.
Saleh.
They were getting into it with players.
Saleh, huh?
Man, Liam Cohen was like, keep my name out your mouth, Saleh. And then Shanahan was like, Cohen needs to chill the hell out. He needs to calm down. Like, Sirianni was talking trash to a player. Like the head coach of the Eagles was talking, and I'm trying to think who it was. But yeah, he was just like yelling at a player.
You know what this all sounds like?
What does it sound like?
Sounds like it's week 4 of the NFL football season, man.
Things are getting
because
spicy, Coach.
Well, you get spicy because there's a lot of separation that occurs in real time. Is there not? Like the Jacksonville Jaguars right now under Liam Cohen, they're starting to trend in a good direction. That game that you had circled on, as a Broncos fan, you had circled as a game that you're going to win. I'd say the Cowboys are the same way. There's a couple games down the stretch that we all, before the season, that's a win. Yeah. That's a win. Yeah. You got to get to that point, man. You know what you have to do at this point after 4 weeks? You do have to move the goalposts about what you predicted as easy wins for the Broncos.
Yeah, especially because I looked at the Broncos schedule and I was like, man, those first 2 games are the easiest games they've got on the schedule. And Indianapolis proved me wrong.
Well, I'll tell you
lost,
what, I feel like they turned back into a pumpkin a little bit.
They lost, but I was still like, hey, man.
They kind of colted it, didn't they?
Yeah.
And the Chargers, guess what they did?
Yeah, they
charged it.
They charged it.
They
man.
sure
That's
did.
Just what they do.
We got
a Bengals dude in there.
Who Day Nation's here.
Listen, man, he came in with a bunch of Bronco fans. What you bringing a Bengals fan in here for? Oh, you come all the way from Cincinnati? All right, well.
Wow, this is pretty awesome right here. We got.
This is a Bronco fan. You bringing in all your Cincy homies.
Oh yeah, he's got his Bronco socks on, his Bronco ready to go.
All right, man. Good luck to you. I mean, without Joe.
Thanks for swinging by too, coming by the rally house. Appreciate you guys. This is pretty cool.
Bronco swag.
You know what this reminds me of is. While you do sometimes think that an NFL football game going on in your own hometown is just a great event for people that live in that state, people travel all over from Houston, Texas,
we got a Houston, we got a Cincy.
That are Broncos fans. There are Broncos fans in every single metropolitan area in the United States. So cool because their vintage would have been John Elway. They would have been
that's exactly.
And people just sometimes become diehard fans as a result of loving certain players.
I'm a fan of all these dudes rolling in with Broncos gears already, and then they're picking up more Broncos. Like, they come in their Bronco swag, and then they get more Bronco swag. I'm here for that party, man.
Yeah,
I am here for it.
This is the place to be right here at the Rally House in Belmar.
I want to ask you a few questions about college football. I think, we only got a minute here. We'll dive into it a little bit next hour. But we had some wild college football games this weekend, but I want to ask you, since you were there, what you thought of the end of CU BYU, because at first it looked like the Buffs had something for them in the first half of the game, and then the second half, it just, couldn't get anything going. So what happened?
Being in that stadium, sitting amongst BYU fans that have big plans. That's a team that's an undefeated football team, hadn't really played anybody. They had beaten East Carolina the week before. It was a little bit of an uneven performance for BYU. BYU known for a really good defense, questionable, true freshman starting quarterback that wears jersey number 47 and has a really big lower half and almost is built like a linebacker or fullback and kind of looks like a fullback sometimes when he was throwing the ball, but actually showed that he's a pretty good player.
Yeah.
What I would tell you about being in that stadium, there was a lot of tension. In the BYU student or fan section because they thought CU was going to just lay down, and they got this question mark at quarterback. Whoever called the plays, whether it's Pat Shurmur, whether it was demanded by Coach Prime all week, I thought the first quarter and a half did a phenomenal job of playing and committing to the full skill set of Caden Salter as a quarterback-driven run game guy. Now, here's the problem with fully leaning into quarterback run game is that when you got to win and go 96 yards with, minute 52 to go, or you've got to be able to throw it to get back into the game, or you get behind the sticks on third down, you're not comfortable as a passer. And Caden Salter, he fell apart in that second half.
Yeah, we need that massive sack he took.
23-yard sack or 22-yard sack on a 3rd and 3.
Yeah, you can't do that.
That's the game.
Yeah,
because that becomes that's essentially a turnover. Because even if you punt it and you take off and throw it away and it's 3rd and 3, you punt it, you flip the field. You've got a really talented punter if you're the Buffs, Mark Vassett. You end up pinning yourselves deep and give BYU the ball, and plus in a favorable situation. I thought BYU just played the game more intelligently, made fewer mistakes down the stretch. There were some clock management issues. There were some quarterback decision-making issues for the Buffs. The Buffs ended up calling it timeout. I don't know if you saw this. They called it timeout like in the fourth quarter, but not in the waning moments. And they made a decision to go for it or not on a fourth down, and they end up running out their punt unit.
Yeah.
You can't burn that timeout in that moment.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. There's just late-game decisions. But, I mean, we criticize every single coach on late-game decisions.
Yeah,
That's just
criticize me.
But when you make those when it feels like you are part of the reason that they lost, then it's a little heavier weight, right? When you're just like, man, what was I doing there? What were we thinking there? Why do we make that call right there? And I'm sure we're going to have some of those tonight. It's a Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House, shop every team in town. Me and Coach Sanford are here at the Rally House in Lakewood. We're giving away gift cards every 20 minutes, so stop by and say hi. We'll be right back on the Morning Sprint.
How would you evaluate Ingram's week?
Good. He's doing well. He's full. He's playing.
What about Mims, Coach? What about Mims? I mean, it's great that Ingram's playing, but what about Mims? Welcome back to a Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House, shop every team in town. I'm Mark Bertinelli, filling in for Alex Ryanemi today, along with the coach Mike Sanford, and we are coming to you live from Rally House here in Lakewood. That was Sean Payton on Saturday talking about the injury report. Matter of fact, let me go through the whole injury report so we know what's up. Let's check out the injury report powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Listen, Atkins, Benito, Ingram, JFM, Singleton were all full on Saturday. They were all on the injury report, but they all were full in practice. Marvin Mims listed as limited and questionable for tonight, Coach. Now, it's not like Marvin's catching balls left and right, but that's not the only position he plays on the football field. So what's your level of nervousness if Mims can't go tonight, Coach?
It's not too high.
Yeah.
I don't know that Sean Payton's ever fully committed to utilizing Marvin Mims Jr., and frankly, he hasn't been a tremendous boost as a punt returner this year because he had the 1 month. Mm-hmm. He's had 1 or 2 punt returns that got out for some I'd call it field position altering type of punt returns, not necessarily, the 60-yard touchdown return. But if there is a silver lining to no Marvin Mims Jr. playing tonight, it's that we might get something I personally have been clamoring for, and that is more Patrick Bryant.
Tell him, Coach.
That's what I want. I want to see some
Coach.
Patty Bryant.
I want to see it, too. I want to see that big, slow dude with that Sanford speed grabbing balls left and right. I want to see it. Wow. I want to see it, man.
Slow Sanford and grabbing balls
left and right.
No,
I still, man, 4.6
We really did something there, Berto.
4.640 is still speed, man. It's still speed.
No,
it's not like –
Listen, Patrick Bryant can get it. I love Patrick Bryant because he is an explosive player in terms of his ability to change direction, create separation at the top of his routes. I want to see Patrick Bryant play football tonight.
Okay.
The Denver Broncos. I want to see him get targeted more than 5 times tonight because I think he has the ability to be the next best receiver, maybe after that Troy Franklin, Cortland Sutton category. Mm-hmm. But he just hasn't gotten the touches.
My man KJ always wants to talk about when we're going to see this Joker. When is Sean Payton fully going to embrace? Like, this is why we brought Evan Ingram here. So now we're going to put him in a bunch of different positions to try to get an advantage on this defense. Am I going to see that tonight?
I hope so. But the problem with Evan Ingram to this point, including training camp, is that he hasn't been available to build that camaraderie, to build that trust between he and Bo Nix. Mm-hmm. Even I don't know, training camp just seemed different. And what I don't know about Evan Ingram right now is because of the state of his injuries, whether it's soft tissue injuries, I don't know if he's a really good route runner creating separation at this stage of his career, not fully healthy, against man coverage. Mm-hmm. And that's all he saw in training camp because he was going against the Denver Broncos defense that plays right now in the National Football League the 4th highest percentage of man coverage.
Is that right?
But I think he's really good against zones, and that's why the game against the Chargers, I was talking about it all week. The guy that needs to have a game is Evan Ingram because he is built to throw it short in those voided areas in zones, in zone coverage, and then let him go turn up in his shadow and get good run after catch.
What do you think? Listen, I think the response from the Cincinnati Bengals is going to be impressive, even without Joe. It's why you've made me nervous about Jake Browning, and I've been nervous about Cincinnati.
You remember when I made everybody nervous about the Colts?
Yeah.
That was weird.
Yeah, man.
Guy's an idiot.
You got to stop doing that. You're making. I come in excited, and then I'm like, oh, you know what? They might lose this game now.
But what do they try to call me at times about football? An analyst. I'm supposed to analyze what I see.
Stuff down.
Right. And there are some things that, hey, if the Broncos turn over Jake Browning and lean into the run game and are able to get J.K. Dobbins going, Bo Nix is feeling a little bit more balanced. Mm-hmm. They're going to win this game by a couple touchdowns, no doubt.
That's what everybody keeps telling me. And
But
I
if
guess
they
that's
don't
what makes
turn
me
over
most
Jake
nervous.
Browning or they don't sack him and they get the ball out of his hands like Daniel Jones was getting that ball out of his hands against the Broncos, and you're throwing it to T. Higgins and you're throwing it to Jamar Chase, and Trey Hendrickson's getting after you on 3rd down and long. Yeah, this is the furthest thing in my eyes from an 100% clear win for the Broncos. Like, you got to have to play good. You have to play good football.
Mm-hmm. Do you think I cannot imagine the Cincinnati Bengals come into this game. Listen, I knew last week was a whooping. I did not realize until we talked to Joe that it was one of the worst whoopings in the history of the Bengals franchise. So when you take a beating the likes of which you've never seen before.
Well, the Bengals have taken some bad whoopings.
Yeah, that's what he's mentioned. I mean, I'm sure we can find
There
some
have been
really
bad
lopsided scores.
years in Bengals football.
Yes. So
Not quite Browns bad, but there's been some
bad. So it
lean
shocked
years.
me that last week that beating by Minnesota is one of the worst they've ever had in franchise history. Do you, as a player, does that affect you, or do you think just like Sean Payton was like, that's not our hump, man, that wasn't me, I didn't lose all those games? Do you think that they is that one of those games that you can just you can just trash it, just say like, man, we lost by 38 points? It is what it is. We're moving on to the Broncos.
I mean, I think that's what happens, and it's almost – I felt like that type of a lopsided loss was even worse for the Broncos' case to go into this game and just feel like, oh, we're just going to do the same thing that happened a week ago.
Yeah.
It's not the case, man. That's not how football works. In the NFL, this is a league very different than Major League Baseball. All you got to do is watch the Rockies compete against the LA Dodgers to know that there's no salary cap in that sport. In National Football League, the salary cap creates parity. It creates strange happenings week to week that you don't necessarily anticipate because the margins are so dang small. And I want to point out two things statistically about this matchup from NFL Pro. So Jamar Chase, pretty good player, right?
Yeah, pretty good.
He's caught only one of his 4 targets against man coverage this season.
Really?
Only 1 of 4. While his other 237 yards that he's caught this season have come against zone.
Ooh.
So that's a pretty interesting stat, right?
That is an interesting stat.
Jamar loves zone.
That is interesting. Well, I'm sure this is one of his least liked weekends of the year when they're just like, hey, guess what? Patrick is going to be draped all over you the entire game. The entire game.
So he is right now. Jamar Chase has generated a career low negative 14 receiving yards over expected. You know that stat where it's this is what you should be doing against that look, against that matchup. Now on the flip side, Pat Surtain II has played man coverage assignment on 74 of his 125 snaps this season, and has forced a tight window under 1 yard of separation throw on 6 of his 9 targets in man coverage. So last season, Surtain covered Chase on 36 of Chase's 56 routes, playing man coverage on 29 of them, and Surtain limited Chase to 3 receptions for 27 yards on targets. Okay, now, so what did you hear right there? Does Jamar Chase love going man-to-man against Pat Surtain?
No.
Does he like man-to-man in general?
No.
Now, you want to have your mind completely blown?
Yeah.
Listen, Denver. Jake Browning.
No.
Listen to this. Jake Browning this season has completed 6 of 8 passes for 67 yards, 8.4 per attempt, and 3 touchdowns against man coverage.
What is that?
Bringing his career touchdown to interception ratio in the National Football League against man coverage to 10 touchdowns and 0 interceptions.
Don't test Jake Browning with man-to-man coverage.
Isn't it wild, though? So it's like Jamar Chase, I hate man.
Right.
Jake Browning, I love man. Which it sounds like, you know who probably is the guy that's sitting there like, I'm here.
Right.
His name's T. Higgins.
Yeah.
Because T. Higgins, last year, he did his dang thing against Riley Moss.
I think he probably thinks he's going to have another big game tonight, right?
Yeah, I mean, all those analytics would tell you that because Jake Browning's sitting there, licking his chops like, hey, it's man-to-man coverage. I don't have to read this crazy zone, sit in the pocket and be like, oh, 1, 2, 3. No, I can just identify where my matchup is that I like, and I can move the safety off of his spot by using my shoulders and my eyes and the helmet to be able to get that guy to move towards Jamar Chase. And then,
yeah,
there's T. Higgins down the field.
T must think that every game, though. T must be like, they're going – everybody – because I mean, I love T, but Jamar is a monster wide receiver. Like, dude, that dude is a monster. He's a top 2, top 3 wide receiver in the NFL. So I think T's probably like every weekend he's like, "Ooh, I'm gonna be open because everybody's gonna be looking at Jamar." But I think that's fascinating that Browning's just like, "Yeah, let's go, man, let's go." And Jamar's like, "I'm gonna find."
Are those not
the
some interesting
hole
stats
in the
though,
zone?
right there?
Yeah, that is weird.
Just like you would think that Jamar Chase is just destroys man coverage.
Yeah, I would have thought so.
That's
yeah.
what you'd think because of his body type, his reputation.
Maybe so few teams use man against him because they just don't have a man.
You know why? Because they're scared.
Yeah, they're scared.
Yeah, don't be scared, man.
PS
don't
ain't
be
scared.
You know
Sean
what?
Payton ain't scared.
You know what about man coverage that I think? Jake Browning hasn't faced the Broncos version of man
That's
coverage.
true.
Because you know
That's
what?
true.
You know what that man coverage elicits? It elicits a lot of pass rush.
Yeah.
Because you free up one extra human.
I was going to ask you about that. Like, how do you think? Do you think they're going to make it a tough night for Jake, or is he? I mean,
I think they're going to tee it. I think they are going to pin
Joe Burrow's
their
getting killed.
ever-living ears back.
Right, that offensive line is.
And I don't think it's going to just be with like a lot of people say, oh, just rush 4 against them and you'll be just fine. No. You know what I want to see tonight? I want to see guys coming off the edges. I want to see not just your Jonathan Coopers, Nick Benito, Zach Allens, John Franklin Myers, Malcolm Roach. He might be hurt. DJ Jones.
I'm with you though. Go after. Just
I want to
come after
I want to see
Jake Browning.
Jahdae Barron come off the edge. I want to see Talanoa Hufanga blitzing from the safety position. Heck, I want to see a Pat Surtain the second corner blitz.
I want to see. You know who I want to see in the game? Brett Rippon. That's the third string quarterback for the. That's your dude.
That's my dude, a Boise State guy.
Yes, when the
I recruited
Broncos,
him to Boise.
Did you really?
Yeah, that's my dude. Be Rip. We called him Rip City.
Yeah, Rip.
Come
Rip,
on,
Rip.
man. Show me some Rip City.
He might very well get into this game tonight if Brownie can't stay
Ironically,
upright.
you want to hear something funny?
Yeah.
I tried to recruit Jake Browning to Boise. He ended up going to Washington. He was too good for Boise State.
And then you moved to Brett?
I went to Brett Rippon. Now they're on the same team. He's the backup.
Crazy. That's crazy.
I guess I had my order right.
Yeah.
In terms of who I went after.
Yeah, so no Joe. You got Jake there, and their backup quarterback in this game is Brett Rippon, who I would love to see because they're going to come after Jake. Number 38 in Rhino is the place to be tonight. Kreckman and Lindahl will be live for their show at 3, getting you ready for kickoff. And then the best viewing party in the city is right there at number 38 with Voodoo Ranger. Check out the giant 21-foot tall boy tanker truck to crush beers and grab exclusive merch. This is a Monday night party you don't want to miss. Visit emptythetanker.com to learn more. We're coming to you live from the Rally House here in Lakewood. Matter of fact, we're going to give away some more gift cards. Matter of fact, the last 2 gift cards Coach has given away, they were in line getting ready to pay for their stuff when Sanford's like, we got gift cards. And that's real lucky. You're right there and you win a gift card.
Put that credit card away, boy. I got you.
You just whip out.
I got your back. That's why you got to get to the Rally House because Coach Sanford's looking.
Yeah, he's looking to give away stuff.
Hey, say $50. I got you. I got your back.
We'll continue with the morning sprint after a quick timeout. Rally House is amazing because you can get the most popular gear you see at stadiums, work, or watch parties, but they also bring in new arrivals and exclusive styles weekly. Shop your local Rally House often to make sure you're decked out in the best Broncos gear in town this season. Welcome back to the Morning Sprint. We are coming to you live from the Rally House here in Lakewood, and it is time right now for the sensation sweeping a nation. It is KJ's NFL News and Notes. What's up, KJ?
What's up, y'all? So the first story we want to kind of get into here is kind of a theme that has taken place on the show altogether thus far. And ultimately, it's Jake Browning, right? What do we feel about Jake Browning? How do we feel about Jake Browning? How does he feel about the Broncos pass rush? Well, he talked about that, and he also talked about, well, if we're being honest, I don't think I have to dumb it down. I think I just have to be myself.
They have multiple guys that definitely show up in the pass game and as disruptors, and obviously the two main guys get a lot of pub, but I mean they rotate a decent amount of guys through there that all very capable of winning and being game records. So obviously. I don't know the exact stats, but I think last year they were really high up there in sacks. This year they're high up there in sacks, so they got a good group. Some of my aggressive throws are when we were moving the ball, too. Like there's multiple other ones where you're like, that's an aggressive throw, but it was one of our only explosives of the game. And so trying to toe that line is like you said, it's difficult, and you don't want to hamstring yourself or like put yourself in handcuffs. Like just don't mess up because then you're not going to play well. So.
Let me ask you guys a question here. The Broncos win if they have how many sacks, and the Broncos win if they have how many turnovers?
30 sacks.
The Broncos win if they get – I guarantee a Broncos victory if they get 5 sacks.
Okay.
Of Jake Browning.
Okay.
I guarantee a Broncos win if they get 2 takeaways, we'll say, from Jake Browning.
Right. And he could very well – I mean, that's –
And I'd say that's why the betting odds 7.5 for this game, because that's probably pretty likely.
Mm-hmm.
You're right. That one of those two things is going to happen.
Right. The last 2 games have shown that, he threw 3 interceptions in one game and 2 interceptions in the other. Let me ask you this. What does Jake Browning do well? Like, if you're Zach Taylor.
He's a football savant.
Okay. But that doesn't help you with the rest of the – because
he's
what's
accurate.
crazy –
he's an accurate passer.
Okay.
And he's a quick processor.
Okay.
And when he's dialed and when he has a picture that he knows how to dissect, he has such a strong and quick processing capability. So he's not the guy like let's just go throw it out there, Cam Ward, who it's not going great right now.
yeah. But I like how he's like, it ain't going great right now.
He's the opposite.
Mm-hmm.
Cam Ward's the guy that the processing ain't even close.
Right.
But it's all the other freakish
talent and the skill is
that
all
you're like,
over the place.
So you almost are more afraid of Cam Ward on the second play.
Right.
With Jake Browning, he's a first-play quarterback.
Yeah.
He wants to throw the ball on time. He wants to make his reads. He wants to be able to get through his reads effectively and efficiently. And if he is able to get the ball off in sub 2.5 seconds with consistency and he throws accurately, the numbers are there to prove that he's pretty good against man coverage.
It feels as though you can't use Jake Browning's greatest strength because he is the exact opposite of every other backup quarterback in the NFL, where you could actually add to the playbook with Jake because he gets it immediately. He'll memorize it immediately. Brilliant. But you can't just start throwing that at the rest of the team. You can't be like, hey, Jake can figure out we can add 50 more plays.
But don't you think that the experience, maybe outside the offensive line, the offensive line's the big issue for the Bengals, but the experience of Jamar Chase, T. Higgins in the system, Zach Taylor's been there with Brian Callahan now of the Tennessee Titans, but they've been together running that show for the entirety of Mike Gesicki being there, Chase Brown being a part of it, obviously the last couple of years.
Did you see Callahan was like, all right, I'm going to stop calling plays. I'm going to pass the play calling duty on. When, as a play caller, do you realize, for Sean Payton and Zach Taylor, when do you realize it's time to let somebody else play the
for
call
Sean
the plays?
Payton, when do you realize?
Yes.
Never.
Never going to happen. You can go 0-17.
Ever.
Really?
You know why?
Why?
Because I'm Riverboat Sean, man. I'm a Riverboat gambler, baby.
Yeah, I get it,
man. And I am better than you.
I get it, man. But Zach Taylor's kind of the same way. He's like, I'm not giving up. No, I'm not giving up.
Zach Taylor took him to a dang Super Bowl.
Yeah, I guess.
Now, here's the thing that I don't know for sure. Zach Taylor, I think, he wasn't the play caller during the really good run.
Right.
When they took down Mahomes, I guess Patrick Mahomes is back.
Yeah, man.
I guess.
We get more ping.
Who Day's
it's
here.
It's like the third or fourth Bengals fan we got into this place. What is going on? This is weird. No.
They do travel well.
I was like, man.
You know what? You know why they travel well? Because they got to get away from that.
Mike Brown, they got to get out of.
No, they got to get away from that Cincinnati chili, man. That'll make you run.
See, I've never had. I've heard the legends, but I've never had it.
I love Cincinnati chili.
Do you really?
Oh, I love it. Now, it will make me run away from Cincinnati pretty quickly. If you pick up what I'm putting down.
All right.
They serve their chili over spaghetti.
Yeah, I saw that. Chili and spaghetti.
What makes it really hit is the mountain, bigger than the dang Rocky Mountains of
the
shredded
chili.
cheddar
You cover
cheese.
the spaghetti and chili.
Five-way.
Cheese, beans,
I'm a five-way
onions.
guy.
Yeah,
Five-way.
I've never had it. Don't know.
Stay away from Gold Star. Gold Star, it'll mess up your innards. Am I right? You got to stay away from Gold Star chili. You got to just go with the original. You got to go Skyline chili.
All right, KJ, what do you got for us, man?
That's not what he wanted to cook.
No pun intended there. Let's head to the Sunday night football game from last night because that score ended 40-40 after overtime. And here's the craziest stat from that game.
Packers should have lost it?
Well, that is very true because they absolutely did everything in their power to lose it right there in regulation. Teams with 40-plus points and no turnovers were 300-0 at home, including the playoffs in the Super Bowl era. They are now 300-0-1. Shout out to the Dallas Cowboys. Here is a little moment between Dak Prescott and Micah Parsons after the game.
No, I'm talking about precision time. Like, that was quick. See, I always believe in you, boys. I'll see you soon. 100%. Love you, brother.
40-40 tie, Coach. 40-40 tie.
Dak Prescott was going off.
Yeah. Jordan was still. Jordan had 330 and 3 touches or something like that.
No interceptions.
Man.
How about the fact that they almost blew the chance to tie the game?
I thought time has expired. I was screaming at my television. I thought time had expired. I thought they just lost that game on that last play.
Now, everybody, I got a bunch of texts. People know, obviously, my connection to Jordan Love.
Yeah, and they were like, what the hell?
What was your boy Jordan doing? And so I went back. I was moving yesterday. I actually physically moved my house yesterday in between all of the stuff going on. And so we don't have internet service yet in our house.
Oh no.
It's an old house, like before internet existed. Old.
Nice.
Which is kind of cool. I like it. Got the old 50s, 60s vibes in there. I might just actually go that route.
Listen, man, old school Littleton.
I'll find out what happened in the games just by picking up the morning newspaper.
Could you run for mayor?
Nah, man.
Well, how much does the mayor of Littleton actually do?
Sweet town hall, though. Have you seen that city hall or town hall or whatever? I want to go. I want an office up there.
That's what I'm saying.
It's got a sweet view of that little main area. But I get a bunch of texts about Jordan Love and what the heck was your boy doing? And I watched it on the internet. And I used cell service to watch it on the Twitter machine, the X machine. I said, what the heck was Matt LaFleur doing?
Yes.
Because the way this thing's set up, unless you have Patrick Mahomes, Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, Drew Brees, the head coach doesn't allow the quarterback to handle the timeout calling. Mm-hmm. That's on the dang head football coach. Matt LaFleur dang near failed miserably yesterday.
Yeah.
That's not a quarterback decision. Jordan's still a young quarterback. He's not he's only a year older than Bo Nix?
Right. Yes.
I know he's playing
he's
playing in his third year as a starter. But a lot of that's also been last year was shortened by injuries. He had a bunch of stuff that, early on in the season, he had that big knee injury. And so you're not in the position with Jordan Love where you just say, hey, manage the end of the game, kid. You got him. And then throw him under the bus if you screw it up.
Right.
Matt LaFleur, you're paid handsomely to make decisions that revolve around coaching. And you let the clock wind all the way down to 4 seconds?
Right, it was crazy.
And luckily, Jordan didn't do anything so crazy and
know.
run around and scramble.
Right,
if he would have ended.
Right, it would have been over. If he would have, stepped to the left or right once instead of launching that ball.
That was insane.
Yeah, it was wild. I can't believe the end of that bad boy. All right, KJ, what's next?
That's not what he wanted to cook.
This segment is sponsored by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. Let's stay in the NFC East because the Giants got the upset of all upsets yesterday on the LA Chargers, 21-18, but it came at a cost. They lost star wide receiver Malik Neighbors. It is confirmed he has a torn ACL, and he will be out for the rest of the season, and they will see where he is as we get closer to the 2026 regular season next year. Nonetheless, I wanted to ask you guys, besides Dart becoming some megastar quarterback, did this almost put the nail in the coffin for Dayball and Joshin in New York?
Well, you know, coaching for dummies, the book that you can buy, the bestseller that I've read a few times, cover to cover and backwards and forwards, it says anytime that you're on the hot seat, just play the youngster at quarterback. And you know what? The youngster played well.
It worked. Yeah, it worked.
I just feel I have this weird sneaking suspicion. I apologize to any Giants fans out there. Much tortured Giants fan base for the greater part of the last decade. I just feel like there's some Drew Lock to Jackson Dart.
Okay.
There's a little bit of that, we got something?
Yeah.
I don't think we really have something because he's a little bit – I don't know if he can continue to run the ball the way he did and be able to – his body be able to hold up to that. And then I also think he is just – as he gets more confident and more comfortable, he's going to have more turnover-worthy plays, which the Giants can't have.
Yeah.
And now they don't have Malik Neighbors.
Yeah, I was watching that game live, and you could almost tell Malik realized he had torn his ACL while he was in the air. You want me? Like, he jumped in the air, and he immediately, he's going to grab the knee on the jump, and I was like, oh, no. Oh, no. And so all of that, their best offensive weapon, gone. You know what's even crazier? You know the rumors I keep hearing? Russell Wilson to Cincinnati. There ain't no way that Zach Taylor wants Russell Wilson in Cincinnati now that to start for that team now that Joe Burrow is hurt. No way, right? No way. That's too much money, right? Russ is making too much. Well, no. I guess he's not making too much money. But that was the first thing I saw after they were like, wow, man, Jackson looks okay. The Giants win. All the love I was giving to Justin Herbert, he had a bad game. And it's like... And then the next thing I hear, they're like, well, maybe I think they're going to trade Russell Wilson to Cincinnati. And I was like, what? What? That's crazy talk.
Are the Cincinnati Bengals better off with current Russell Wilson than Jake Browning?
So. I don't think so.
Even B-Rip, man.
Right. Even Brett Rippon.
I take B-Rip right now ripping the ball all over the place.
Yeah, I don't know where that conversation came from or where I saw that. I was like, what is going on? Russ is... He's a backup quarterback forever now, right? No other team is going to give him a starting gig, or will they?
I think it feels like it's just nearing the end.
Yeah.
Whatever that might look like. And Russ is a consummate competitor, and he wants to be back out there, which I respect. A lot of people could say, he needs to hang it up. He should have left, the sport 3 years ago. Mm-hmm. Should have gone out on top as best. If the guy wants to play football and people keep giving him a job, then he should keep playing football. Right. That's a personal decision.
Make them tear the uniform off.
And it looks like Russ is going to be doing that. They're going to physically rip that sucker right off and say, no more football for you.
All right, KJ, we got one more?
That's not what he wanted to cook.
Our last one here, and you guys kind of detailed it a little bit earlier. Earlier last week, Rob Saleh, the defensive coordinator for the 49ers, insisted that the Jags, they had this advanced spying system and they could do little things, maybe. I don't know. And then all of a sudden, when the Jags win yesterday, 26-21, now Liam Cohen who is Mr. Duval.
Duval.
Stepped up to him and let him know, hey, man, don't ever talk about me like that. Put some respect on my name. And Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, man, don't come into my county.
Come on,
my
baby.
Duval. That's not your Duval.
That ain't your
You can't
Duval.
come in here acting crazy like that, Bob.
This mine.
Bob Sala.
And then to put
Kyle. Who the heck is Kyle?
Yeah, Kyle got involved in that conversation.
Right, and to put the cherry on top, here's Kyle Shanahan acting like he doesn't know anything.
After game, Liam and Salah were exchanging words. I mean, are you surprised that, I assume over sign stealing, are you surprised that Colin maybe wasn't thrilled about that?
No, try to clear it up, but I didn't see what happened, so I'm not sure. Don't think you should be that sensitive about it, but it is what it is. Not too worried about it.
Yeah, Liam, you're way too sensitive, Liam.
Do you remember this? So this is kind of like Kyle Shanahan, who I don't think of as a 58-year-old man that's talking down to a younger, but he's kind of acting that way.
Yes.
Like,
yes.
I've been a head coach a lot longer.
Right. He's like, this youngster will learn.
Yeah, hey.
He'll figure it out.
Yeah. Why don't you come and sit on my lap, little boy, and I'll tell you how to be a coach in this NFL.
Which one is worse?
You know what this reminds me a little bit?
What?
I think this is Kyle getting ahead of his skis a little bit and trying to talk down to a first-year head coach.
Yeah.
You remember when C.J. Stroud almost kind of big-boyed Caleb Williams and did the, and he kind of started giving him advice. Like, dude, C.J. Stroud, you're a second-year quarterback, bro.
It's not right. It's not like you're a 12-year
Since
veteran.
that time, C.J. Stroud is absolutely tanked. Now, he had a better day yesterday, but he has absolutely gone downhill. It's like, hey, just worry about you right now.
Yeah.
Kyle, you've got enough problems. Worry about you.
What do you think was more interesting, Liam Cohen and Robert Saleh going at yelling at each other, or Sirianni yelling at Baker Mayfield? Like, Sirianni was screaming at Baker Mayfield, but Baker Mayfield was talking to he was talking trash that entire game. So you got the quarterback talking trash, and then the opposing head coach, once it looks like it starts talking trash to the starting quarterback of the other team. I kind of like it, but I don't know how do you feel about it?
I didn't like everything that went down with the 49ers organization. I thought Bob Sala was dumb that he said what he said in the press conference last week.
Yeah. But
about
the legal stealing,
it was just
sign
dumb.
stealing.
Like, that's you imply there's something using the term sign stealing implies that there's some type of
shadiness
to it.
Yeah.
There's not. If a defensive team is dumb enough to have hand signals that mean, hey, we're going to play this bunch a certain type of way, then guess what?
Right.
You've got to change your hand signals.
Right. It's
on
not like
tape.
they're
It's
hiring
on
a
tape.
hacker to.
No doubt.
Yeah. It's just like they're just looking. They're like, hey,
I don't know,
I
man.
think they're
Bob,
calling a
I
blitz.
used to like Bob Sala. I don't know. Big Game Bob has not been so big game recently.
Yeah.
But I would like him. He's a good defensive coordinator, though. He dials up some good stuff.
Right. Well, we'll see how it goes for the rest of the season.
He's petty,
but
though, man.
I like it. I kind of like it. But then again, I'm not involved with it. You all be petty with one another. I'm over here doing my thing. But we are coming to you live from the Rally House here in Lakewood, giving away a gift card every 20 minutes to anybody live and in person who signs up. We're going to take a quick time out and roll on with the morning sprint next.
describe. Let me see. Electric. I mean, that's the only word I can really give you right now. I would have to go to the SARS to figure it out. But yeah, it's just electric, man. The energy that the fans bring, man. It's like you can feel the whole city. You know, even though people might not be in there, it's like you can feel the whole city. You know, obviously everybody says it's a national game. Everybody in the country is watching Monday night, but you know that the whole city is tapped in, the whole state's tapped in to watch us play on Monday night, Sunday night, whatever the primetime game is. But to play those night games in Power Field, it's a lot of fun, man. We have a lot of fun in there, and it's always a party in there. And you know, it's even better when we're able to get a win in there.
That was Cortland Sutton talking about the crowd at Mile High for a Monday Night Football game.
Courts, he's ready to get back home, isn't he?
Yeah.
Put it on for the fans in the home building.
Yeah, it seems like he
feels like it's been a while,
like
doesn't it? I feel like the Broncos haven't been in power at all this year.
2 weeks, it hasn't been since opening night. So Monday Night Football is great. Although, KJ, well, I guess I should mention that I'm Mark Bertolini. That's Coach Sanford. Alex Ryanemy out just a little bit longer with a brand new child. We're coming to you live from Rally House here in Lakewood, and stop by and say hi. But what is the KJ? Do you know which one's the higher rated game, Monday Night Football or Sunday Night Football? Is it Sunday Night Football?
I'm guessing Sunday night.
Might
have taken it over.
Tradition.
It just feels like Sunday night. Those games are just bangers,
yeah,
man.
Yeah. Those are always pretty good games. But I don't know which. I think it's got to be Sunday Night Football. Is a little bit.
I mean, Monday night's always. I mean, historically, I would have guessed that it would be Monday Night Football, but for whatever reason, it seems like the NFL, like the schedule makers, they put more emphasis now on. And I don't know if it's because the NBC deal is bigger.
Yes, I think it is. I literally think they're like, you gave us an extra $1 or so we're going to make sure you get the good games.
This is going to be a pretty unpopular take with a lot of people that absolutely despise the Sunday night crew. I personally love Sunday Night Football's broadcast.
Okay.
The songs, the announcers, Tirico. I love Collinsworth, man. Mm-hmm. You know, a lot of people hate Collinsworth because they think he's the ultimate Patrick Mahomes glazer.
He does love Patrick.
Oh,
man.
He's like,
he does fall in love with some players, and then he won't stop talking about
him. Man, I think he's really good. Plus, he let me stay in his house for free when I got hired at Notre Dame for 6 months. So
did he?
I'm always gonna be loyal to the Collinsworth family.
No, I think he's good. There's a reason why they have him on those broadcasts, man. And Tirico's obviously a legend as well. But
hey, I got a crazy thing for you. This is not Broncos centric per se.
Okay, yeah, hit me with it.
All right, so Caleb Williams, through his first 21 games. 28 touchdowns to just 8 interceptions, which is the greatest start through 21 games by a number 1 overall pick in NFL history at the position.
Did not know
that. Is that not crazy?
That is a wild stat.
It's better than the start through the first 21 games of Joe Burrow's career. Mm-hmm. It's better than the start to Trevor Lawrence's career.
Really?
Baker Mayfield's career. It's unreal.
I mean, the Bears beat the Raiders, but it wasn't because Caleb was like, look at me go. I don't, that is interesting. But then again, once again, I am obsessed with that QB class. Those six dudes who were selected in the top 12, I find all those guys fascinating.
I'll tell you what, Michael Penix Jr. was back at it yesterday.
He had his worst game ever last week and his best game ever this week. Man, he was cooking.
That dude was slinging the
He's
bill.
cooking. Whatever they did this week, they need to do that again because they were like – He looked great,
and
man.
everybody was trying to just bury him.
They were like, well, just stick with Kirk or whatever. It's like, no.
Guy's a first-year starter. He's a first-year starter.
Yeah, no.
J.J. McCarthy, first-year starter. Drake May is balling right now.
Yeah.
A lot of those points came off special teams and defensive scores for the Patriots, but right now the Patriots are a hot team. And my take was that the Panthers felt like they were starting to turn a corner.
Yeah, the Panthers are so weird to me because I don't know how to feel about them.
I know. I'll tell you how to feel about them. They stink.
Okay.
That's the clean answer.
There.
And Bryce Young can't push the football down.
So how did we spent a lot of time talking about Liam Cohen, but not because of what his team did this week. How do you feel about the Jags? What do you think about it?
I think they're trending, man.
See, I do too.
But I felt that way before the season that Trevor Lawrence is the type of player that if he just gets good surrounding play and good organizational structure, he's a player that's good enough to go do it. I actually look at Trevor Lawrence and Bo Nix in a similar light, where I don't know that they're the Joe Burrow or Patrick Mahomes type boat raiser, but if things are right around them, they can be very good because they're good athletes, they're good human beings, they're good dudes, they're accountable dudes, and they're not going to be a liability themselves. Now, if things aren't great around him, the difference obviously is that Bo Nix is, knock on wood, his bill of health has been better than Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah. But, I mean, how many of those give me a number. How many NFL quarterbacks do you think can carry a team in the fourth quarter? A quarterback, how many NFL quarterbacks can take a team and will them to victory in the fourth quarter? Which seems like was the greatest trait of John Elway and Peyton Manning.
Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
Josh Allen.
Okay.
Lamar Jackson.
All right. Although, have we got an update on
3
his
MVPs,
injury?
right?
Yeah.
It's not looking good. The Ravens are kind of falling apart right now.
Yeah, they're 1-3.
Their defense is
right.
cakes.
It's like, what's going on?
I'd say, man, I hate to say this. I think Jalen Hurts can.
Oh,
and
okay. That's a name I hadn't thought of.
But even if Jalen Hurts, if he does it behind 35 rushing yards, hit a check down, and draws a PI because he chucked one up to A.J. Brown, and all of a sudden they're knocking on the door to beat you.
Yeah. Do you see? Okay.
I think Justin Herbert's capable. He hadn't delivered the goods yet.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow has.
I thought he might be that guy this year, but then he kind of fell off this week. We talked a lot about the Eagles-Bucks game, but that's just because Sirianni and Baker was going at it. But that looked like a game I thought Tampa was going to win, and then the Eagles just do that thing in the second half where they're like, no, we're going to go ahead and just win this game. And even though they don't look like they're playing great football, you cannot deny the defending Super Bowl champions completely undefeated. Even if they're just not housing these teams, they're still finding ways to win. And I'm like, man, you know what? I really wanted Philadelphia to fall off. And damn it, if they're not going to be right back in the Super Bowl this year, aren't they? They just feel like one of those teams that's like, no, we're much better than you think we are. We don't care what kind of product we put out on there on Sunday. We're going to find a way to win, and then we're going to do the exact same thing next week.
Yeah, it's those teams that just know how to win, and they have the quarterbacks that play that type of – you just can't ever count them out, man.
Yeah.
I mean, just a mere week ago, man, did it not feel like the Chargers were going to run away with this thing? Oh, what a difference this Sunday makes.
Yeah.
Because now the Chiefs are right back in they're right back in it, man. And frankly, it's good news for the Broncos that the Chargers lost.
Chargers lost and the Chiefs win. Yeah.
But the Broncos have to keep pace.
Was it just Xavier Worthy for the Chiefs? Because they went to Worthy and they're like, hey man, if our offense wasn't buns, we'd have you sit this week, but it is Cheeks. Can you come in and help us? And then was that the difference? Because I mean, he had a massive game and their offense looked good.
He's got speed.
Was it just one guy? Was it just Worthy?
Yeah, it was just it looked like a concerted effort to discover who could potentially be the guy that can bust the game open for you and create explosives. Yeah. And clearly the guy that ran a 4.17 or whatever the heck he ran it.
Just burning,
that dude
man.
Can roll. I was actually there at the combine when he broke the all-time record.
Oh, I mean, that's just pure speed.
I sat there and it just felt different. Like that is that's a mutant. That's an X-Man.
Yeah,
that's an X-Man running there.
He's just teleporting.
Literally, Xavier as an X-Man.
All right. You got to give our Broncos prediction for tonight's Broncos-Bengals game. Coach, what do you think the final score is going to be?
I'm going to go with Denver Broncos 38, Cincinnati Bengals 30.
Ooh, that's a fun game. That's a fun game, man.
It's going to be unhinged, man. It's going to be wild as all get out.
Right. I'm still looking for double nickels from our Broncos. I want to see an all-time offensive. I want 55 points. I want 55 points from the Broncos, baby. And until they get there, I'm going to predict that every single time. 55 points.
Is it your job to actually analyze and predict realistic
I want 50.
things?
I'm telling you, I want 55 points tonight from Bo Nix.
Huh?
I want double nickels. That's what we're going to get. And if we don't, I'm going to be sad, and we'll talk about it tomorrow.
We will absolutely discuss it tomorrow.
For the good folks here at Rally House, For Jordan, Nick, and Cole, and for KJ Granderson back at the station, Mike Sanford, Mark Bertinelli, Alex Ryder, and me. We'll talk to you tomorrow. PhD is next.
Tonight looks decent for weather. Looks promising. Marvin Mims is banged up a little bit, but other than that, everything looks all right. Evan Engram is full go.
I hate to be the correction police already on you, but Mike Kliss just put out a tweet, retweeted Chris Bianchi.
What's going on?
Short-range weather models showing increasing odds for a storm right around Broncos kickoff.
Get out of here. I've been looking at that all day. Well, that must have just come out.
It does say the storm would be brief, mostly wind, but there'd be lightning almost for sure, which could cause a 30-minute delay.
Oh, man, I don't got that. Steve Jobs isn't telling me that.
I'm sorry to be the correction police on you. Well, do you trust Chris or do you trust
Steve Jobs? I don't know. Steve Jobs has a good history with the old iPhone stuff.
Play in the rain. It's an outdoor sport.
I'm just saying that I just don't got it. That's all. I don't know where Chris is at. I mean, we bringing Chris on?
You got your weather forecaster that's it's centralized in Florida.
I don't know where the heck this stuff comes from. What are you talking about, Florida?
That's our Weather Channel's whatchamacallit is.
Dude, I got get out of Lone Tree. I mean, the Broncos don't want anything to do with Lone Tree, right? So, Denver. I don't know, man. 65. Partly cloudy. Really? Lightning? Oh, we're going to get Bianchi then, man. That's I don't know, man.
I don't know what to tell you.
Is this coming from Chris or Kathy Saban?
This is coming from Chris.
I don't want to doubt our guy. I mean, rain and all.
Want me to see what Kathy said?
Did Kathy have anything to say about it?
I don't know.
Well, whatever.
Well, according to the Weather Channel, Denver, thunderstorm possibles after 4 p.m. And I don't even
care. If it rains, who cares? We don't want lightning stuff. Lightning stuff is the worst.
Well, 4 and 5, they got little lightning icons going on.
Yeah, D-Mac's not looking good for you, bud.
Well, I'm going to have a word with the Steve Jobs people.
Well, type in Denver where it says Lone Tree.
Wait, no, Denver. What does that say?
Denver. And what does it say at 4 or 5 o'clock?
Nothing. Cloudy, 74. Yeah.
I went to the Weather Channel.
Stupid Weather Channel. All right, listen, there's going to be a game tonight.
Steve Jobs isn't with us any longer.
I saw, in the spirit of Steve Jobs. It's a metaphor.
Oh, exactly. He wants to fool you.
Yeah, but his AI lives on forever.
Right, exactly. I saw David Portnoy. He's the new star these days. He just says there should never be a lightning delay. If somebody's got to go down, so be it.
You know what? I'm not too far off from him. I mean, it feels like we've had a lot of weather delays already.
But they don't listen. Let me just say this:
kind of a harsh way to look at lightning strikes. They don't care about the players.
It's a fan gets hit with one, and then they're going to get sued. So it's all about lawsuits in the fans. It has nothing to do with player safety. If this was COVID, guess what? They ain't going to have no rain delays during COVID.
I went to Red Rocks a couple weeks ago. We had a weather delay, and they're like, "Hey, lightning delay! Everybody, get out of here! Where are we supposed to go?
Yeah,
what are we supposed to do?"
Well, you can go up the stairs. Yeah. Which now you're higher.
Exactly.
Or you can go down and there's zero room.
There's literally nowhere to go.
Yeah.
Let's assume there's a game tonight.
Well, there will be a game tonight.
Okay. How you guys, so much going on this weekend, by the way, but how just your vibe on the game tonight? Sanford's got them scoring, the Bengals scoring 30 points.
What about 30?
Winning, I mean losing to the Broncos 38-30, but.
I honestly had not thought about the game until just now.
Glad I could help.
Glad you enjoy your job.
Well, I enjoy it, but I mean, I haven't sit there and I'm like, let me break this down. Because guess what? I'm not playing. I don't control the weather.
Wait, you're not playing tonight?
No, they'd win. But no, I'm not playing tonight.
You'd be a good field goal blocker.
No, but this whole weekend you got another superstar out for the rest of the year in the NFL. You've got this guy, you got almost an iconic comeback in the Ryder Cup. You got all this. I mean, there's been a lot of stuff going on.
I said there's a lot of stuff going on. We're going to get to it.
I did say this to the warden yesterday. I said, it's the first time I'm ever glad that the Broncos play on Monday. You know what I'm saying? Because I really got to do a whole lot of other stuff and enjoy a whole lot of other stuff. and didn't have to take 3 hours out of my day. And I'm like, this is perfect. Monday evening.
Oh, you like this?
Oh, this time
you like this?
I watched a lot of ball yesterday. That was unusual for me. I usually can't sit there and watch ball from morning to night, but I watched a lot of it.
When you say ball, you mean football?
Yeah,
I may have watched 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'm glad you love your job.
I do love my job. I watched the most iconic Ryder Cup Sunday I think that there's ever been, and I was going back and forth to the game.
The game.
Come back with one of the games that were on, and I'm like, yeah, I could really care. And so, boom, then it just started getting intriguing.
That game last night was nutso, absolutely nutso. I hope you got to at least see some of that.
No.
Oh my gosh!
I finished the second.
What's going on right now?
Dude, the score was 40-40 in overtime. It was a tie.
It was nutso.
I did watch all the pregame show.
Oh, glad you knocked that off.
No, I ended up finishing the second season of Wednesday. We had not finished the second season of Wednesday, so it's, with Halloween coming up, the decorations starting to flow in the yard.
It's not even October.
Oh yeah,
I know Sean Payne's trying to pretend it's October, but it's not.
The decorations are 2 weeks behind for Halloween at our house.
Okay.
So, but anyway, so it was in the spirit of Halloween. We stayed and watched the last 2 or 3 episodes that we hadn't seen yet.
Football for you limited. Ryder Cup, spot on.
Spot on.
I watched it all too. But you can watch both. You can do both.
Why?
Why?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm not on Ritalin. I don't mind.
You don't have to be on Ritalin.
I don't have problems sitting and watching one thing. I was going back and forth from the game to the Ryder Cup early, and then it started getting. Once they started making the turn, I said, "Oh, this is getting interesting." And then, and then I was full on.
No,
Ryder Cup.
but now I kind of want to call BS on the game. What was the game?
Yeah, what's the game?
What was the game?
It was the CBS game.
Yeah. So it was Chiefs.
So there was
Chiefs.
a game. Wait, easy. What are you doing?
Well, it's got to be Chiefs Raisins.
What are you doing? I'm trying to test the man here.
Well, it was Chiefs Baltimore.
I just said I was trying to test. I was calling BS on the game.
You actually had BS on the one game.
Yes,
I saw a little bit of that, and then the Fox game. I'm trying to think who the Fox game was. Oh, it was the Giants game.
Another good game.
I watched a bit of that.
Jackson Dart was fun, dude.
Yeah.
That guy was a lot of fun to watch.
Makes you wonder why they didn't have him playing right from the start.
That's true.
A quarterback in the 20s, DMac.
Yeah, it's tricky, but hey, fine. Listen, Russell Wilson, what a disaster.
But then they lose Neighbors. Who
they're screwed. That's a tough one.
Yeah, you got a rookie quarterback,
really
and now
you're
a top 5 or 6. Had he played his way in the top 6 wide receivers in the league? Maybe
he's unbelievable.
He's on his way.
Yeah. So and now someone that could really help a rookie quarterback.
The freaking MetLife turf. They ripped that sucker out. Rip that sucker out. That sucker is deadly.
All the players are calling for it.
Put grass in.
Well, that's what everybody's saying. Everybody's saying that now. Common refrain amongst the players right now, calling for it. Good game though, man. Yep. I don't know. Without
here we go.
Neighbors,
Now all of a sudden, I thought the Giants were supposed to be a gimme for us.
Now, do you want
they won't
a
have
good
Neighbors.
game with no dog in the hunt, which was this weekend for all of us, right? No dog in the hunt, or a good game with your team? Forget what you may lose it to.
I want my team to win every game by 30 points.
You want a bad game, your team winning?
Yeah, every time. You want the Nuggets to win by 20 or a game-winning shot?
Well, as a broadcaster, sometimes
20 is the answer. I want Jokic to be, hanging out with a popcorn vendor on the end of the bench.
I want 20 and a couple triple-doubles in there. Yeah,
that's fine.
Okay, there we go.
It's probably going to come with that.
A couple massive dunks or something like that.
Yeah, when it's 105 to 75 as we go into the fourth quarter, we probably got plenty of that.
Maybe.
It was a good weekend of ball. That's all I know. I mean, it started out with a pretty good game out there in Ireland with Steelers and Vikings.
And look at Aaron Rodgers, 3-1.
Aaron Rodgers doing his deal.
Guy.
Doing his deal.
He's going to play for another 5 years.
Did you see the meme or the video of Aaron Rodgers got working the tush push for Pittsburgh?
Yeah.
It is basically him just stand behind. They start doing it.
They put the tight end in.
Yeah, he's going.
Dude, I love the play where he rips a smelling salt and tosses an 80-yarder to DK.
That was a good one. What else? What else did you like?
Chargers Giants was great. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Bucks Eagles was a good game.
There was another kicker that ripped a smelling salts, and then blasted a field goal, and somebody on X wrote, when you see your kicker, pop the smelling salts, they never miss. They never miss.
Colts Rams was good.
Yeah, a little back to earth for the Colts. They didn't play bad or anything, but
I think the Rams are pretty good.
The Rams are pretty good. I mean, the Rams got a lot of, and Puka Nacua is, I mean, he's not underrated. Everybody knows how good he is, but maybe he's a little like amongst really good guys underrated. And Stafford, and they're good. They got it.
How about Baltimore? You got head coaches and DCs going after each other in that San Francisco game?
Yeah, that was stupid, by the way. Liam Cohen, grow up a little bit.
Keep your name out of my mouth.
Oh, and by the way, if you're going to talk trash to the dude, how about when the dude tries to shake your hand, you stare him in the eyes and you talk some noise to him. Don't walk 10 yards past him and then decide you're going to talk some noise. Say something to the man's face if you got something to say to the man's face.
You know what he should have done? He should just had his caddy yell at him.
Yeah, that was good.
That's what should happen.
That was fun.
My caddy scream at your vice captain. By the way, vice captain? Can't co-captain? No? Vice captain? All right, whatever. We'll get to the Ryder Cup. Trust me. It was great and ridiculous all at the same time.
All right.
Good game. I mean, the Jags are 3-1.
Yep.
Well, that's what you got to start talking about. We talked about the last 2 weeks. Maybe
they're on the schedule.
Indy's better than we thought. They beat Denver, obviously.
Jags are probably better than we thought.
Now
they're on the schedule.
Jags 3-1. They're on the schedule.
Giants may be better than we thought.
Well, let me ask
Cowboys.
This.
How did they do it without Micah Parsons last night? How'd they do it? How'd
they tie a game?
No, man. The Cowboys were supposed to fall apart. And
you got them on the schedule.
I warned all you people. I warned you about what was going to happen in the new overtime. I told you exactly what was going to happen. We were going to have the most ties in the history of the NFL. Here we go.
All right,
get ready for this.
We can get into some dumb stuff, but just your vibe on the Broncos real quick, and we can dig into it more. Now that you've thought about it.
Yeah, because I think they're going to blast them tonight, and I think Cincinnati is in a world of pain for the next 5, 6, 7, 8 weeks.
Okay. Tyler?
27-17 Broncos.
I got 31-13. I tend to think the turnovers are going to do in the Bengals.
23-6. 24-6.
24-6? Yeah. Something like that?
Yeah.
They can't even put up a touchdown against this Broncos
24-6. No touchdowns by Cincinnati.
All right. Well, we're off and rolling, and let's get into some stupid stuff. Let's get into CU as well, Ryder Cup stuff. Plenty to chomp on today.
Oh, yeah, we got to talk about Tyler's experience in Boulder.
Oh, dude, that was great. Heartbreaking, but it was a great experience. It was a lot of fun.
Again?
They got 2 of them things still. They still got 2 of them things.
But they got 4 in the bank now.
Yeah.
They'll use them later. Yeah.
They'll use them against Arizona State.
It's like their 401k. Yeah. It's PhD on 9825. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Love you, Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Why? They help out dudes that are suffering from all sorts of man-machine issues, and if erectile dysfunction is one of them, well, let's go now. You want the right treatment for your situation, as Sean Payton would say. Every case is different, and finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. ED, I mean, come on, just stinks. Ruins relationships. Don't need that. Can cause stress, anxiety, depression. Well, here we go with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. With success rates well over 90%, some can have you last an hour or more, serving the front range for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult today. That's 99 buckaroonies. Get the consult, T and a PSA test if advised a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, the visit is free. With an expert staff, like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. Great refurbished location in Castle Rock. You should check that out. Beautiful spots in Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, and the Springs. Just hit them up at 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. How? It's a Rally House Football Monday. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House. Shop every team in town. Just heard the boys in the morning sprint at Rally House in Lakewood. Rally House has 2 locations up there in Boulder on Arapahoe and on Pearl Street, which is a gorgeous location. Be back up there in a couple of weeks for CU something, Texas Tech, I think. On CU. We'll get back to the Broncos here in a second. Let me do that first. Let's check the injury report powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Marvin Mims was listed as questionable with a hip injury. Other than that, the Broncos are pretty good. There's a few guys who are a little dinged up, but they practiced on Saturday, and everybody was full go, including Evan Engram. So we're looking all right.
Good.
Mims, if Mims cannot go today, how does that impact the game?
Pretty significantly, right? Like, gosh, who's Mims' backup? Who's going to go in after Mims?
I would guess Pat Bryant.
Yeah, I mean, they're different players. They've got different roles, but you might not be wrong. You just got to change up what you're doing.
Would Sherfield have a bigger role?
Trent's got a pretty big role on this team already.
Yeah.
Like, Pat Bryant would be the one that would have an increase in the role. Yeah, you're right.
All right. Well, that's not the worst thing in the world. Mims,
I guess that happened on Saturday, huh?
Yeah, he got hurt in practice. So
You're not talking about a game. You're talking about practice.
Talk about practice. Guys sometimes get hurt in practice, even when they ain't trying to do anything.
There's a hamstring.
What was Mims, Dan? I'm not even sure. Hip injury. Hip injury.
Might have a hip pointer or something.
He's got something. It's a hip.
Well,
is a hip lower body or upper body?
Lower.
Below the belly button.
Below the belly button is lower body?
I'm asking.
South of the equator.
Well, the hip's above the South Pole.
Oh, you're right. Wow. I got to think about that one for a second, but you're right.
So is hip upper body?
Yeah, that might be upper body.
I don't know. Where does it go?
I would say
hip's into tricky territory.
Hip would be lower body to me. Although now, if you bruise the love handle,
yeah,
then you're kind of
that's upper body.
Then you're up to upper body.
All right. Well, Mims, we'll see. I don't know if it's that big of a deal, to be quite honest with you.
No, listen. You still got your quarterback. You still have your play caller, so you should be fine.
You talking about play call? We'll get to see you in a second. We can get there right now if you want.
Dude, I was there. It was a packed house. It was an electric environment. It was fun.
Started good.
We started out great. Are you kidding me? Started out fantastic. I'm FaceTiming my dad after that first score, tried to celebrate with him. You know, you get up 14. And then by the time the first half ended, you just knew, like, oh, my gosh, we haven't done anything in what felt like an hour and a half of real time.
Mm-hmm.
Like an hour and a half of real time went by before we had done anything. And Caden Salter did a lot of good things in the first half, but that man can't throw the ball. That man is terrified of staying in the pocket. That man did maybe the dumbest thing I've ever seen in the history of the football. You know, 3rd and 3, and he takes a 25-yard sack that he had 15 opportunities to throw the football away. Like, what is going on here? And then you go back to the game mismanagement. Yeah, there's no getting around it. I mean, Scott, you were joking about how many timeouts he's got left in the pocket. It's been terrible. Game management has been terrible. It's been really, really bad.
He doesn't know what he's doing with that stuff. He has no sense, Prime, about how a game should operate. It's wild.
Well, does he give his coordinators the opportunity to use them also?
Scott, you do not have to be a brain surgeon to figure this out. They called a timeout to punt.
That one drove me insane. Like, first off, like they were thinking about going for it on fourth down.
Go for it then.
No, don't go for it.
Well, don't call a timeout to punt.
Dude, it was 4th and 6. Like there was no conversation to be had.
Then why you
and
call
then,
timeouts?
by the way, even if you do delay it, even if you are like, okay, we thought about going for it, now we got to punt it. Take the 5 yards.
No doubt.
It's a punt. Just take the delay game and punt the ball. You don't waste a freaking timeout when you're losing a football game. But
again,
God.
I'd like to know who calls the timeout.
And you know what the shame of it is?
Well, the coach has to call the timeout, Scott. Come on, man.
The head coach is supposed to.
Yes.
Is it like the NFL where the other assistants aren't allowed to ask for a timeout?
I mean, generally speaking, assistant coaches do not call timeouts.
By the way, the end of the first half.
Unless it's like one of those situations that the whole team is aware of, and we talked about it beforehand, and then you've got 50 dudes on the sideline that are calling timeout, but on their own, not really.
End of the first half. And they had a long way to go. I understand that. They running play. And it's like, all right, listen, if we're just going to ride this out, just sit on the ball. No. They go like 30 seconds or whatever it is. Then they throw a pass. It's almost a pick six. And I'm like, well, what was that? Why did you run the ball, not call a timeout, and your next play is a pass that you almost threw for points, and then the third play is a running play? Like, oh my God, what in the world is going on here? End of the game. You probably haven't watched the TV broadcast, I'm going to guess.
No.
They are screaming for Prime to take a timeout because things were just a little discombobulated right before he threw the interception. They're just like, slow down, call a timeout. Let's talk about it. They don't. The next play, swear to God, is an interception. The game's over. And they're like, just call a timeout to
calm everybody down.
Relax a little bit to figure out what we're doing here.
Yeah, it's such a shame, man, because honestly, I know this is going to sound crazy. Colorado's actually played two really good football teams really well.
Yeah.
You played really well against Georgia Tech, and you played really well against BYU. This should have been your signature win in the season. You had the game in the bag. You lost to a quarterback that's wearing a fullback's number, and he looks like a fullback. You can't wear 47 at quarterback, dude.
You lost to a quarterback from 1951.
You cannot wear the number 47 playing quarterback. Like, I don't know what these new rules are, but there needs to be a rule that you can't wear 47 at QB.
They got Bear, his brother Tiger, their cousin Lion. He's a freshman. He can barely throw, by the way. He can barely throw, but good enough because you have the world's, you know what their weakest position is, which is crazy? Cornerback. Cornerback CU is tragically bad in that position. Tyler, see, you're okay. So, your temperature is about right. It's frustrating watching this.
Well, it's mind-numbing because you had two great chances to beat two really good football teams, Georgia Tech and BYU. You'd be sitting there with 4-1 and feeling really good about the season. Problem is, Caden Salter. Like, I don't know if you could think back how closely you watched it, but that 3rd and 3 when he took that 25-yard sack or whatever it was, do you guys realize how many wide-open wide receivers there were? And do you realize how well the Broncos, the Buffs offensive line played? Buffs line balled.
Is that right?
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah,
they
guys.
balled.
Yeah.
They were protecting that dude. On that play in particular, you had two crossing routes. I mean, just simple crossing routes. Both of them didn't have a defender within 8 yards of him. He had a beautiful pocket right in front of him. Step up and deliver a ball to one of three wide-open wide receivers.
Well, we talk about there's such a big difference from high school to college. Maybe there's also a big difference between certain programs and a Power 5, Power 4.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Is it too soon to see the freshman?
No, definitely not now.
Is Juju Lewis is he in the mix this year?
I don't know.
I have Salter making excuses if you want to hear it.
I feel conflicted on that. Well, let me answer this question real quick. I feel conflicted on that because, yes, obviously he should be in the mix in terms of is there anything worthwhile putting out there? Yes is the answer to that. But if a kid ain't ready to play ball, I'm not in a rush to put him on the football field because that's going to do more damage to him than it's going to be helpful. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Actually, let me play before I play Salter. Here is what Prime said about that sack.
That wasn't a play. That was real.
He really said that about that play.
That wasn't a play. That was real.
All right, here's Salter making excuses.
I'd actually love to hear the full context of what he said there.
Oh, Prime was on fire after the game. It was.
I'd love to hear what he had to say about that play.
We can dig it up. Here is Salter making excuses.
Something that I embrace, having to sit a game that really kind of messed up my head a little bit. So I knew that when I came back, I just had to be that leader that coach was looking for. And we got a young team, and like I said before, I'm one of the older guys on the team, so they looking up to the older guys to step up and be that leader, and that's what I'm trying my best to do for this team.
That wasn't a play. That was real.
What are you gonna do?
I wonder. I don't know. we're seeing 2 games now that we're upset with game management, clock management.
Correct.
True, fair.
Yeah.
You just said something that surprised you was how poorly the cornerbacks play. You got a Hall of Fame coach at cornerback, basically.
Mm-hmm.
How much coaching is he doing right now?
It doesn't feel like much.
That's got to be a question in there.
I don't know. Who knows? I mean,
do
you're not allowed to watch practice. Everybody is, pro CU. Everybody has Prime is like we challenge the kids. It's like stop challenging. Stop with the motivational speeches. You got to coach them better. They don't know what to do. They literally do not know what to do. But I think they're talented. I think they got a lot of talent. Tyler's right. The games are close. Games are right there against 2 really good teams.
Yeah.
But when you have close games, your decision-making as a coaching staff is going to matter. It is going to matter. And to just say, wow, our kids aren't performing and we challenged them, and it's like, come on, man. They're confused out there. They're probably trying their hardest, I'm going to guess. But, Prime doesn't have any answers to this. He's got Hall of Famers all over the place. He's got Marshall Faulk. By the way, they're using Draylon Miller as a quarterback/running back. That looked great.
That was unstoppable. I mean, that particular little twist was literally unstoppable.
But they stopped doing that.
Well, that's Shermer.
Well, but that's the guy Prime is defending more than anything. Don't you forget after Wyoming? Anybody got something to say about Shermer? Anybody
Can I, not that I want to be like defending Pat Shermer. Boys, I wouldn't want to have to call plays with Caden Salters, the QB.
Well, there's that too.
I'm serious. Like it's real hard to dog on the play caller. The play caller knows what he's got.
Then why have Salter quarterback?
I don't know.
I can't believe like how bad his mechanics are. Like he throws this like weak sidearm throw that even that touchdown throw in the fourth quarter.
Mm-hmm.
That was dangerously close to being an interception. You had another dude to the right that was wide freaking open. It's just, I can't believe how bad his mechanics are. I can't believe how unsettled he is. Like, he's a fifth-year senior, and he's running around like he's a true freshman out there.
Well, Prime recruited him.
But it worked in the first half. I mean, him running around sure as hell worked in the first half.
Oh, well. Ralphie looked good.
I'm telling you, though, Ralphie was amazing. Ralphie was literally amazing.
Yeah, Ralphie's good.
There was a drone show at halftime.
I heard that was awesome.
Those are cool, aren't they?
How was it?
I didn't see it.
Oh.
I was getting food.
Okay.
But there was a drone show.
I'm sure that was good.
Yeah, so I'm sure that was great. That was such a depressing drive home. Like, I can't even explain to you how – first off, it's the middle of the night. You're driving home at 1 a.m. You're already tired. And just knowing that you had so many opportunities to win that game.
Did the students stick around for the end of the game?
Yeah.
All right. Well, that was good.
Yeah.
I was going to say, so what time did you roll in bed?
1:20-ish, something like that.
What?
Well, you ain't seen me there.
But you know what, Scott? I was kind of dreading it because of how late the game was. The energy was awesome. As soon as you got in that building, it would be impossible to be tired.
So how about 8 a.m. on Saturday morning?
Yeah, that would not be good energy.
Or what? No, Sunday morning. What time did that was Saturday night, right?
What?
The game was the game Saturday night. I was thinking it was Friday because wasn't last week Friday or one of the late ones?
Yeah.
So Saturday night. So how'd you feel at 8 o'clock Saturday morning or Sunday morning?
Well, I was at a swim meet.
Really?
And I was tired. I'm not a nap guy. Took about an hour and a half nap on Sunday. Yeah.
That's why you watch a lot of ball.
Swim meet was at my old stomping grounds, Cherry Creek High School.
They know.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. I used to have a little section in the trophy area. Had a game ball and some stuff.
What'd they do with that?
They scrubbed me.
You're not in that?
You got to ask what they did with it.
No, I'm nowhere to be found.
Wait, you weren't in the Hall of Fame, but at least you had that little thing in the trophy case.
I had like a little like 3 foot by 4 foot area. Yeah.
They got rid of that?
Yeah, that's gone.
Wow.
Is it all football championship stuff?
Yeah, I mean it's all championship trophies, yes. Yeah.
So they moved you out for another championship trophy?
You know.
What was your little area for?
I had the little golden Super Bowl ball and a couple other little knickknacks from my career.
With your name on it.
Yeah.
This is the Tyler area, Columbus Hall.
Columbus Square.
Shelf.
It was the
literal
It
square.
was the Columbus shelf. Yeah.
Columbus shelf.
Yeah.
Was it the entire shelf?
No, well, it's a small
Cube.
little shelf.
Cube.
The Columbus Cube.
It was an intimate little shelf.
Yeah. The Polumbus Cube. And,
Yeah.
and they got rid of it.
But I just want to know where that ball is.
Well, you got to see if you can get it back. Was it yours initially?
Somebody told me it was it was actually in the pool area where I was.
Oh.
And I was like, well, first off, why is it in the pool area? I mean, why is there a golden Super Bowl ball
I
in
got
the
to
pool
believe
area?
you guys had a lot of state championships from swimming too, though.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Dominate. Yeah.
How many Creek guys have ever played on a Super Bowl winning team?
At least 2 that I'm aware of. Tom Ashworth's got 3 of them.
All right. Well, he gets maybe 3/4 of the shelf, and you get the 1/4. That's 4.
That's fair. Yeah, just
But it's not like
give me a fourth of the shelf.
It's not like a lot of Super Bowl champions.
Yeah.
It's 2.
The problem is I didn't win anything in high school.
All right.
So, I don't have, a trophy or anything. So, all I had was a golden Super Bowl ball. That's all I had. You know?
Right. Post-career.
Yeah, it was like Tyler really did nothing while he was in high school.
He was
but
good later.
Kind of did a couple things later.
Later on, he was
yeah,
good.
Yeah.
While he was here, later on.
Yeah,
Does Cherry Creek have a Hall of Fame?
It's like
Hall of Honor or whatever it's called.
They got something.
It's an unofficial one, I think.
Yeah, you're not in that either, right?
No.
Right.
No.
So he's officially not in the unofficial.
Correct. Yeah. But it took Tom a while, so that's
So there's still time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Took Tom a while.
I was in the inaugural class.
You're in 5 Hall of Fames.
Yeah, but I was in the inaugural class of my high school one just a couple years ago.
I know. You're very proud of it. We
was
talked
cool.
all about it. And you are in 5 Hall of Fames. We've talked all about that too.
Yeah.
I couldn't. It's a mystery with the Creek thing.
If anybody knows where that ball went.
Believe it or not, there is a Hall of Fame for my college radio station.
Are you in it?
I am not in it. Despite having one of the longest broadcast careers of anybody who's ever worked at that radio station.
Is Ian in it?
Who?
Ian
Eagle. I don't know if Ian's in it. Because he worked for another radio station too. He kind of double dipped there a little bit. Not sure about him. But probably. Deserves to be. He was there though. He probably is. I don't know. He probably is. What am I even saying? He is.
Have you written letters?
I have not written letters. Have I written letters to my college radio station? No, I have not done that. That is a sad day if it comes to that, Scott. Oh, my God.
We ought to one day.
Oh, my God. That would be sad.
Have Tyler get your AI fingers going and have them compose an AI
no, please don't.
letter of please.
All right, forget it. I'm
putting
sorry.
Darren McKee into
I'm sorry I
the
mentioned it.
WGBA
There you go. That's the right
College
station.
Hall of Fame.
I mean, don't forget to write for me, too.
Yeah. Well, we've done the whole Creek thing with you.
We have.
got the athletic director on. We did
did.
all the stuff with Tyler. I thought that was it. I thought it was going to happen after that.
Well, it depends if he got up and hung up laughing.
All right, when we get back,
He hung up and got rid of the ball.
Broncos.
Yeah.
At 1 o'clock, we have Kevin Harlan on, which is awesome. Chris Bianchi will join us at 1:30 for the official weather forecast for tonight. A lightning delay would stink. And the good and the bad and the ugly from the Ryder Cup, all still to come here on PhD.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, whether that's a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor. Pick up the phone. Call Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to love your experience at Advanced Hair Restoration. Nobody can offer anything like the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives. You deserve to be the next one. When you go to advanced advanced hair restoration, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the best of the best working on you. Dr. Tanya Pauls is amazing. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, fantastic at what they do. And guys, they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So call Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Kevin Harlan from Westwood One will join us at 1 o'clock. Broncos, Bengals. He's on the call tonight. We look forward to having Kevin. He's fantastic. And dig into the Broncos, obviously, as the game gets going here in a few hours. Countdown at number 38 in Rhino. Nate and Andy will be there for their show starting at 3 o'clock. The best viewing party in the city there at number 38 with Voodoo Ranger. Check out the giant 21-foot tall boy tanker truck to crush beer and grab exclusive merch. It's a Monday night viewing party you don't want to miss. Visit emptythetanker.com to learn more. All right, Nate and Andy at number 38 should be a blast. Great place to watch the game if you are not going tonight or wherever you watch it. Where do you even want to start here with the Ryder Cup? Scotty, I watched the whole thing. Friday, Saturday, caught up with it on Sunday. My father-in-law, who's been dealing with Parkinson's for 20 years, had a charity walk. He walked a mile, and that was a huge accomplishment.
Oh, cool.
Very, very proud
Very
of Gary.
cool.
And Sunday we were kind of like a little all over the place. So what I did with the Ryder Cup is I recorded it, and then I took it till about the first pairing was like on hole 13. And I just sort of watched it from there.
Which is a good time to watch it.
Yeah, because you're kind of in the mix of everything, and everything's in play, and you kind of get it, one up, one down, whatever is going on. And I sat there, and I was just like, could this really happen? And then Cam Young hit that putt at 18, and then Justin Thomas said, hold my beer, I'm going to do the same thing. And then you looked at the board, and you're like, wait a second.
Whoa.
Then, watching it, this Victor Hovland thing, who knew this was even a rule that if you're disqualified or you take yourself out for injury, you get half a point? One of the dumbest things I've ever heard in my life.
Which has been implemented since 70, and in one Ryder Cup actually helped the American team.
So it's happened like twice in 100 whatever years.
Yeah, so it's not a big deal.
I get you. It's okay, all right. But it made me wonder.
Tell him, Scotty.
Well, all right, but it made me wonder if you can't play, first of all, why aren't there a couple of alternates? Like, each team carries 2 alternates in case somebody gets hurt. Like, why don't you have that? And they can only play if there's an injury. You can't just throw them in there.
And maybe you have 2 guys and you have to put one of their names in for replacement.
Sure. So, but they don't get
that can get super sketch, though. If a dude's just not playing well, all of a sudden I got an injury, put in the alternate. Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, that's true, too.
Fair. So if you don't want to do that, and that could get a little sketch, how about you just give the full point to the team that, that has the guy who sits up there in the first tee, knocks a drive, nobody shows up. All right, you get the point. You win. You win the match. The other guy's DQ.
Still would not have won the Ryder Cup.
I get you, but it's just dumb. But I'm watching Tom Watson here. I don't know if you saw this quote. I'd like to congratulate the Ryder Cup Europe team on their victory. Your team play in the first 2 days was sensational. I'd like to apologize for the rude and mean-spirited behavior from our American crowd at Bethpage. As a former player captain and as an American, I am ashamed of what happened. And most of that is targeted towards Saturday. With the fighting amongst the caddies and, DeChambeau's, caddy not knowing he's not supposed to step in front of Justin Rose's line, which is like...
Although Rose did not have his ball down or anything like that, so...
are you here to... All right.
No.
So let me just throw it out there.
How
did you guys feel? Rory telling people to F off after being told to F off.
The whole thing was freaking entertaining. That's how I feel. I don't know what to say about it. I mean, I don't know if you're asking me how I feel morally about it, but it was entertaining.
All right. Do you agree with Tom Watson? I guess I'll just ask that.
Yeah, I think being loud and being crazy is fine.
Well,
the personal attacks, squeaking rubber duckies while a guy's in his backswing. I mean, that's childish. It's moronic. It's immature.
And listen, it's
be better than that.
It's one thing for the crowd to start chanting "F you, Rory" on their own, but to have the dude with the microphone leading the chant. The lady, I'm sorry, you're right. The lady with the microphone leading the chant. Yeah, fire her. She's got to go. Yeah. That's obviously unacceptable. I mean, I'm not even saying you want to see the F you, Rory stuff, but I mean, that stuff happens in sports.
Yeah, I know. I like the venue of us versus them. Because it's PGA, it's just you cheer for whoever your favorite player is. I love Lowry normally. Well, he hits the biggest putt that kind of iced the day, right? But I cheer for Shane Lowry all the time during the PGA season. Listen, they probably carried it too much, way too much, and it's not the whole crowd. Because if you heard towards the end, there was a lot of cheers going up for both sides, and I know they had a contingent there too. But dumping a beer on the wives and stuff like that. If the PGA of America or whatever has any power, they ban whoever that was, from any of their events for the rest of his life. He can ask to get back in 10 years. But yeah, it probably was too much. That being said, it still added the heat. Tyler said this about going to the CU game. The heat when you went in there and the energy. There was energy in that building. Now, problem was there was no energy on Friday or Saturday because Americans played like crap.
Boy, they
played better on Sunday.
And they always have. The Americans are always better in singles than in team competition. They've never been that bad. That was like the worst ever.
I watched
Friday,
a lot
Saturday.
of the posts on Golf Channel, and they have an English guy in there that's part of the contingency, and he was also a broadcaster of the Golf Channel. He said, listen, they've been doing this they planned this moment from the end of the last one. They'll be planning 27 this week coming up. They have I can't remember what he called it, the something cup that they do, and they play the same type of format with all their guys in England. So guys get used to playing somebody else's ball and 4-ball. And
they kept the same captain.
They kept the same captain and 11 of the 12 guys. I mean, it was like, listen, the way they played, I saw a great, and Chambly had a great stat on Saturday that basically in the first 2 days, America was like 34 under for their play. The problem was the English team was 52 under. He said it wasn't like Americans played like ass.
Keegan Bradley admitted the biggest mistake he made as a captain was how he set the course up because he didn't anticipate what rain would do, and the greens were too soft. It was playing like a pitch and putt over the last couple days.
Those talents. Yeah.
And when it's playing like a pitch and putt, it's just simply going to come down to putting, and the Europeans were better putters.
How about the American guy on that 500-yard par 4? Pretty good, 510 par 4. Hits a 3-wood or a 5-wood, something like that, into the green, sticks it about 2 feet, and you're like, you're holding the wood, and that wood ain't
stuck to the wood,
and that wood ain't moving.
Yeah,
I mean, that don't happen with a 3-wood, hitting at 200 and some yards. So, yeah, he set it up. In the past, and I heard this talked about too. You don't want U.S. Open. That becomes U.S. Open this year to me was unfun to watch.
It was. It totally was.
But you could have made a little bit thicker rough. I mean, there's a hitting ball. I mean, how many times you see it? You go in the rough and you go, oh, that's okay. In fact, they're saying this way I'll take a little bit of the spin off, and as soft as the greens were, this should take a little of the spin off, and they'll be fine. And they're putting up stuff. I mean,
it was unbelievable.
The cat at the end, I felt for one of the no-name Americans who played one of the last couple, was playing Lowry. And he's in the bunker off the tee ball, which you got to believe pressure probably got to him on that tee shot.
Mm-hmm.
And then he hits a 208, 210-yard bunker shot over a lip to about 10 feet. I mean, what a shot. And then missed the putt. And I was like, and he missed one on 17 and 18. He could, there's the we'd be having a different conversation had that kid made a putt on either 17 or 18. Now, all of a sudden, the envelope thing would have really been an interesting conversation.
Yeah, he missed that.
It would have had more validity.
I think that's against Hatton that you're talking about, not Lowry. But
I thought it was the guy.
And it was Henley, I believe.
Because Lowry made his putt.
Well, but Lowry made it 14, and then Hatton made it 4.
But Lowry made his putt to tie it up to give him 14, that's all they needed.
Yeah, another dumb thing.
But if the kid was one up going in there, if the kid makes his putt, then they get a whole point, and now all of a sudden, we can start talking about, the envelope half point.
Hatton tied against Morikawa, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, DeChambeau, the first 9, you're like, really?
I thought he was going to go 9 and 8.
I thought he was going to get crushed.
Yep.
And he went on a little roll.
Yeah, it was exciting. It was exciting. It was very exciting. And I thought it was going to be a drag, but no, it was about as exciting as you get. And then there'll be an Ireland.
It was one of the more entertaining golf days I've ever had in my life.
We'll come back with Kevin Harlan calling the game on Westwood 1. It is a Rally House Football Monday here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's a Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House, shop every team in town. Just a little more than 5 hours to go till kickoff at Empower Field. On the call on Westwood One. Altitude, your home for Westwood One. Kevin Harlan along with Kurt Warner. And Kevin joins us now. Thank you, Mr. Harlan, for being on with us. What is interesting that we don't know about this game, Kevin, as you prepare for it? What has kind of got your attention like, I don't know if everybody knows this one, but this is going on tonight?
Well, thanks for having me on. Good to be on with you. Good to be in Denver.
Yes, sir.
These one-score games, these close games, clearly has been a topic. I'm just kind of looking over my notes here. Anything that really kind of steps out. I've seen the Broncos last 2 weeks, as you know, and they've had just these disappointing losses, but I would say this. I would say after looking at some of the other teams, now looking at some of the injuries with the Chargers, how the Chiefs are trying to generate whatever they can to win the division again, and they're always going to have a target on their back, and still growing pains in Las Vegas, that the Broncos, to me, are everything we thought they would be going into the season. They took on a very good Indy team on the road, and lost on – I still think it was questionable myself, but I think that technically, you could call holding on every play, so the leverage call was what it was. And going into a place like SoFi last week and losing to a very good Charger team that was healthy, playing well, starts the season 3-0, but we're 2-0 going in. I guess I kind of feel like nothing has changed. This team is what we thought they were. This team has all the markings of a dominant team in the conference, and there is no reason in the least to bail on any of those positive thoughts going into the season and what we thought they would be with the second-year quarterback and the head coach who was trying to bring everything together with an 80% roster turnover since he's been here. I think full steam ahead. I know that I read some of your columnists in this city, and I would tell you, I think, and we do every team, the writers in this town are tough. They're tough, and they're tough on Peyton. Now, I'm not with him every day. I'm not at his practice every day. I'm not in the facility every day. I don't have to deal with him every day. I deal with him every once in a while. But it seems to me from what was prior to Peyton being here to what is now with tons of hope, a real quality quarterback for the future in the making, some real terrific parts, a smart GM who has made some good picks. The doom and gloom sometimes I read from some of the writers in this town is pretty interesting. I'm surprised at it. It's almost more difficult here than I was just in New York yesterday doing the Giants and the Chargers and read 2.5 weeks full of giant writer columns and stories. And I said yesterday in the booth in the Meadowlands, I said that the toughest place maybe for a coach to be is in Denver. I mean, it's interesting how. So I guess I'm saying from the 35,000 foot view and an outsider looking in and not here every day and not on the talk shows and none of that I still am optimistic about this Denver team as I was when the season began, and think there's no reason to feel any kind of like moment. They've run into two good teams, the Colts and the Chargers, playing at the top of their games, and they've lost by a total of 3 points, 4 points. I mean, come on, this is still the team we thought they were going to be. So I'm bullish on the Broncos and feel like everything is still right in front of them, including this division, which I think may have some openings and some gaps where they can work themselves in.
Kevin, it sounds like you are at least still optimistic about Bo Nix from a few of the comments that you just had. But I am curious. You're around the league. You cover different teams every single week. What do you think the thought is around the league right now on Bo Nix's performance early in the season?
I think there are probably 25 teams that wish they had him, maybe
Really?
more. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yes. Are you kidding me? I mean, you take away the Jacksons and the Allens, the Mahomes, and the other Herberts and Burrow when he's healthy, and you take away Stafford, so you get by all those names. Love probably, maybe Dak in Dallas. I don't know, but I mean, you get outside that, and teams that are looking for a quarterback that they can build on. I think that there's not a team that is in that mode that wouldn't take Bo in a heartbeat. He is into it. He is a study freak. He is fully invested. He's got leadership skills. He's a realist. He's working for a demanding coach. I would never, ever minimize what Sean puts on these offensive players' iPads. I think he asks this offense, and I think he's asking his young quarterback to do a lot. And the quarterback doesn't seem to blink. I think he's his own man. I think he can stand up for himself, as we've seen. I think he's checking all the boxes. And for all the teams in the league that need a quarterback, and I don't know how many you want, you can go right down the list and start knocking them out, I think all of those teams would take Bo in a second. And I think the head coach, when he made the choice with George Payton in the front office as the GM, I think they knew exactly what they were getting. And I don't know. We're less than a month into this season. We're right at a month into the year. We're not even a quarter of the way through the year for this team because they've only played the 3 games. And I just think that they've got a lot to look forward to. And I think that this is one area where they can just say, there's going to be growing pains. We've seen them. But I think there's enough there that people would say, that's the guy. That he may not have the measurables of a 6'6" Herbert or whoever else you want to of Allen, but he's got everything that you want in your quarterback. And I just think from afar looking in, from the outside looking in, that there are very few teams that are in need of a quarterback or even questioning who they've got right now that wouldn't grab Bo in a heartbeat.
Hey, Kevin, we know, and you do NBA games also, that you're not going to be a competitive team in the NBA without a superstar, and nowadays maybe at least 2. In the NFL, it seems to, and you've just been talking about with Bo, that you got to have that starting quarterback. Cincinnati had that starting quarterback in Joe Burrow, and now he's going to be out basically 3 months. How does this team look different, and how does this team try to manufacture some wins with Joe Burrow on the sideline?
Well, it's tough. I mean, it's like if any team in this league that loses their number one quarterback, I mean, everything you're as a coach, you're dealing with the mental aspect of that. Like, how do I keep my guys engaged, knowing that our guy is now gone? And you can have the receivers, and you can have some defensive players, and you can have the head coach, but there aren't many instances in the history of the league where the number one quarterback, who is a game-changing franchise quarterback, goes down and that team has anything to show for it. There just aren't many examples of it. Every once in a while you'll find it, and when you do, it's one in 100. So you lose Burrow, you lose Mahomes, you lose a Jackson, you lose a franchise cornerstone piece of not just your offense but your team and the face of your team. It's tough. It's tough mentally to rebound from it. And now you got guys probably trying to go even outside what they're supposed to do and what their duties are. Scott, you played, like if you lose a superstar, you feel as a teammate, you got to compensate by maybe trying to do more. when that superstar was there, everybody was in their lane. Everybody was checking the boxes they had to check, and they weren't trying to do things they shouldn't be doing. And that really is kind of the thing a head coach has got to do. He's got to reel in these guys. Say, still stay in your lane, Jamar Chase and T. Higgins and right on down and Hendrickson and everybody else that are the headliners for the Bengals. And don't try to do too much. Don't try to extend yourself. Do what you do, and we'll let the quarterback thing kind of play itself out. But you're dealing as a head coach with those two elements, mentally and physically, on the field, what you've got to do. Those are things just as a human to try to work through that, because you should do more because your big guy is gone. That's hard to keep yourself back. And that's probably what the Bengals are going through right now. That's maybe what Baltimore is going to have. I don't know what the latest on Lamar is, but that hamstring last night in Kansas City took him out of the game. And it's like when Dak left in Dallas. They had Cooper Rush, and he was fine, but he's not Dak Prescott. And it just changes your team. It changes the way you approach it, what you feel you've got to do, the anxiety level. It hits all those levels.
Hey, 25 NBA media days today. Nuggets are right down the street from your hotel. I'm a little shocked you didn't go over there and try to get you a little one-on-one with the Joker.
Because I had a Scott Hastings appointment on my book, man.
Oh,
that
my bad.
Like I'm not going to go talk to him when I can talk to you and your friend. I'm not going to do that. So, it is media day. Began early last week for the teams playing overseas, but around the league today was the day, and love what the Nuggets have done. They've strengthened themselves. As long as he is engaged in what he is, this team is always going to be in the conversation for a championship and one of the elite teams in the league. Him and Jamal, you got your core, and now you build around them. But I think that when we watch Jokic, we're watching a generational talent, as you know here very well, with the championship and what he's done league-wide. I just think because he doesn't make headlines and because he isn't always, he just goes about his business, and he does it better than anybody except for a handful of players in the history of the game.
Kevin, you were right to hesitate before saying Scott and his friends. That is a leap that you shouldn't assume. So don't blame me for hesitating on that at all.
You could have said no to this.
He caught himself. He caught himself.
There you go.
He caught himself. All right, Kevin, have a great call tonight on Westwood One. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
See you, buddy.
It's interesting to hear an outsider's perspective, seeing like, hey, Broncos are fine. What are you guys talking about? Bo Nix is awesome. What's what?
Yeah, here's the thing, though. The noise started from the head coach. Like, I think that's what makes this year a little bit unique, right? Like, are we being overly critical, or are we a little bit disappointed that we might not be the Super Bowl contending team that our head coach told us that we were?
I got this stat for you if you care about stats. The Broncos lead the NFL on pass block win rate at 75%, ranking third in pressures allowed 22%. Bo Nix is the 25th rated quarterback in terms of QBR. So the numbers where Bo Nix sits based on the protection that he gets are not consistent.
That's because he throws quick, short passes.
Because Bo's having a rough start to the season.
Yeah.
So I don't know if there's 25 other teams that would really want Bo Nix right now, but hey, snap out of it. Let's go tonight, right?
Back in your peeping Tom days, it's easy if you've got a.
When did he end that?
Well, I don't know. I'm just assuming. But if you're looking at a sliding glass window, the curtains are open. Boy, you see a lot. But if you're drilling a hole in the sidewall and you're looking in from 35,000 feet, and all you got is a peephole, you ain't seeing everything.
Well, tonight will be a big way to figure it out, and we'll go through it, plus other amazing games. And everybody like ties? Ties are awesome.
He also said something that we got to get into, too. The early demise of the Kansas City Chiefs might have been a little premature.
Oh, I know. They're so freaking annoying. And the Ravens may be done, which is crazy. It's PhD on 92.5. Well, in case you're worried about the weather tonight, Chris Bianchi will join us here in a little bit just to give us an update. I got nothing here, but Chris got something? We'll figure it out. We'll hear from Chris here in a second. I will tell you, number 38 is the place to be. Kreckman and Lindahl there, starting at 3 with the best viewing party in the city. It's number 38 with Voodoo Ranger. Check out the giant 21-foot tall boy tanker truck to crush beers and grab exclusive merch. Monday night party you don't want to miss. Visit emptythetanker.com to learn more. I guess if you just say, well, anything can happen any given Sunday, yesterday was a good example of that with a bunch of different games, I suppose, in terms of caution for tonight.
Yeah.
So, it was a road game for the Chargers that lost to the Giants. The Ravens stink against the Chiefs, and it doesn't help with Lamar getting hurt, but they got waxed. Heck, even the Saints made it somewhat interesting. Hurt? Oh, wow. What,
did he?
What are you here to say?
You sure he got hurt?
What are you here to say?
You're positive?
That's what I've been told. Conspiracies? We got some. Yeah, go for it. What do you got?
Just asking the question.
Your question begs a statement.
I'm not positive he got hurt.
Okay.
Not positive he got hurt. That looks like a dude that was frustrated. That looked like a dude that was throwing his helmet a couple times throughout the game. That looked like a dude that maybe tweaked the hammy a little bit, but
you think he quit on his team?
I don't know.
Wow.
Wasn't playing good. I know that much.
Okay. I mean, I know you're down on Lamar, but you think he's a quitter?
I think it was weird. I think he was in a weird mental headspace. Yes. I mean, listen, I'm not literally insinuating that he faked an injury, but who knows? I think he was in a bad mental headspace.
Yeah.
He got a little bit of a tweak, and he popped out of there real quick. I mean, I don't know if you noticed how quickly the trainers were not working on him. They were with him for like 30 seconds, and then all of a sudden he was on his own the rest of the game. Not doing anything, not getting any work, not getting anything talked to by the training staff.
Mm-hmm.
I just think he was in a weird mental headspace.
Okay, conspiracy theory. Lamar Jackson quit on his team.
Well, and now what are they, 1-3?
Oh, yeah, their season's about done.
Well,
and then you got the Steelers going 3-1, winning over there in Ireland.
Well, Jacksonville 3-1, so a lot of these teams, the Baltimores, the Kansas Cities, although they're now 2-2, right? So I mean, they're right there back in it, right? Especially with the Chargers losing in New York.
Everybody came back to everybody came home.
Yeah,
everybody came back. Just hey, everybody settle in.
And that's why it even puts more importance. You don't stub a toe tonight. Take care of business. You got to win this game. Period.
Raiders lost to the Bears. Caleb Williams.
2 games in a row, pretty
good.
Yep.
He's doing all right.
That actually was kind of a fun game to watch. I didn't watch a lot of it, but I watched a little bit of it, and it was, just watching the Bears. They're my new kind of team that I want to watch. They're just my new kind of just love affair with them. Just keeping an eye on the Bears.
Ben Johnson being jerky to the sideline reporter,
or maybe the sideline reporter was being jerky to him.
Oh, okay.
Dumb question.
Like seriously, if you're asking me to pick a side here, I'm taking Ben Johnson's side.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Of course, DMac's taking the reporter's side.
I just said he was being jerky. I wasn't taking anybody's side.
Yeah, but I mean that was
did
dumb.
You feel like the reporter told the coach to do better?
That was an overly it was an overly aggressive, stupid question.
Okay.
Felt like she said, do better. What?
Well, she said, do you need to change something?
Well, I thought that was the first question.
That was
and then change something, or yeah.
Yeah, the first one was very similar, and then the second one, she straight up said, well, do you need to change something? And it was the tone, it was the way she said it also.
All right, we'll track it down. Not the biggest deal in the world, but the Bears got some flavor going on. They definitely have a something special.
And if he was short with us, say you were right. Is he not trying to bring a whole new attitude to Chicago that they ain't had in a while?
All right, here you go.
Your offense has struggled to take advantage of those takeaways.
Yeah.
Okay, so what did you tell them to get things going?
That it wasn't our brand of football. We're capable of a lot more, and so we're hitting the reset button here at halftime, and we're going to come back and establish our identity here in the second half.
So you need to change what you're doing.
I don't know. You think so? We're going to be just fine.
Thanks,
Yeah.
So you need to change what you're doing.
I'm taking
I
his
think
side.
she wanted to ask that in question a little bit.
Well, he came off pretty confrontational right off the bat. And she kind of fired back.
Did you think? I didn't think he was confrontational in the first one at all. I thought he was polite.
I
in the
thought it was
first
pretty
one.
good on the first one.
Play the first one again.
I thought that was as good of football talk as you'll get for those halftime
Play it again.
interviews.
Your offense has struggled to take advantage of those takeaways.
Yeah.
Okay, so what did you tell them to get things going?
That it wasn't our brand of football. We're capable of a lot more, and so we're hitting the reset button here at halftime, and we're going to come back and establish our identity here in the second half.
So you need to change what
That
you're
was
doing.
jerky.
Well,
you think so?
he started interrupting her before she even finished the question. Like he was like jumping the gun on the question. He felt confronted because she was going to. He saw where she was going. So he kind of like jumped in. Yeah, yeah, okay. All right, here's my answer to you. That's confrontational. If you don't let the reporter just spit out the question, you're being confrontational for some reason. You didn't want to be asked about it. He was pissed. He was
I think he didn't want to do the interview, but
I agree.
it is mandatory.
It sounded polite
I don't
to
think
me.
it was a question.
Well, it's not polite when he's interrupting the question.
He said do something different.
I don't know, man. They got some fire there in Chicago.
Hey, all I know is you want to change what's going on in Chicago, which used to be known as a gritty, tough football town, and it hasn't been that way in a while.
I think you got the right guy.
Yep.
It looks like you're doing the right thing. Jags beat the 49ers. How about that? 49ers only 3-1.
Jackson Darts might be the real deal.
You like Jackson Dart, huh?
Did
I'm
you
watching
get it?
highlights right here. I mean, I'm like, oh my gosh.
He was fun. He was energetic. He needs to learn how to slide, but it worked out in his favor on one.
He tried to run over a couple guys.
Well, that big run he had, the DB definitely thought he was about to slide, so he gave up on it, but he didn't slide, so he got about a 50-yard gain.
And did you see the touchdown run and quarterback draw?
Yeah.
Did you see who was the lead blocker on that?
Yeah, Cam.
He blew that linebacker up.
Are you guys digging Cam Scott?
I did Cam Scott.
Okay.
I'm kind of liking the Giants right now, to be honest with you.
They're an interesting team. I mean, Malik Neighbors going down sucks.
Yeah.
That sucks.
That changes things.
And we'll see where they go from that. Yeah, how about Cam Scott, who's just like their number one guy? Like, that's it. That's our Christian McCaffrey.
Their number one running back went down, right? Or already, too.
Michael Penix had a hell of a bounce back this weekend.
Woo! Save a start to the career, did it?
Yep.
They beat somebody good too, right?
Any of these results, of these results give you any pause for tonight?
Well, I'm never surprised by anything in the NFL. So I don't like being disrespectful. Here's the one thing that gives me a little bit of pause. They seem to really like Jake Browning. Now, it didn't look good last week, but I mean, you just listen to that locker room, you listen to the way the coach talks about him. They really do believe in Jake Browning. So do they know something that we don't know?
Maybe. They kept him around, right?
Yeah.
Well, he was 4-3 in the 7 games that he had to play 2 years ago for him.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, they kept him afloat.
He played 7 games.
I think he was 4-3 that year. So I mean, that was 2 years ago, because Burrows played all the games last year.
Brett Rippon's backup to Browning.
We'll
get to. By the way, they haven't named Ralphie's name yet that I've heard.
No.
What are they waiting for?
I don't know.
We came up with the perfect name, Rip. Oh, that's a good one.
It's more of a boy name.
Ralphie isn't?
Ralphie's a girl name, Scott.
Wait a second. Wasn't one of the names Blackout?
Yeah.
That's a girl's name. What girl is that?
You've never dated a blackout chick?
Oh, man. Let's go to Chris Bianchi. Chris, I'm looking at my iPhone, all right? And I don't see any lightning. I don't see any weather. And then we're getting Mike Kliss clutching his pearls because of you about lightning and delays and all sorts of stuff. Why do you know better than my iPhone?
I mean, look outside right now. If you look west, there's some pretty good storms up by Evergreen outside of Boulder right now. And even down south, kind of a little bit of an L shape around Denver right now. And those storms are going to eventually move down into town. Now, these aren't big storms. They're not ones I'm worried about big hail or anything like that. But
not rain. This isn't rain you're worried about.
No, this is not rain. This is sorry, Coach Prime. This is not rain. This is lightning. This is just enough lightning that kind of like that Titans game. Just it was kind of sun showering, but we had lightning everywhere, and that's the same idea tonight.
Well, that was crazy, Chris, because they announced a lightning delay as they walked into the locker room. Like, the timing was unbelievable. And Sean Payton was told, you're going to have to chill out here for a while because we're used to these 30-minute delays. Well, an NFL halftime is, 12, 15 minutes, something like that? And so they were chilling out a little bit. And then, because we're like, this is going to take some time. Nope. They just said, let's go. So I don't know, are there different types of lightning? Is there lightning that's not quite as dangerous or lightning that moves on quicker than other forms of lightning?
Good question. Well, there's two kind of main kinds of lightning. Cloud to cloud, which we don't care about. Cloud to ground, which we do care about for obvious reasons. That's what can injure you, right? That's what killed those hunters in the San Juans just a few weeks ago. So when it comes to lightning, we care about cloud to ground lightning. Now, what's interesting about the game, the Titans game, was I was at the stadium, and there were – I'm going to sound like a total nerd here, and you guys can make fun of me all you want, and I totally
we will.
But I know. I was staring at my phone. I missed the Cortland Sutton touchdown catch at the end of the half because there was clearly lightning within 8 miles. So the NFL rules state that within 8 miles, if there's a lightning strike within 8 miles of the stadium, that they have to delay things for a minimum of half an hour.
Right.
We saw that. You might remember the Cowboys-Eagles game, which was a total disaster because it was just nonstop lightning. There was a ton of lightning within 8 miles of the stadium when Sutton caught that touchdown pass, but the Broncos were driving. So allow me to put on my tinfoil hat and my mama finger wag here. But I think those rules are slightly arbitrary. That'd be my guess.
You mentioned all the lightning you're worried about, not so much cloud to cloud, but it can be ground to cloud lightning also. With a structure like a giant stadium, could that conduct stuff like that?
Well, yeah. I mean, people, wonder about why this happens. Like, okay, come on, are we being too cautious here? It's the players on the field that would be really the most exposed. So lightning is looking for the highest point to strike and a big open field. That's why you hear about lightning strikes. For example, if you're on a golf course, you're in a really bad spot, and a lot of people who get struck by lightning are on golf courses. And that's why same kind of concept when it comes to a stadium. If you're on the field, you're at a really dangerous spot. If the lightning strikes there, there could be people injured or hurt or worse. Happened a few years ago at a South African soccer game. A couple players got killed. They were on a field and lightning strike. I'm not trying to scare people or anything.
Jeez,
like that.
Chris.
Oh, well, you're not trying. You're doing it.
Goodness.
I know. I mean, the chances of that are small, but they are there. So it's, it's a risk reward thing, right? I'm not going to be the finger wagger here saying what is or what isn't that, but there is, like everything we do in life, right? We can't just sit, with a helmet underneath our kitchen table all day, right? There's some risk reward to what we do, but anyways, so that's the sign.
A weather like this, when you get sketchy weather like this, is there ever a temptation for you to do the broadcast like in sweatpants?
Yeah, I'll be at the game tonight.
Oh, there you go.
I'll be, sitting there if they want to hand me a mic and people just want to throw tomatoes at me for the lightning delay. I'm down, but I don't know. Again, I don't decide.
All right, hold on, Chris. Is there going to be a lightning delay or not? What do you think?
I don't think there will be, but I would put it about a 1 in 3 chance. So there's a, that's a 1 in 3. We're not talking 1 in 10. We're talking a 1 in 3 chance. My suspicion is 2 out of 3 times. Right? I'm not a divine figure. I'm not saying here what is or isn't going to happen. I'm telling you, we're probability based. I'm basically, DMac, you know me. I'm a nerd. I'm a science nerd. I'm a math nerd.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I mean, my point, my point is that's how to view things. It's a probability thing. 1 in 3 chance to get a lightning delay. So.
All right. And if you did have the microphone and you had to announce it to the whole crowd, how exactly would you do it?
Oh my God. I try and channel my inner Connor McGahey, right? And
I would just try and get my voice as deep as possible. Say, I am so sorry about the severe lightning delay. Did you see that, by the way? Did you guys see they called it a severe lightning delay at Empower Field when that happened a few weeks ago?
Yeah.
There's no such thing. Well, lightning is all severe.
Yeah, you're right. I don't think you. I don't think you'd like to be struck by a less severe lightning bolt.
Hey, I
would you?
was struck by mild lightning. I'm okay.
Yeah. It was only a mild lightning strike.
Well, I don't feel too bad. Just a little static. I'm good. All right, Chris. We'll talk to you later. Thanks for freaking everybody out.
Love you all, and
right.
feel free to throw things at me at the game tonight.
Okay.
Right.
Thanks, Chris.
Notice he didn't say what sex he was saying.
He's rooting. You can tell he is rooting for
He's
it.
a weather
Of course
guy.
he is.
It's
Dude, we just talked about, when you watch a sporting event, you want excitement.
right. The weather guy, you want weather.
Yeah.
You want everything to be calm and clear and whatever. Look out west.
Hey,
That's what he was saying.
I'll say
Hey,
this.
by the way, great weather forecast. Look out there.
Yeah. All I'm saying, for all those people coming to the game at night and we're worried about weather,
the
weather guy's going. So, I mean,
there you go.
Come on now. It's kind of like the world according to Garp. I mean, it's almost like disaster proof.
If you grab that microphone, he'd be like, "Get out now,
Run.
All right,
Stand by Tyler and Scott.
There you go. That's tonight out there.
So I'm surprised you didn't know about ground to air.
Look at you, a little show offy.
I was told that a bunch of years ago, and I had to go look it up, make sure I was correct.
Did you get it?
Oh yeah.
All right, big stadium. Okay, we'll get to no dumb questions. 303-504-0925. Big story of the day, of course, is the Broncos against the Bengals tonight. We're getting closer and closer to kickoff. It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Low T can cause all sorts of issues. Low sex drive, bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts. I mean, just a litany of bleh. But this might just because of low T. Guys in their early to mid-30s start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every year. It happens gradually. You barely know what's happening, and then all of a sudden you're just there. You're blah. Well, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they can straighten things out for you. Take the low T quiz. Just go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Just 10 questions, yes or no. See where you sit. Then schedule a consult. It'll draw your blood. Have the result within 30 minutes. They'll go over the results with you and give you your options, and you can make the decision together. It's only $99. The T and a PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, that visit is free. They've got a great location in Castle Rock, all refurbished, looking spectacular. But you can also go to Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, and Colorado Springs. So hit them up today. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, guys. Anything off the top of your head from over the weekend? No dumb. All right, let me start with something. No dumb question. How do you stop ties in the NFL? What would you do so that we don't have ties in the NFL?
I don't know. You tell me. You're the one that wanted this. I fought you on it forever because I didn't have beef with the old format. The one thing the old format was pretty much guaranteeing you is you're not getting very many ties. You might get one a year, something like that, right? And as soon as we went to this new model, I was like, this is exactly what's going to happen. You're going to eat up the clock. You're going to have one team be able to respond. You're going to have more ties than you've ever had. It doesn't mean, like, I get it. The old format was not fair, right? And I get it, but if they're going to do this format, they probably should finish it off with the 2-point-a-thon.
Well, I mean, it was 2 field goals in overtime last night. The new format had nothing to do with last night. It just ran out of time.
What do you mean? Well, that's exactly what it had to do with.
No. But, like, the old format, if you kicked you're going old format.
Yeah.
Like, we're going just
First score
whoever
wins.
scores, no matter what. Never mind the touchdown thing. Oh, okay. Well, that even goes further back.
Yeah.
So, seems arbitrary with this, what would I do? I would just go for the college thing. Except I'd put it back a little bit further. I'd put it back at the 40-yard line. We're just going to go back and forth until we have a winner. That's it.
Where the college at now? 25?
I think
you
so.
think so?
I think it's 25.
Yeah. And then after the third one, they go to 2-point off. That's what I think they should do with the NFL right now is just keep this model. If everybody's so worried about things being fair, if everybody's so worried about having a chance for rebuttal, okay, do this. And then if your 10 minutes expires, go to 2-point conversion fest.
Oh, well, sure. I'd go with that too. That sounds fine. I would do almost anything so you don't end in a tie.
So the college.
What a great game, though, by the way.
It used to be you could have 2-point conversion or kick extra points forever. And then they changed it to, used to be, I thought, the third possession. Now it's the second possession or the second overtime. You have to start going for 2 by the second overtime. I'm okay.
I actually don't care what they do as long as there's not a tie and both teams get a shot with the ball. That's all. So however you want to do with that, that's fine. I mean, the concept that you just kick the ball off, another team gets a field goal or a touchdown.
Isn't it weird, though, seeing Brandon McManus go out there and choose to kick the ball off?
That makes sense.
Of course it does.
Because you want to know what
now
your
it's
opponent's doing.
Now it's like college football where you choose to play defense first so you know what you've got to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
How about BMAC, huh? Still doing his deal. That game-tying kick. I know it's like in today's NFL, was it like 54, 55, something 34. Like that? No. That was the second one.
The one in overtime is 34.
I'm talking about the one in regulation.
I thought it was 54.
54,
I mean, it was like,
give or take.
You got to hit it.
That's a pretty healthy kick. He would have made that from about 70.
And he got one blocked earlier in the game, too. So, he ran it. Good for him. He's still doing it. No reason for him to slow down. He'll keep going. What other game did you guys got you going yesterday? What other game kind of got your eyes open?
Well, I'm turning to a Scattaboo fan, and okay. I think they should have gone with Jackson Dart sooner. The Chiefs, we overestimated their demise a little too soon. They got Worthy. When it was Worthy they got back, their speedster.
Who's we?
The Chiefs.
No, I'm saying who
they.
Yeah, they. Thank you.
They got Worthy back, which helps them because your tight end is a shell of what he once was, but you still got a great quarterback. I thought the Chiefs look pretty good. I didn't see the Steelers, but they're 3-1 now. And Jacksonville, I didn't think Jacksonville's any good at all. I'd kind of given up on their quarterback, but now
Mac Jones was off, man. I watched a lot of that game. He was overthrowing everything.
Fellas, no dumb question. What's the deal with block punts this year? This is insane.
Have there been a lot of those?
I guess I haven't really noticed there have been more
There was
than
another
normal.
blocked field goal attempt to win a game, wasn't it? In one of the games this weekend, too.
I guess I didn't
It
see
seemed
that.
like there have been a lot of blocked field goals.
Well, there's been a lot of made field goals to win games this year, that's for sure. Like never in the history of the NFL.
No dumb question. Is the play of football right now better than it's ever been, or is there something missing that we're sure seeing a whole lot more field goals than touchdowns?
Well, kickers are better than they've ever been. And this kickoff rule has changed how the flow of games go. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
So I think that's pretty obvious. Now, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Do you like it or not like it? And it does feel, you got 18 seconds or a little bit, at least 18 seconds. If you got 18 seconds, it feels like I got time to get in field goal position, which, is exciting, right? Like, there's a world of possibility in every game.
Well, what was it? Was it Green Bay? Was it last night? Did they took a shot? I mean, guys are taking shots to win it. I mean, Green Bay threw a pass and
oh my gosh, no dumb question. What was Green Bay doing?
Well, I mean, it
That
got
was
away
insane.
with it.
Good Lord,
barely.
man.
I mean, boy, if I'm the timekeeper and I live in Dallas, am I a little slow hitting stop?
Nick of time.
Holy cow.
My gosh.
I mean, I don't know where they come with their timekeepers and scorekeepers, but that guy hesitated just a little bit. I mean, they're going to have to at least review it, which I guess they could do.
Well, I thought surely because they ran the ball the play before or two plays before.
What were they doing, though?
And then the next play, they took a shot down the field. And I thought for sure they were just going to keep the ball on the ground, just gain another 3 or 4 yards, make the field goal a little bit easier, and then go up and spike the thing. No.
No dumb question. At any point, should the goalposts be narrowed? Should it be more difficult to make these kicks, basically, is what?
I don't think so. I think it's good. I think it's fun. It's exciting. You always feel like you've got a chance to score. Even when there's 18 seconds left on the clock, you feel like you've got a shot at this thing. People want to feel hope that your team can come back. This is great for the NFL. I don't even know that the kickers are that much better than they were 3 or 4 years ago. It's just the kickoff rule has changed how easy it is to get into field goal position.
Maybe the coaches are just saying, forget it. My guy can make it. I'm not worried about it. I'll let it rip. I mean, 50-yarders are nothing. 55-yard is kind of like, okay, it's getting more interesting. But, I mean, you're seeing coaches like guys rip it from, 58, 59, 60, beyond 60. It's crazy.
Well, how many games, it'll be interesting. I bet we can find out how many games this year already through 4 weeks have we seen games where a field goal kicker has at least 4, if not 5 field goals made in a game. Seems like 4 and 5 field goals in a game anymore is normal.
Yeah, it feels.
I mean, the scoring in my fantasy league, you're playing kickers. We got hammered last time. Somebody dude had 5 field goals, with 3 points each. I mean, come on now.
It's something else, man. I guess it's good because it does make the games more exciting. That is true. Anything can happen. And that kickoff is a legit play now. Legit, offensively and defensively.
It's about that action now.
Yeah, that's not a boring play the way it used
you're
to
back
be.
You're back to the special teams coach actually has to.
So I guess I'm not complaining. I mean, the games are more exciting. They're coming down to the wire more than ever. Every teams are in the games more. It's different than in college. You can tell because these college kickers, it is crazy the difference between the college kickers and the pro kickers. The pro kickers are just so much better. College, it's still.
BYU took a chance on a 55-yarder that I thought was a foolish decision for him. They missed it, and then 2 possessions later, they were in the exact same position, and they decided to punt the ball.
Yeah, because in college, who freaking knows what's going to happen? No dumb question. Does Jay Norvell? I'm checking my watch. He's still got a job?
Looks like it. I thought that'd be it for him. I really did. I thought if he lost Washington State, they just fire him on the spot.
I mean, they just didn't lose. They got smoked at home.
That's a bad football team, too. Washington State.
What's the take up there? We just going to ride it out?
Can I ask a serious, no dumb question? Can they afford to fire him? I don't know. I mean, I'm not trying to be a CU jerk here. I literally don't know. Does CSU have the type of money that they could just fire coaches?
I don't think they do. And I think that's – I heard the boys in the morning talk about it There's some sort of thing like you got to wait till January 1st. There's some sort of thing there. So it's you're probably right. It's probably a money thing.
I was reading a big article. They got shellacked at home and fired their coach by Sunday.
Oh, did they after the loss of Notre Dame?
Yeah, they got shellacked on Saturday and fired their coach Sunday.
Yeah, but Arkansas might have a couple more bucks than good old CSU.
But the funny thing is if you'd have fired him, because it's been clamoring for a while. They've been trying to get rid of him. A lot of fans for a while. If they'd have waited before the loss, they would have owed him like $8.2 million.
Come on.
And by losing, his winning percentage dropped.
What a weird deal.
So that was like only $6.9 million.
Wow.
And then Sean was telling me, or not Sean, but Brandon was telling me that he took a buyout, took $1 million less, and so they got out for 5.9.
Wow, that's like nothing.
Wow.
That's not a lot of money in today's college football.
Well, but let me ask this: if Norvell's is 5.9, CSU paying that?
I don't
think so. I don't know if they're paying $5,900. I think you're right. I think that's a financial deal, and they're just kind of stuck with it.
Oh, did you guys see the twist on the tush push this weekend?
Yeah, the option.
That was pretty nice.
That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Did you catch it?
I kind of liked your boy's tush push, Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, where he's standing there. He's standing there with his hands on his hips, smoking a cigarette.
Yeah, and just pointing first down.
Yeah. Ripping spelling salts.
That's only what I saw.
All right, it's game day. It's a Rally House Football Monday. Big question of the day next. Man, it feels like forever building up to this game. Yikes. Something just about the Monday night thing and just stretching things out. But here we are, thank God. Finally tonight. What's the score? What's the score and how does it happen?
I got Broncos winning 27-17, and for the most part, I'm just putting a little blind hope in Bo. I'm putting a little blind hope in the Broncos. Look, the Bengals are not a great football team, but I also don't think they're as bad as they were last week. Bengals have always been like this, right? They just, gosh, they're hard to pin down even when Joe Burrow is the quarterback. Obviously, without Joe Burrow there, you feel like Broncos should blow him out of the water. And I think a 10-point game to me, that's more or less blowing a team out of the water, right?
How does it look if Bo is, if he
Snap out of it.
What does it look like? What does a good Bo comeback game look like?
Throw for anywhere between 230 to 260, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions.
Mm-hmm. Solid.
Yeah, I'm not delusional. I mean, I'm not expecting a 300-plus yard game.
Turnovers, giveaway, takeaway?
Well, that's why I got the Broncos, I hope, winning relatively easily, is I got Bo Nix hopefully taking care of the ball, and I got the Broncos hopefully getting a turnover, too, from Jake Browning.
Scott, what's your score tonight?
20.
You good there?
What
20,
all right?
I'm trying to think.
Do you want
everything's fine?
Hey, do you want any help?
You want a stick?
I had an itch.
Did you mean to reach over?
It was thigh. 23 or 24-6.
Reach around.
24-6.
Yeah.
That's kind of a hammer.
That's a beat down.
Well,
Yeah.
I was thinking 23-6.
But you settled on 24.
2 touchdowns and 3 field goals.
So you got Bo struggling a little bit, but the Broncos winning relative.
I think Bo's Bo, and
Bo's Bo.
They're going to win the game.
Yeah, like 24-6 would tell me Bo's just kind of okay. They can't get anything going offensively. You probably score with some short fields on turnovers, but offensively, we're really not doing much either. That's what 24-6 tells me.
I don't see now. Listen, maybe ask me next weekend when you play Philly. Maybe it'll be October and we'll have some explosions.
Well, yeah, it's October. Philly scares that. I have no idea how they're going to beat Philly. I got no clue. But we'll spend next week talking, or this week, right? Sorry, Monday, talking about it, trying to figure it out. You never know. But it probably will come down to any given Sunday sort of thing there for the Broncos.
Sean does seem to beat a team that you've got no clue how he's going to beat, though.
There you go.
You know what I mean?
That's an any given Sunday right there.
Yep.
Sean just figures it out.
He always, for every year he's been here so far, he's had that one, as we talked about, Prime had a chance to get.
This ain't tonight.
Win.
Tonight ain't. Let's just figure it. It's something we'll figure. This is Cincinnati's bad, like in everything, especially their offensive line.
This is with Harlan a while ago saying, "Oh, they're really good," whatever. That you just got to go out and be that guy. You got to be that team. You're at home Monday night. Everybody's watching. Go out and play your best. If they play their best, they'll beat them 30-something to 9.
I got it 31-13. I got 4 touchdowns. We'll kick one through. I do have some points off turnovers, like a pick 6, something like that.
They said that last week, and they got 0.
They were +2 and lost. I mean,
but they didn't convert the turnovers to points, I don't think.
They got 3 points basically off turn. It wasn't enough. They needed to get more. And it was disappointing.
At the end of the year, Tyler, and I don't know if you've ever done this. I know because you really spend a lot of time in analytics. But at the end of the year, say you had
nerd guy
50 turnovers.
Good with numbers.
You would hope to average 7 per turnover. That means you would have had, I think, a hell of a year. Probably we're looking at a Super Bowl type of team.
Mm-hmm.
But there's got to be an average in there because you're probably not going to score off every turnover, but you got to score, especially in big games. Big game like that game against the Chargers, you got to score touchdowns on one of those 2 turnovers. What do you think is a good average? I don't even know.
That's a great question. I honestly have no idea how to answer it, and obviously it's very circumstantial. Where did you get the turnover? Did you get it in your own red zone? Did you get it on their half of the field? I mean, let's just say for turnovers from your 40 beyond, okay? So you're almost to the midfield. gosh, I'd like to think you're capitalizing on, because that's sudden change, it's mojo, it's momentum, it's all those things, right? I would love to see my team capitalizing on 38, 40%, something like that. You know?
And I was saying at the end of the year, if you say from 40 on turnovers.
Yeah.
So you're 40 going into territory. So you got 60 yards for a touchdown.
Right.
I would say on those turnovers at the end of the year, you got to be averaging almost like 4.5 points turnover.
Okay.
Or 4. Right? Because there, I mean, 40, if you get it at the 40, you got 2 first downs, you're kicking field goal. I mean,
yeah.
Anymore, right?
Yeah.
Good run back, 2 first downs, and you're right there in field goal range anymore, right? So I'll ask Nate that question, because I guarantee you, if anybody has unlocked the analytic nerd box of points per year average on turnovers.
I'll tell you one thing that's going to disappoint me in this game.
Yeah.
If we don't entirely shut down the Bengals run game, we got problems.
Yeah, they're terrible.
A bad rush attack. Bad rush attack.
The Bengals net rushing is last in the league at 49 yards per game. Their running backs are.
It's anemic.
You remember good old Samaje Perine?
Sure do.
Chase Brown.
I like Samaje, though.
I do too, but he doesn't scare you. He's probably a little bit more dangerous catching the ball than running it anyways, but it ain't their thing. By the way, Noah Fant out tonight with a concussion. So no Noah Fant. Dalton Reisner is playing for them. He'll be their starting right guard. And Brett Rippon is the backup quarterback. So a couple of Broncos connections there. But yeah, I mean, without Joe Burrow, even Joe would struggle with this offensive line, frankly. Who knows how they'd be doing. The fact that they've squeezed out a couple of wins is probably pretty remarkable at this point. And the Broncos are a 7.5-point favorite. I'm watching a little TV up there.
That's pretty big.
Gambling right there. They actually are picking the Bengals to cover the 7.5. Not for us, though. I got 31-13 when you got 24-6.
Yeah.
And you got 10-point game.
Yep.
So sadly, we were all right about the Chargers game, too. We all more or less got that one right.
Losing a close one.
Losing a close one. We didn't have it kind of going the way it did. I don't think any of us have predicted Bo Nix just to be bad. Now, when you say Bo's going to be Bo, that's interesting to me, because you're saying he's just playing at the level he is. Like, this is who this guy is.
Well,
period.
Carson Wentz beat Cincinnati last week, going 16 of 20 for 173 yards and a touchdown, I think.
Well, Carson Wentz was just along for a ride. I mean, Isaiah Rodgers, the cornerback for Minnesota, beat them single-handedly. He had 2 returns, a pick six and a scoop and score that he caused a fumble. And then he caused a fumble at the end of the first half that they turned into points as well. One dude was responsible for like 21 points.
Right there.
Well, personally, 14 points. And then his turnover that they got resulted in another 7. That's dynamic.
Yeah.
When you get 21 points, that's the best you can do, right? There you go. That's over. That is like ridiculous. And it was over. It was 31-3 at halftime.
And if you had 2 turnovers against San Diego, but only converted 3 points in a 1-point loss, 2-point loss, 1-point loss?
Yeah, no good.
Not good.
Not good. You got to take advantage of your opportunities. It's hard. The only reason the Broncos were even in that game against the Chargers was because they were +2 in giveaway takeaway. Look at the other numbers. It was ridiculous. But talk about a get-right game, man. This is the get-right game of all get-right games tonight.
Yeah, man, make them one-dimensional. They are one-dimensional. Don't give them a reason to think that they're not. Shut down that rush attack early on. Make Jake Browning throw the football 35 times. Keep an eye on Riley Moss. I don't think Riley Moss is like – some people talk about Riley Moss like he's a liability. He ain't a liability. He might not be Pat Surtain, but he's got a tough matchup this week. You know, they got 2 really good receivers, but can Browning get him the ball?
Yeah, another thing in terms of sacks allowed, 26th in the league at 10. Broncos are sacks first in the league in sacks. First. The pass rush for the Broncos and the pressure has been.
And you're 1 and 2.
How many have we given up?
You've also forced 10 turnovers, haven't you?
Sacks allowed. The Broncos have given up 3, second in the league.
Yeah, that's really
3. This game is gonna come down, I think, to pressure on Browning and mistakes the Bengals either do or don't make. What will kill Broncos fans tonight is if Browning really doesn't play well, but they get explosive plays out of T. Higgins or Jamar Chase, which is absolutely possible. That's the one part of this that's just, to me, the only hesitation. Like, they do got two dudes.
Well, I wouldn't mind.
They do got two dudes.
Winning this, 45-21, and T. Higgins has 3 touchdown passes. Excuse me?
That'd be fine.
That would be an interesting game.
Like a game like last night?
What?
Do you think the Broncos will be in a game like last night ever this year? Some sort of big, huge shootout laser show?
There's nothing that gives an inclination that was, but you think that every year there's at least one laser show in there?
Jeez, I don't know, man. I mean, first of all, the Broncos offense would have to be pretty dynamic, and the defense would have to be terrible.
Let me ask you this, no dumb question. What's the headline tomorrow if Denver loses?
Oh, catastrophe.
Well, I'll tell you this.
Something's wrong.
If Denver loses, I don't think it's going to be because our defense was that bad. I don't think it's going to be because Jake Browning put up 35 points, 34 points. It's going to be because the offense was that bad, right? So if they lose, it's a low-scoring game. You lose the game 27-17, something like that.
Yeah.
T. Higgins with 3 touchdowns. I need fancy points.
That is so. Oh, is he your guy? Yeah. I got him too, but I'm not. I'm already good this week. So.
Matchup of the game is going to be Trey Hendrickson on Garrett Bowles. That's good on good right there.
Yeah, that's fun.
I think Garrett Bowles is grading out as like the highest rated pass protected left tackle in the league right now.
That's awesome.
If he's not number 1, he's like number 3. He's right at the top. And Trey Hendrickson obviously is a dog. He's got 2 sacks on the season, so he's on pace for a very productive season. That's good on good.
Look at you going all negative. Like, what if they lose?
Well,
it would be so bad.
Listen, I don't think anybody ever sees it, but I'm just saying, if it were to happen and you came in here today, we talked about this Friday with CSU. Would Jay Norvell still be here Monday? Well, it looks like he is. I asked you Sunday, what does the Rockies Monday look like? Haven't heard anything from the Rockies today either, have we?
Well, I nailed that. I told you what it was going to be.
But I mean,
got it.
But did we get any changes today?
No, but I told you that wasn't going to happen either.
Yeah.
I told you both things.
And not that I'm asked there's going to be changes or anything like that.
There'll be changes eventually, but it won't be what we need.
But there needs tomorrow will be an ugly day for Broncos.
Well, tomorrow will look really cloudy and lightning. If you lose, because you're probably going to lose next week to the Eagles, and when the schedule came out and we were just talking about the season, that Eagles game, we are loss. Whatever, loss. Well, let's get on with our lives. Well, okay. Well, now what? You're one. Hold on. You're 1 in 5. No, 1 in 4. You'd be 1 in 4.
Going to London.
Going to London.
Doesn't Mike Sanford have us winning like a nail biter, but real high scoring?
He's got 38-30. Broncos win.
I would love to know how he's got the Bengals scoring 30 points.
I am mystified by that.
I'd love to know how he has the Broncos scoring 38 points.
How will the Bengals have enough time with the pressure that is likely to get on them? What, is T. Higgins just going to catch slants for touchdowns? Okay. I mean,
you don't need the points.
If you're allowing slants for touchdowns with this Broncos defense, this season is probably over.
Pittsburgh's saying, where's DT at?
They ain't allowing slants for touchdowns, and he's not going to have time to get beat. I mean, if he gets beat deep once, okay, twice, I mean, whatever. But for touchdowns?
But if you answer the question, what will tomorrow look like?
Bad.
I mean, it'll be gloomy, won't it?
When's the Nuggets' first game?
Yeah, rain.
Saturday.
Yeah, okay, let's get excited for that.
Yeah.
We're talking about tornado.
Yeah, exactly. The Avs have a preseason game against Dallas.
Didn't they win 1 or 2 this weekend, Dan?
Who, the Avs?
Yeah.
No, they won. They beat Dallas.
I said 1 or 2.
They played Dallas. Who are they playing tomorrow?
Also played Minnesota,
I think they played.
They?
No, I think they just played Dallas.
I thought they had a split.
But I think they played Dallas again tomorrow. I can double check.
They play Vegas. It's Vegas. Yeah, we'll get really if they lose, we're going to really get pumped up for that preseason game against Vegas.
We're getting into preseason hockey and basketball.
But Nuggets Media Day, let's go through every player.
Minnesota Saturday.
Cannot lose. Cannot lose. Cannot do that. No matter what. Whatever. 1 point, take it. Cannot lose.
In a different vein, then, is this a must-win?
By that very lackluster definition that is not literal, yes. Yes, it's a must-win. It's not an elimination game, but it is a must-win. It is a winnable game that's on the schedule, and this is what the Broncos did so well last year. Yeah. They won every game last year like this one. Every single one of them.
Oh, well, we've already dropped 2 chances to win a couple road games. You can't drop a home game now.
Cannot do it. Cannot do it. Will not happen, by the way. Let's Football goes next.
All right. Hey, if you're out there looking for a new vehicle, don't waste your time. Just go to the best dealership in Colorado, Phil Long Ford. They've got the best prices, the best inventory, the best customer service, the best prices, the best experience. I've been buying cars from Phil Long Ford since my rookie year, and I keep going back because relationships matter to me in life. I trust these guys. They always find the vehicle of my dreams. Whether you're looking new or pre-owned, the vehicle of your dreams is probably already on the lot at Phil Long Ford because they've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. If you've not given a test drive to one of those electric vehicles, you're missing out. Check out the F-150 Lightning, the Ford Mach-E Mustang. Really fun vehicles to drive. Guys, they've got incredible prices, incredible service, and they're going to treat you with respect. They'll get you in, they'll get you out. They've got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, remember to keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that I sent you on over, and check them out online at phillongford.com.
Our guy Brad, Mountain High Appliance, they're the best. MountainHighAppliance.com. Reminder, Vic Lombardi about Nuggets Media Day coming up here in 8 minutes. First, let's football go. Dan Buds, Quince Tanner.
All right, fellas, if you remember back to last year's Broncos-Bengals game in Cincinnati, Marvin Mims was pretty unstoppable. He had 8 catches for 103 yards and 2 touchdowns. He is officially listed as questionable with a hip injury for tonight's game. If he is unable to go, is this a game where you guys would like to see Sean Payton get Pat Bryant more integrated into the Broncos game plan on offense?
I mean, process of elimination is about the only thing that's left. Trent Sherfield's already a part of the game plan, so I don't see him, amping that up radically. You've really only got 5 dudes that are available. You've got your starting 3. You got Pat Bryant. You got Trent Sherfield. That's it.
You said Trent Sherfield's the second time you said it today, so I'm confused. Is a part of the game plan. We ain't done anything.
Oh, but that's not as when I guess you're referring to as like a receiver catching the football.
Yeah,
but that's not what he was signed for. He was signed to be that big-bodied wide receiver that you could put in tight end positions, bring him in motion, put him inside the box. He could be an effective blocker, be a part of the game plan in the running game and in the play action. And that's what they signed him for. That was a scouting report. That's how they've been utilizing him.
But if you're losing a guy that got, what'd you say, 8 catches last year against Cincinnati, who takes those 8 catches?
It screams Pat Bryant. I don't know.
No.
Or Franklin?
No. It really screams Cortland Sutton.
Oh, well, okay. Sure.
I mean,
whatever. Mims hasn't been a big focal point of this offense, period. So, fine.
I mean, Pat Bryant isn't going to go from where he is right now to catching 6 balls.
I mean, the Cincinnati game last year was bananas. I mean, that was crazy what was going on in that game. So, I don't know, but that's coming down to the wire, and Cincinnati's pulling it out. But Bo's throwing touchdown passes to Mims with 4th down and touchdowns. I mean, it was crazy. That was a crazy, exciting game. Broncos lost it, but it was exciting to watch. I mean, let's hope there's nothing like that tonight. There better not be. Next story, Dan.
All right, no Joe Burrow tonight for the Bengals. He's going to be out for at least 3 months. So insert Jake Browning at quarterback. Here is Jake on the Broncos defense.
They have multiple guys that definitely show up in the pass game and as disruptors, and obviously the 2 main guys get a lot of pub. But I mean they rotate a decent amount of guys through there that all very capable of winning and being game records. So I don't know the exact stats, but I think last year they were really high up there in sacks. This year they're high up there in sacks. So they got a good group.
Answer this question for me, guys. If the Broncos give up more than this amount of points to the Jake Browning-led Bengals offense, it will be an embarrassment to the Broncos defense.
An embarrassment?
Yes.
27.
So if they give up under 27...
You said embarrassment.
Not embarrassment. Okay.
I mean, not great, but an embarrassment, 27.
What do you think
24.
would be unacceptable to the Broncos defense as far as points given up?
Anything more than 24. Look, and you got to put this thing in context, right? Our defense is supposed to be the best defense in the NFL. Has it been the best defense in the NFL? No, but they've been solid. They honestly have. They've been far from liability. They've been rock solid. They need to start climbing the ranks. They need to finish this season in the top 5 in defense, and ideally even higher than that. If you've got a group that is capable of being number 1 overall in defense and you're going up against Jake Browning, you better not give up more than 24.
The Bengals offense is 24th in scoring, 19.3, 32nd in rushing, 27th in net yard passing, leading the league with interceptions. Yeah, come on now. It's not good. So I'm with you. Scott, you want to throw out a number?
I think 17.
17 would be embarrassing?
I don't see how Cincinnati scores 17.
Well, I don't either, actually. But I just throw a touchdown in there because, I don't know, every team seems to get a touchdown somehow. Couple of field goals. Shizzle happens, and these kickers are really good. But, yeah, man, I don't know. It doesn't seem to be a whole hell of a lot of danger tonight. 24, sure. 25, 26, 27, we will be... Style points actually in this one matter a little bit. Oh, to take the win no matter what. But our defense giving up 24 more points to this Bengals team won't be great. Next, Dan.
Lastly, fellas, let's hear from Rex Ryan on Shedeur. So Joe Flacco yesterday, guys, the Browns lost to the Lions 34-10. Flacco was 16 of 34, 184 passing yards, no touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Here's Rex Ryan on ESPN this morning on Shedeur.
Stefanski is one of an outstanding coach, all right? But why the hell isn't he putting Shedeur Sanders? We're all waiting to see the Shedeur Sanders be the guy or Gabriel, whatever. Something's missing. Something's missing with this kid. This kid talks. He runs his mouth like I could be a starting quarterback with his arms crossed like this. Get your ass in the front row and study and do all that. If I know, the whole league knows. Quit being an embarrassment that way. You got the talent to be the quarterback. You should be. You should be embarrassed that you're not the quarterback now.
Oof. So he said something could be missing with Shedeur. Do you guys agree? And if so, what do you think's missing?
Well, it was 100% an accusation that he's not working. Whether you believe him or not, that's up to you. But, I mean, Rex Ryan said, get your butt to the front of the room and start studying your butt off. If I know, the whole league knows. He's referring to, I know information.
Yeah.
I know something that Shedeur Sanders is not working as hard as he needs to be working right now.
That's what he's
and
saying.
If I know this, well, then everybody knows.
Listen, and he also said, listen, you're good enough. You should be. He said he should be the starter. I mean, he said that in that thing also.
Yeah.
And so he's saying, but the reason you're not, you probably need to look in the mirror.
The game was, I mean, going into the fourth quarter, it was 20-10
Yeah,
Detroit.
but Joe Flacco is a joke. It's a joke, boys.
Hey, I'm not going to. Joe Flacco had a 12.5 out of 100 QBR, 39.3 out of 143,
So
whatever it is.
I don't care what the score was. Joe Flacco ain't it.
He had no touchdowns, 2 interceptions, 16 of 34 was sacked 3 times. If he's a statue. Now, you're playing one of the better teams in the league, obviously, but what are they doing there? Hey, bring it on, Shedeur. I have no idea. I just assume Stefanski didn't want Shedeur at this point. Like, that's what I assume. But, whatever. All right, let's go to our own Vic Lombardi, who was hanging out with all the Nuggets players today. Nuggets Media Day. Vic, how was Jonas Valanciunas?
I wouldn't know. He never came to my room.
Oh, I thought you were going to talk to everybody today.
That was the plan.
Got something you want to say?
Keep asking me about players.
Okay. All right, I can move on.
Ask me about another one.
No, hold on.
Okay. All right.
Before we ask you about,
Sorry about that.
in specific names, did you get shut out by a number of people?
Of course.
Oh, dear. Is this mad Vic? Are we talking to angry Vic here today?
I'm going to tell you right now, I am not mad in the least bit.
Okay.
Not one bit. But when Dan informed me to come on the air and talk to you guys, I just got to be fair and I got to be accurate, correct? I mean, if you're going to ask me, what mood is Joker in, or how's Jamal doing, or how's AG's offseason, I have no idea. I didn't talk to any of them.
Wow.
Okay. I'm sorry, man. Dude, I heard you this morning. I heard you say how excited you were to talk to everybody.
You know me. I'm always excited to talk to everybody.
How was Brucey B? I'll give you a softball.
I'll bet you Brucey B came in there.
Great. Brucey B and I, he sat down and we talked about the Ryder Cup for about 10 minutes.
Okay.
We talked about golf. He's a big golf fanatic. He's a Ryder Cup fan. He loves the fact that he's back home. He considers this home. He's a cowboy at heart. He likes taking off and riding his horse. It was great. I'm not trying to come off being like a petty little, oh my God, they didn't make time. It's gotten too big. It's not their fault. It's just too big. Scotty, right? They have so many responsibilities on a media day. There's so many different places they have to visit to do interviews. Can you imagine going through a car wash and having to do, and I'm not joking when I say this, 8 to 10, maybe even 12 interviews after a press conference, separate, one after another, and you're in a hurry because you got to get to San Diego for training camp? It's nobody's fault. Not the end of the world. I'm just telling you. I'm being honest. If my first time in 10 years, I haven't got a chance to sit down with Joker. I said hello to him in the hallway, and that's the extent of my chat.
Well, what you're saying is organizationally, there wasn't people there pulling people in the room for you like it should have been. Instead, we had too much digital stuff going on.
Well, I won't even say that. There are people pulling people everywhere. They were trying their butts off. It wasn't that. It's just there's too many interviews. There's too many responsibilities now because it's gotten too big. And I guess my thoughts on that is it's a good thing because people are interested in the Nuggets. Amazon was there, NBC was there, NBA. All these different affiliates that were there to do interviews with the Nuggets because they know this is a championship contending team.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying a lot of national guys, which usually, let's be honest, I don't remember a whole lot of national guys ever showing up.
No, I've never seen I've not seen outside of NBA TV a national entity show up for Nuggets Media Days. It's gotten that. I'm thinking about it. These dudes, this is just the beginning. I mean, think about the next 7 months will be answering questions. And I'm sure that first day, it's like drinking from a fire hose. That cannot be easy for him. So,
all right, well, again, I can make it more broad. Like, what did you take away from today? Like, give me something that, hit you.
The only access I had to the press conferences where most of the stuff was said, I was watching like you guys and watching on Twitter and, listening to Nikola Jokic when he's asked about his future as a Nugget. He said he's not going anywhere. Denver's his home. And we keep trying to say that. And, Scott, I don't know on your show if you do, but on my show, I tell people don't listen to all that gibberish about him opting out and other teams. It's all gibberish. It's all BS. He's going to be a Nugget for as long as he wants to play in the NBA. Now, there might be a day he doesn't want to play in the NBA. Great. But he ain't playing anywhere else.
Nope.
And he said as much today. So that was one takeaway. He's his usual fun self. He's talking about how he's going to help revive Bruce Brown's campaign, his career, now that he's back in town. That was funny. A lot of stuff like that. I thought Jonas Valanciunas, from what I heard, I didn't get a chance to talk to him, he's all sold. He's bought in. I would love, and I never got the opportunity, I would love to press a little further on what really went on in those negotiations, right?
Of course.
I would love to know. Did you guys watch that press conference at all, DMac? Did you guys watch it?
I did not see it today, unfortunately. I'll go back and watch it later, but I did not see it today.
Yeah, because that's the only thing I would like to know. That's all water on the bridge now because he's playing for the Denver Nuggets. But I could tell that he and Joker are buddy-buddy.
Okay, good.
They're moving around great.
So of the new guys you did get to speak with, I saw you had a funny thing with Deron Holmes and Hardaway Jr. What were some of the takeaways, some of the new guys that you really didn't have a relationship with?
Hardaway Jr. is a pro's pro.
Yes.
That's the best way I would describe him. That dude is going to bring some much-needed professionalism to the bench. And not to say that they were professional, but I'm talking about he is a hired gun. He's a sniper, and he knows exactly what his job is. He knows exactly how to do it. He's going to come off the bench and provide offense, provide three-point shooting, and they're going to learn a lot from a guy like Tim Hardaway Jr. He's a no-nonsense. I asked him when we sat down, how many media days is this for you? He goes, this is number 13, and I'm learning every year. And I love the fact that they have somebody in that capacity on the bench because Julian Strawther, guess what? You're going to have to beat him out if you want to play. And he's going to learn a lot from Tim Hardaway Jr. Guys are going to be battling for playing time. It's not just a gift anymore. It's not just, here you go in there, we need your help. No. You're going to have to beat him out, and I think that's exactly what this bench needed.
One of the videos, I was watching a little bit of Jamal's presser, and just from the presser, dude looks a little more yoked than I remember him last year.
I totally agree with you on that, Scott. When I saw him, again, in the hallway, I didn't get a chance to visit with Jamal. He did look more put together. He did look more built. He did look like a guy who hit the weights. Now, I know he doesn't like talking about that stuff because, frankly, he feels it's none of our business. But I'm going to tell you right now, I saw a difference in his body style and body structure. We'll see. That doesn't always translate to the court, but I'm sure he heard all the naysayers. He heard all the background noise, and he's going to try to prove a lot of people wrong.
Well, a lot of people said just beat him up, right? I mean, that's what everybody's trying to do.
Sure. I did ask of the players that came in if you got to change one rule about the NBA, one rule change, what would you do? And I got some very interesting answers. A couple guys talking about the offensive guy having a chance to push off every time. That's an obvious one. But a couple guys said, I wish they let us celebrate more. I wish they let us, after a bucket, like really get animated. And they are allowed to get animated, but to a point, to a degree.
Mm-hmm.
And they said, that's the part of the game that makes it fun. That's why we have so much fun playing this game. And we don't take it as personally as people think we do. But I was thinking about that for a second. And I just think, Scott, if you allowed guys to get animated in a basketball game, somebody's going to be a little hurt over that. And I think it's just going to lead to more fights if you do that.
So
I think so.
So they're suggesting more like the Ryder Cup.
Well, just having more fun after successful plays, not necessarily like the Ryder Cup. I'm not talking about New Yorkers yelling bad things from the crowd at opposing players. No, that's not what I'm talking. Have you guys gotten into that yet?
A little bit, yeah. How do you follow on all that stuff?
It's an embarrassment. It's an embarrassment to our country. It's an embarrassment to American golf. It's getting your ass beat, and your only retort is to yell at the opposing players and make light of their personal situation. That's pathetic. That's not even, at least be creative. At least come up with something, but don't downgrade a dude in public like that. That's silly stuff. And the blowback would be, well, get used to it. Have thick skin. That's not golf though. It's a different sport. You're not in the wrestling arena here. We're not at a box. We're not at a UFC match. It's golf. Grow up. I mean, what'd you expect? You put it in New York. You put it on the East Coast, New York. Those New York bros ate that stuff up. That's what they do. That's who they are. They pride themselves to hear that.
I don't think there's putting the cat back in the bag on this one, though. It's going to be like this from now on.
Well, I don't know necessarily. I mean, what do you mean by that? When they go to Ireland in 2 years, do you think it'll be just as rough?
I don't know about that. Maybe it'll be different over there, but I certainly mean from an American perspective.
Listen, you get cheered against. And listen, I've been to 2 foreign Ryder Cups. And you miss a putt, they're cheering hard that you missed it.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with that. But I met great people over there the 2 times I went.
Let me tell you, I guess I know a little insight on this because a friend of mine works security for the PGA Tour. And he told me some of the things coming out of the mouths of the New York gallery, the New York fans, to be honest with you, was beyond crossing the line. It was horrible. It was the kind of stuff that made you blush. It's like, what? Why would you say that to another human being? That kind of stuff. And if you get into that arena, if you start doing that, because you got to understand too, Tyler, golf is different, as you well know. The gallery's right there, right behind you. You are literally an arm's reach away. This isn't a football game where guys are in the stands and you hear the din of the crowd. You hear specifically what people say about you. And that's just wrong if you're going to get personal like that. It's wrong. It's not fair.
Vic, would you like to hear the main meal of the menu in the press box tonight?
Please tell me.
Roasted New York strip, Tuscan chicken, and spicy chicken sandwiches.
Yeah. Whatever. I lived in New York for a year, man. They act like they're really tough.
All right, buddy. All right, Vic, we'll talk to you later. Thank you, pal.
See ya.
All
Bye.
right. Okay.
Way to just come in there and just step on his Wheaties. First question. Just jump all over his Wheaties.
I didn't think I was.
First question.
Was that Petty Vic or Petty Vic?
That's Italian North Side pissed off Vic right there.
That's you wasted my time, Vic.
That's yeah. I think that's chef's kiss Vic right there.
Oh, I enjoyed it. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
You go through how satisfying is it to turn around to someone and say, quote, shut the F up, and then stiff it to 2 feet. Very satisfying.
There you go. Ryder Cup golf. It's PhD at 92.5. Well, that'll be interesting. Hey, number 38 is going to be the place to be tonight. In fact, we'll have Nate and Andy on here in a second, in a little bit. At number 38 with Voodoo Ranger. That's the viewing party. You can check out the giant 21-foot tall boy tanker truck to crush beers and get exclusive merch. It's a Monday night party you don't want to miss. It's at emptythetanker.com to learn more.
We got a lightning update.
Oh, do we really? What do we got?
We got a texter. I'm driving westbound on Hampton, and a lot of lightning along the way in the front range.
Oh,
I'm
really?
talking lightning.
Yeah, my favorite part of that Chris Bianchi, the news weather forecaster to the stars. By the way, how many promos feature Chris Bianchi on 9 News? Like, you can't just... I'm watching that Ryder Cup, and it's like Chris Bianchi time, left and right. Chris actually said when we were talking about weather, he goes, "Look out there."
That's what I do. I just look at the mountains. I say, well, that's coming our way.
Chris literally said, well, just look outside.
Yeah.
Let's do drills that say it won't rain. That wasn't a play. That was real.
All
yeah,
right.
with rain.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Prime. All right, tonight, some final thoughts about tonight, and then we get Nate and Andy, and they'll take you right up to basically kickoff. And it was great having Kevin Harlan on earlier today. That guy's schedule, huh? He was calling.
He was in the Meadowlands yesterday.
He's in the Meadowlands. He's here in town. Like, I'm trying to do the math on, like, when are you catching planes from New York? I mean, I guess
private jets fly at any time.
Oh, you think he's flying on a private Westwood One jet?
If anybody is, it's him.
That's pretty sweet if he is. I guess anything's possible if you're doing that. All right, tomorrow, what do you think our main headline is going to be? What do you think we're going to be talking about?
You know, I guess I'm not answering your headline question, but you know what sucks about games like this? There's not a lot that can really be gained. You know, like you win the game and you're like, okay, well, we beat the Bengals. If you beat the Bengals by 7 points, you're like, man, we only beat the Bengals by 7 points.
Mm-hmm.
If you beat the Bengals by 14 points, you're like, well, we were supposed to beat the Bengals by 14 points. Right? So you walk away from this game. There's so many people, including this show, that all feel like, yeah, we should walk away with this thing relatively easily, that it just doesn't do a whole lot for the psyche of the fan base. You know what I mean? So I don't know what the headline's going to be tomorrow. I mean, I can honestly see a scenario where you win the football game and yet the fan base is still frustrated.
Unsatisfied.
Yeah.
I feel like that's going to happen too. I am predicting, I guess, a pretty satisfying 31-13, but something tells me in the deepest, darkest cockles of my heart that it's probably like a 24-20 game, and you're just like, what happened?
Right. You think you're going to allow him to get 20 points?
No, but I said it was deep down in the cockles.
I just watched 2 game films of Browning, and anytime he got pressure, he was throwing picks left and right.
But like a 24-20 win will feel like a loss.
That's my point. Yeah, that's my whole point. Yeah.
Now, unless Bo could just get his act together and let's go. Seriously, snap out of it. Like, let's go. What are we waiting for here, Bo? Are you this guy or not? And it's not a strong defense. Trey Hendrickson is a great player, no doubt about it. But the Broncos have avoided sacks. I mean, they're the best in avoiding sacks. So, all right, fine. In terms of turnovers, the Broncos are -1. They're tied for 20th in plus-minus. But they were +2 against the Chargers, and it put them in reach. They won a game against Tennessee that oh boy, Tennessee, holy cow. Did you see that meltdown?
Callahan's on the hot seat, big time.
Wow. Cam Ward, a rookie, is calling everybody out. Like,
first time Cam Ward was shut out in the history of his football career.
Pretty unusual to draft a quarterback, #1 overall, and have your head coach get on the hot seat in the same season.
Yeah. I don't really recall a rookie like calling out the team and everybody like he did yesterday, but I mean, they're going nowhere fast. The Saints put up actually a pretty good fight against the Bills. So.
They made that kind of interesting.
Didn't they?
I was talking to Big Rob about that in the break, and he's like, "Yeah, the Bills treated it like a preseason game. If you had a stub toe, you were sitting out of the game. Whatever. Saints made it interesting.
It wasn't a boring game. The Titans game was boring. They just got killed was nothing interesting about that one.
Yeah, that was honestly one of the few uninteresting games of the weekend.
Meanwhile, the Chiefs game wasn't that interesting either, actually.
I thought it was.
Well, it's just
It
ass
felt
kicking.
like they stole Baltimore's heart.
You know, I didn't realize how successful they've been against Baltimore, but they've owned Baltimore. It was Mahomes, something like 6-1 against Lamar, something like that, maybe better, 7-1.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they've killed them. So I guess we shouldn't be shocked that the Chiefs will find a freaking way.
Dude,
I mean, they've lost 2 games by a total, I think, of 9 points. I think they lost one by 6 and one by 3. So they've lost 2 one-score games.
Dude, I'm telling you, I'm not so convinced Lamar Jackson was really hurt. I'm really not.
That's the hot take.
If you got your soul taken,
he got his soul taken.
There you
He's
go.
smashing helmets on the sideline. I'm sure he had a little tweak of the hammy or something. I'm sure he had something that was going on there. But if you watch the medical staff, man, they said hi to him for like 30 seconds, and then they moved on. Your starting quarterback gets knocked out of the game, and you're telling me that he's not surrounded by like 8 different members of the training staff for like the rest of the game? I don't know. I think that dude was in a weird mental headspace and probably found himself a reason to get out of the game.
Ashton Jency had a day yesterday, but they lost, but he played really well.
Did you see he went back to his old stance?
Oh, no. Is that right? Oh, I guess.
It's kind of interesting because, Ashton has the world famous stand up straight stance from college.
Right.
And then Chip Kelly was like, no, you gotta get some bit in those legs like every other running back that's played in the NFL.
Jency had a whole strategy about why he did that. Like, it made sense, so they went back to that. I didn't even pick up on that.
Yeah, well, they were butting heads about it, and Ashton was butting heads with him publicly. That's a pretty confident rookie, dude. I mean, between the comments he had a week or 2 ago where he's like, you draft a dude like me, you got to feed me the rock,
right?
To getting back to his own stance after 3 games in the NFL in his rookie season.
Well, it worked yesterday.
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't win, but he was unbelievable. He was
the dude's
unstoppable.
he's leading the NFL in yards after contact.
Mm.
His offensive line has been hot garbage.
Penix was good.
Yeah, real good.
That was a good game for him. That was a good bounce back.
Real good. And Washington's doing the best they can without Jane Daniels, but
the most intriguing game of the weekend, honestly, was the Giants versus the Chargers. Just seeing Jackson Dart go out there and play phenomenal for his first start ever.
Well, just say about you're going to rely the rest of the season on 2 rookies.
Yeah, that Giants game when the Broncos get back from England, that's
not a rookie.
That'll be something. Our guy Andy Lindahl's joining us. Hi, Andy. You're from number 38 as you guys get going here tonight, right? How you feeling about tonight?
I don't know. I feel like you guys there's no reason why we should have any worry about this game. They ought to whoop them.
That is correct.
They got no line. They got no defense. You're at home.
Right.
Let's pull out the October Sean play sheet and let's make some things happen offensively, and let's just get this sucker done. But there was so much stupid over the NFL weekend. I'm like, oh, God, are we going to have something happen on Monday night? Look, that's the
It always seems like that, right? It seems like when something goes stupid, it's like the whole weekend goes that way, doesn't it?
Well, right? I mean, what I think is hilarious is, I was talking to Nate, and he's about to jump in here, but I was talking to Nate as we drove down here, and Nate was like, how about the NFL making it all about Jerry Jones and Micah Parsons last night as if wasn't a great game going on. We had to go watch both of them 15 times, and then I never would have guessed that the Packers, who look like a Super Bowl contender on the Thursday night game they played when I was in Houston, have now decided they don't, maybe want to take control of that thing. I don't know what the Vikings are. Let me ask you this, guys. What team do you think you know anything about? And are you worried about the Chiefs? Are the Chiefs coming off the mat after yesterday?
Unfortunately, probably yes.
I was always worried about the Chiefs. I was never dumb enough to dismiss them. I don't know about you guys, but I felt like they were going to figure that thing out in a heartbeat.
I think we were more just hopeful that the skid would continue. I think it was more like that. I think the Chargers, we knew they would have some bumps in the road, that they hadn't solved everything yet. And the Broncos probably should have won that game.
That was a lame loss yesterday. I was like, you're not going to beat a rookie in his debut. And it's not like Jackson. Go look at the numbers. He had a Bo Nix start to his career kind of day, right? It's not like Jackson Dart went out there and did the DMac laser show or anything. I think he had 100 yards and then ran a bunch, but they won. And
he played like Tebow.
They're kind of like, the leader right now of the Giants is kind of Cam Scattaboo in the spirit of Cam. The numbers aren't eye-popping, but there's something about his energy and his vibe that people are picking up on.
Wow,
But
you guys are not kidding. Holy cow. I'm just looking at his stat line right now. I mean, I watched that game and I saw him do some cool things, especially with his feet. 111 yards? What?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
They got a bunch of good field position because Herbert kept having dumb turnovers yesterday.
Yeah,
They're just short fields, and then Jackson
figured it
Dart
out.
could go score.
Yeah, and Kim, I'm telling you, well, Neighbors being out is going to be long-term awful for them, obviously.
How about the MetLife turf, man? Undefeated.
unbelievable.
Took Joe
got
Alt
another
out of
one.
that game yesterday. Got
Yeah.
Malik Neighbors with the torn ACL. Like, how in the world is the NFL putting up with that crap?
I have
For
no
years.
idea. I have no idea how they aren't ripping it out today and putting it in turf, period. You got two teams working out in there. I don't know. That's a great question.
Hey, real fast off the topic, just real fast, Andy. Is that ember over your right shoulder?
Relax.
Listen, no.
Relax.
Ember's chilling out. And you know how you know? Here, can you see where? Okay.
And he's got
Ember never had horns like that right there.
Oh, that
Ember
could be
was just a baby,
rowdy.
Chill out, buff. Man, that new one. You guys should have seen the new one. The new one the other night. I mean, she went so wide on the first run.
I
She
know.
nearly took out all the equipment in the BYU sidelines.
Okay, so I texted Andy on Saturday night. The best athlete in the state of Colorado is the guy that runs on New Ralphie's left
Outside.
shoulder.
Left shoulder.
That dude,
outside runner. We say the same
that,
thing.
I saw what Andy was talking about because she was brushing against the boards basically,
Right.
and that guy he kept on his feet and stayed with her the entire way in jeans, no less.
And boots.
That guy is incredible.
Jeans and boots.
Not just jeans. Your country dancing stampede
Wrangler.
jeans, if you know what I'm saying.
Your Wrangler tight legs, stovepipe jeans.
Would you be
ladies, get an eyeful, ladies, and I'm going to go run in them.
Would you be bummed out if you found out they were stretchy jeans and if they just looked like real jeans? Would it disappoint
Whatever
you a little
it
bit?
takes, man.
No, dude, you know what's funny? They all stand next to me the whole game because they just come to the end zone. And that's where they watch the game
track
from,
that
so.
guy. I know it's
I'm
upper outer left guy.
I'm
outer
gonna
left
find
cowboy.
him. I'll get him on the station.
Get him
but
on.
Nate texted me, and I started looking down the line, and then I think one of the girls thought I was checking her out. I'm like, would you move? I need to see the lineup of guys here. And then Caden Salter, I don't know what Caden Salter was doing that night. It's amazing how we went from good Caden Salter to bad Caden Salter. And then Tyler texted me the question of the night, and Tyler, I asked around. Nobody knows. I get a text from Tyler. He goes, what the hell was that timeout so we could punt? I'm driving home. I've had enough. I was like, I don't know. I don't know what happened.
Is Coach Prime a good coach?
Oh,
he's good at things. He's definitely good at things.
I'll tell you this, DMac. Not every coach is the X's and O's guy.
Or the clock guy,
Right.
specifically.
Well, and look,
but doesn't X and O's and clock kind of go together?
Yeah,
that's a critical part of the gig.
How are we defining good coach?
Dude,
I mean,
he's always been economical. He's always been good at saving his money, and we're just saving these timeouts for a rainy day.
Okay, hold on,
Fair
though.
point.
But that's what DMac just asked, though, is a great question. And here's the truth of it, guys. There's a lot of college football coaches that are terrible football coaches, that suck at the X's and O's part of the gig, that suck at clock management. Guess what? They have to farm that work out. They hire that stuff out. What is Dion good at, though? Has he not built Colorado into a national brand?
Yes.
Does he not have a greater NIL budget than the school would have otherwise?
Yes.
Able to get Juju Lewis in the door? Like, it's a massive part of that gig. Some would even argue more important than the X and O stuff. But the problem is right now is that the football coaches, Shermer and Livingston, they're not exactly holding up their end of the bargain right now.
So what you're saying, Nate, is he's an influencer.
Yeah, but that's a part of the job, though, is it not? I don't even mean that derisively. It's a massive part of doing that job.
But, guys, let me ask you this, and especially Scotty and Tyler, you played on teams. How much do you blame – because here's the thing. Livingston's been a really good coordinator, really good at the X's and O's, made good adjustments. The game-winning touchdown is a perfect example. I should never have deleted the video, but it got hacked off and deleted it from the sideline.
But I'm in the end zone on that game-winning touchdown, and Coach Barnett kept pointing out the eye candy was a problem, and they kept running guys underneath across. Like, again, how every team against Colorado and, frankly, against the Broncos can run these underneath crossers that pick off DBs, and we can't seem to go back to anybody, just blows my mind. But on the game-winning touchdown, the corner ran himself into the linebacker. Like 3 guys plowed into each other, and that's how the guy got so wide open in the end zone. How do you not know you probably got some middle linebackers inside? You got 15 yards of space to work with here, dude. You've got to sift through the traffic and stay with them. And he just ran right into his own dude.
Dude, we
ran. It's just like, what are we doing?
We ran the same exact route on that 3rd and 3 that Caden Salter took a 28 million yard sack on and was running around. We had 2 crossers that went wide freaking open. I'm talking dudes. There's not dudes within 8 yards of either one of them.
Oh, yeah.
You've got literally the most perfect pass protection you've ever seen in your life in front of Caden Salter on that play with 3 wide open wide receivers. Instead, we take a 28-yard sack.
Yeah, Andy, on that 3rd and 3 at midfield, did Salter almost run into you when you were in the end zone? Were you okay? Did you have
Luckily, see, DMac, I go to the direction. I have them come towards me, so I was safe only because
you're fine.
I was where he was supposed to end, if you will. You know,
My God.
I should have said, "Hey, Caden, come to me." I guess I need to direct him like a plane. Over here, big fella.
By the way, guys, speaking of Livingston, every quarterback that plays this Buffs defense has the best rushing day of their life. Have you guys noticed that? Bear Bachmeier couldn't be stopped the other night. You had Haynes King in the opener. The Houston kid ran for like 98 with a touchdown.
Listen.
Seriously, start whoever is playing against Colorado in your college football fantasy league.
Okay. I got a stat for you guys that'll blow your mind. Mark Johnson sent me this morning. This is from Ossikin's Ducktail. I don't know who that is.
Sure.
He's got a check mark, so we're running with it.
He can afford $8 a month.
Caden Salter's PFF passing grade, 45. The Buffs O-line pass blocking grade, 95.1.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah, I'm telling you, the
not
line was
hanging
lights
in
out.
there and doing what he should be doing.
That's
Hey,
not adding up.
can we just petition NCAA that you are not allowed to wear the number 47 if you're playing quarterback? I mean, that was visually nauseous. I could not handle number 47 at QB.
Well, I mean, again, we are all having fun over the entire animal world that he's named things after. I wonder if they just have one more, name a T-Rex or something.
Right.
Go off.
Well, because he's got his brother Tiger, the receiver. His older brother.
It's just a Hank.
And
I guess there's a daughter that's like just Missy or something.
Okay.
You know?
Like they had no
Why
faith
not go
in Hank.
Doe?
They're like,
You
yeah,
got
Hank,
Buck.
Hank,
Why
we-
not Buck and Doe?
We could tell from birth Hank had no chance to do anything cool. Bear and Tiger,
By the-
though?
Yeah.
By the way, Tyler, do you like number 6 taking the direct snaps for the Buffs? Man, that Draylon Miller thing, that was a good idea at first, and then by the second half, you're just like, Pat Shurmur, they'll never see it coming. They're so stunned by it now.
You know, I bet you Pat Shurmur gets cut off at the bar. Like, if you were to come down to number 38 where we are, he can't just quit ordering the same thing. Hit me again with the Jaeger. No, we will not.
I got to say this, though. I said this earlier. I'm not here to defend Pat Shurmur. That's not my goal. But I sure as hell wouldn't want to have to call plays with Caden Salter as my quarterback. I mean, that's a tough job, man. That's a tough ask. When your quarterback can't throw the football, good luck calling plays.
So there's a story. I'm not going to give the quarterback or anybody away. But I was told a story one time of the coach coming in and trying to get the game plan together with his offensive guys. And they went back and looked at a game that they'd done. He goes, "What about this one?" And the OC kept going, No. He goes, "Okay, what about these?" And he goes, No. And they did this for 5 minutes to where they came out with the Nate Kreckman notebook play sheet, and yet there's maybe an index card of plays they could actually choose from. That's what I think Caden Salter is probably what you got going there. There's just this tiny little iPhone space of plays you get to choose from.
Yep.
You know what? Maybe we need to get Sean Payton the iPhone space of plays. Instead of him coming out with, like, the project, like, Nate had these great spotting charts the other night, and they were as big as Sean Payton's play sheet. Can we shrink the play sheet tonight? What do you think about that?
It's KKSE FMHD1 Broomfield Denver Boulder. Andy, all four. It's a great offensive line and mediocre quarterback. That is the case with the Denver Broncos, but you guys feel good tonight or not? We all do. The three of us picked the Broncos.
I'm going to stay feeling good. Why not?
Okay. Nate, you feeling good?
Yeah, I don't think Denver's going to cover. I think 7.5 is too big. But I think they win that game tonight. I think the defense flexes its muscle the way it has not been able to the last couple of weeks. And I think this defense carries the day. And all I hope to see out of this offense tonight is just something that shows me, okay, there's a glimmer that you guys have some kind of vertical passing attack. I don't even need Bo to hit the deep ball necessarily. Just show me you can throw something, I don't know, 10 or 15 yards beyond the line of scrimmage and actually, convert. Show me that. That's what I want to see out of the offense tonight. But they should be able to handle business. I think Denver wins by 6 or 7. 7.5 just feels a little robust to me.
All right, gentlemen, can I ask this? And I know I'm the old guy. I'm becoming Jeff Legwold, whatever.
Congratulations.
Did you know we saw
you made it?
We saw how the Giants basically hung in there with the Chargers yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah, not
they
spectacular.
Ran the ball, and they didn't quit.
Yeah.
But they didn't. But you know what, DMac? They ran it. Now they didn't do what they needed to do in the red zone. But it shows you that maybe with Bo, you just need to run the ball more so that he is not the focal point of everything.
All right, but the Giants 42-21 runs, 42 runs to 21 passes. Are you suggesting
doesn't need to be that?
Well, what does it need to be then?
30-30. Can we just get 30-30?
Okay, like a 50-50 split.
You just gave me a 42-21. That's 63 plays. Give me 30 runs, 30 passes.
Okay, all right. So
make them come up, because again, if they come up, first off, you got to have success. But if you're having success, they commit more guys to the box. It gives Bo the easier looks, and it opens the windows to where he likes to throw the football. Because right now they're all Vic Fangioing the hell out of him.
Well, I mean,
wait till Vic Fangio gets a look at this thing next week.
Take your choice against the Bengals defense. They're 22nd in rushing. They're 25th in passing. They're 26th in scoring, points allowed.
Yeah.
Whatever. You know what I'm saying? I don't care. Sure. Is the answer. Seriously, guys, at least, come on, man, for tonight. Seriously. Not even worry about Joe Burrow. Defensively, the Bengals have nothing going on.
Go handle your business on your home field tonight. Get out of there with a victory. Get back to 2-2, and you're off and running. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We are live at number 38 today, where we're watching Monday Night Football, the doubleheader this evening, the overlapping doubleheader of Monday Night Football tonight. Game number 1 at 5:15, Jets-Dolphins. Game number 2 at 6:15, Broncos-Bengals. Come down here to number 38, have a Tullamore Dew and a beer. Andy, what do we call that?
A brew. A dew and a brew.
A dew and a brew.
Hey, you know who could probably use a dew and a brew? This is so awkward. I don't know what to do. I don't know whether this guy wants to have any yucks or not. His name's Mike Sanford, and he coaches and he does radio, and there he is by the Big Eagle again. We got to get you something else to stand me. I'm telling you, that thing freaks me
out
every time where he's staying.
Okay, so last night I just dipped my toes into my prep for the upcoming Friday night
Valor
matchup
game again.
Here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, the radio flagship of Valor Christian Football.
Stop
it. Okay, so you know how they're the Eagles, Andy? They play the Golden Eagles
I know.
this week.
I coached them out
We have
Vista.
the Eagles versus the Golden Eagles.
Should I, for Friday night, for Friday's show, should I wear my Mountain Vista gear just to, again, kind of stir up Coach Sanford? You're going to wish you don't ever talk to us before games the way this is going.
So, Sandman.
No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm focusing on the main thing, and today's all about it's Monday Night Football and the Denver Broncos and a doubleheader that it features a whole 1 out of 4 teams with a winning record. And guess who that one team is with a winning record that's represented on Monday Night Football? It's the team that the Broncos think they're going to beat by about 100 points, and that's the 2-1 Cincinnati Bengals, not the 0-3 Dolphins or the 0-3, the Jets on the other side?
Oh, that's right, yeah.
They are the Jets.
You know what? I don't know that we got a lot of people thinking about that beat by 100 thing right now.
Boy, that was a hot change of the subject right there. Did you catch that?
Well, I mean,
you know what? I will say this though. Did I tell you guys ahead of time that I was playing against Josh Allen and Zeke Andrews of Ralston Valley High School? Did you guys now believe me that I wasn't Lou Holtzing you? All right.
No, you to your credit, your nerves and unease last week was very justified with what we saw out there. Zeke Andrews, 2 touchdown passes, 2 touchdown runs. against Valor Christian on Friday night in a Ralston Valley victory. It was an impressive showing right there. But Coach, just one more thought on that game really quickly before we move to Monday Night Football completely. But I'm curious. Nobody likes an L. But do you have your team's attention now? Are you ready to coach this week? Because now, like, everything that you have warned your guys against is completely justified.
Yeah, the term that I've been using when I have told you guys that, hey, we haven't been playing well, even though our scores are telling us that we did, is that I've been saying for weeks, months, that it catches up to you when it catches up to you. And guess what? We got. It caught up to us, right? And that's the nature of football, and really every level. You look at, some of the symptoms that maybe plagued the Denver Broncos throughout preseason and training camp. You're like, it's just preseason. It's just training camp. And then all of a sudden it really matters against the Indianapolis Colts. All of a sudden it really matters that you're a highly penalized team and that you don't against the in your most recent game. That you don't connect on the shots down the field against the Chargers that are wide open. Like, we'll be fine. He'll hit that next time. Oh, really?
Right.
Because it ended up costing you a football game. And that's true of football at every level. I think it's true of the CU Buffs. I was at that game on Saturday night, and I know you guys will get into that as the show goes on. But football is one of those games, man, where every single little detail really matters. It does, especially when you're playing against good, competent, well-coached, athletic teams. And I think that's going to be the case tonight with the Denver Broncos.
Yeah, and it's funny that you call it that because, like, if there's a night that you got, okay, Indianapolis is good. Honestly, I was impressed with the Colts even in defeat yesterday with how they played against the Rams. Like, if Adonai Mitchell doesn't – can you believe the Colts did it again? Can you believe they did it again with Mitchell dropping that thing as he goes over the goal line? Unbelievable with that team's ability to be able to shoot themselves in the foot. And the Chargers, like, Herbert had a couple of bad turnovers that gave the Giants short fields. But, like, if you look over the balance of that football game, the Chargers defense was still excellent. Yeah, they got a Joe Alt problem. This Bengals team, though, without Joe Burrow, this to me appears to be a lesser opponent. But to your point, Sandman, like, if you don't clean up that stuff, this is the kind of game where you got. And this is the kind of game where it becomes an emergency. And that's what the Broncos are dealing with. So let's dive into that coming up here on the other side. We're out here at number 38. Brought to you by our friends at Tullamore Dew. Have a dew and a brew tonight. Watch Monday Night Football right here at number 38. We love this place. God, the smoked wings. Eat the smoked wings here at number 38. Unbelievable. But we're talking about the football weekend that was. Nuggets Media Day. Rockies season is thankfully over. So much to do today. Kreckman and Lindahl with Mike Sanford on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Dudes, Nate Kreckman for my friends over at Roller Auction. It starts this week. It starts Wednesday, to be exact, the October 2025 Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction. You got to go and check out this selection. For almost 50 years, Roller Auction has been the best place to find Colorado City, County, and fleet vehicles and equipment up for public auction at fantastic prices here on the Front Range. If you are looking for a well-maintained used vehicle, truck, SUV, van, sedan, whatever it may be that you are in the market for, go and check out this auction at Roller Auction. It's the big one. It's the October 2025 Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction. And before you check it out, sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. That's roller.bid/altitude. That gets you on the email list. That gets you all set to be able to bid at Roller Auction. Why should you sign up at roller.bid/altitude? Because we're giving away Nuggets tickets. One lucky listener that signs up this month is going to win a pair of tickets for the Nuggets and the Miami Heat coming up once the regular season gets going. So go to roller.bit/altitude to sign up, and then they'll let you know when it opens up. The October 2025 Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction. Save money and get a great, well-maintained used vehicle. Hey, it's a Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House, shop every team in town. Kreckman and Lindahl live at number 38.
Sandman, where were you earlier? Which one was it? I heard Berto say Lakewood. Were you at the Bowles and Wadsworth one, or is there a different one?
I was at Belmar, which is
okay.
Is that Lakewood?
Yeah. That is Lakewood.
Yeah.
What a cool area that is. My word.
Well,
Belmar,
nice.
Man.
Is it nice? Yeah.
There's a lot going on that rally.
We got a movie theater over there. We got there's a Dick's Sporting Goods.
Yeah, you got everything
Lucky
you need.
Strike.
Yeah, not bad at
There's
all.
There's a Target.
There is a Target.
Bed Bath & Beyond.
Bath and Body Works.
Yeah.
It's got everything that you could hope to get out of suburban Denver.
That's right.
Including a rally house. It's a Rally House Football Monday. And we are out here, Andy and I are out here at number 38. And, guys, Voodoo Ranger is hitting the road and bringing the party right here to number 38 with a 21-foot tall boy tanker truck. That's right. The Voodoo Ranger Tanker Tour is your chance to score free cash, crush beers, and grab exclusive merch. Come see it for yourself at number 38 tonight for the Broncos watch party. Get down here to number 38. Watch the game on their massive projector screen. It's a party you won't want to miss. Visit emptythetanker.com to learn more. All right, guys. If Sean Payton is going to empty the tank tonight in terms of putting it all out there and giving his offense a chance to have actual, honest-to-God success and consistency against this Cincinnati defense. What does that look like? Andy, I start with you. Right. If Sean Payton is emptying the tank, what do you want that to look like this evening?
I want to see a consistent diet of run game.
Yeah.
And this is not a knock against Bo Nix. I just think J.K. Dobbins has shown you he's got a little lather going with his offensive line. Let's do it. Let's do it in the right plays. Keep them unbalanced. You know what? Matter of fact, you got a lot of road trip coming up ahead of you because the Broncos are going to Philly. Then they're literally heading on to London after that so they can play the Jets. Why don't you go ahead and get this game over with fast? We don't need to make this a 3-hour affair if you don't feel like it. Go ahead and run the ball. And like you said, I also would like to see, frankly, well, I won't take all the offensive points. I'll switch and give you a defensive point. Let's see this pass rush eat the way we thought it. This is a terrible offensive line. Browning's a little bit mobile, but come on now. You get after this guy. It's a Monday night game. Go get yourself some Pro Bowl votes tonight if you're a front seven Broncos player and make Jake Browning's life hell.
Well, you kind of nailed it all there, Andy. You don't
have a Bo Nix take? You must want something out of the passing game.
You certainly do, but it all starts with 15 carries or more for J.K. Dobbins is the one that I've been clamoring for it feels like way too long. That's part of the puzzle for me, to just have the discipline to check the stats each and every quarter and have somebody up in the box communicate, be like, yeah, he's at 7. All right, we're on our way. Yeah, he's at 12. We're going into the fourth quarter. He has to get at least 3 more. And then guess what happens sometimes when you have the discipline to feed one of your best football players that strategically also plays in your hands to play more smart, consistent, rhythmic football, is that you end up finding out you kind of like doing it. You kind of like putting the ball in his belly and letting him go get it. And you might end up giving him 18, believe it or not. Could you imagine that, Nate Kreckman? 18 carries for J.K. Dobbins?
Yeah, there's no planet on which I can imagine that. It's I'm not capable. And I have a vivid imagination. I am not even capable of thinking of that possibility. The idea of Dobbins getting 18 carries. R.J. Harvey only had 2 carries last week in the Charger game. Okay? And here's why I don't think J.K. gets 18, all right, I just simply think that Sean Payton is philosophically opposed to riding one back that much. And Andy and Sandman, I want you to weigh in on this because Andy and I had a back and forth a little bit about this last week of how should Sean Payton play this in terms of divvying up carries with his backs at this time of year, because let me give you one school of thought, okay? J.K. Dobbins has dealt with considerable injury issues in the last couple of years, so should the Broncos attempt to preserve him as much as possible, try and give a more equal workload to the two backs, and hope that then allows Dobbins to stay fresher for longer and get more out of him this season? Or the other school of thought being, well, J.K. Dobbins gets hurt every year anyway. So he's running the ball really well right now. Why don't you just ride that horse as far as it will take you until it breaks, and then move on and know that you've got R.J. Harvey there, and oh, by the way, by that point, maybe the rookie back is more familiar. Maybe he'll be better in pass pro, more dependable for all of the different things that Sean Payton then asks him to do. Sandman, I think it's kind of an interesting debate about sort of where this run game is at right now and how you should attack it.
I have been silently feeling that second sentiment in my heart of hearts, that you should just ride him while you got him.
Yeah.
Smoke him if you got him, as they say, right? Just like Brett Kane's father. Every once in a while, he'll rip some darts. If he's got a nice fresh pack, smoke him. And that's what I think you got to do right now with J.K. Dobbins, because you never know how long his health's going to last. And a year ago, Jim Harbaugh and the Chargers, man, they rode that horse pretty hard, didn't they, in those first few weeks? And they said, okay, all right, it is what it is. You need a win tonight. This is bottom line. With the Chiefs getting themselves back on track, you got some help from the Chargers taking a loss last night or yesterday. You got to get a win, man. You got to be able to keep pace with these other teams in the AFC West, and this is the ultimate opportunity to do it. So it's not about any kind of style points. I don't care about style points. I want to see good Broncos football. I want to see dominant, physical Broncos football. And then I want to see Bo Nix, as a result of having a really good run game, feel a little bit of weight, a little burden off of his shoulders, so he can go ahead and play a little bit freer and play off the play action a little bit more. Play off the RPO game. Like, that's a huge – I want to see more RPO. I know you guys want to see more R. Well, if you're R'ing well, then guess what? You get to go P as well. And P is fun when the R is good.
As long as it's not burning.
That is key.
Yeah, that's the big key. You know what, Mike? I'm to the point, I guess, and we're laying out our wish list. At the end of the day, I don't care. Throw up 28-31 on this team, because you probably should. You're at home. And get us into October feeling good, because you got some challenges ahead. Look, that Giants game could be a little bit tougher than you thought with Jackson Dart. I don't know that team. We'll see. But, again, you coming back from 2 long road trips, there could be a little jet lag. You're coming back from London. You're not taking a bye. Dallas doesn't look like it's going to necessarily be the easy game we once. I don't know if anybody thought it was going to be easy, but I was like, man, this team stinks. Let me tell you this. This offense needs to round into shape, Nate and Mike, because if you were to find yourself in a shootout like they had last night, and I don't think this defense would allow it, but maybe if it were to happen, do you think this team could handle a shootout?
Yeah, it doesn't really feel like it right now, that this is an offense that can consistently march up and down the field. It's a Rally House Football Monday. We're out here at number 38, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, Rally House. Shop every team in town. I want to flip to the other side of the football for a moment on a huge key to tonight's game. And I know we can wring our hands about the offense, and we'll do plenty of that, but I got a big one here for this Broncos team, okay? In the last 2 weeks, Jonathan Taylor and Omarion Hampton have carved you up pretty good, okay? You've had a really hard time stopping the run. You're getting ready to take on a Bengals team that cannot run the ball. They cannot run the ball. Did you guys realize Chase Brown is averaging 2 yards a carry? 2. Not like 2.7, not like 2.9. No, 2.0.
The deuce.
Yards per carry. Really bad.
Nate, have you seen the breakdown of how he is averaging 2 yards per carry, Chase Brown? He has the most remarkable stat line I've ever seen.
Okay.
93 yards this season is his total rushing. 147 of those 93 have come after contact.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. How dude, he is averaging getting hit behind the line of scrimmage every play. And then
it's incredible. It actually, I read that stat earlier this week. It blew my mind. And like, I think his total is like 54.5 or something like that in the run game tonight. Like, keep that, give up 30 yards on the ground tonight. Like, if you do that, if you take away any semblance of a run game for Cincinnati, which they haven't had so far this year, that just allows your pass rush to go do its thing, okay? Jake Browning has been sacked 4 times in 2 games so far this season. Sack him 4 times tonight, you know? Hell, sack him 5-6 times in this game this evening, force a couple of turnovers, get a strip sack, and just end this thing quickly. Like, as long as this offense continues to try to find its way. And to your point, Sandman, like, guys, we talked about it all summer long. The offense, it didn't look good throughout camp. And it hasn't looked good for 3 weeks, okay? It's going to be a process. This defense can just go out and flat out win games for you right now, like they did in the Tennessee game, like they gave you a chance to, quite frankly, against the Colts and the Chargers, and the offense just wouldn't take advantage of it. But tonight, how about you just go out there and, like, I don't know, give up like 13 points.
All right, I'm sorry to grab the wheel and just whip off at the nearest exit here as we were cruising on the highway, but you brought it up, man. You know what's annoying? Because you talked about how you had a chance to win that Colts game. And I'm sorry because you shouldn't have done what you did. But you know how many games I watched yesterday where guys finished their play and spiked the ball to wherever and no flag was thrown? I saw it happen 4 times yesterday. Devin Singletary one time ran the ball and almost identical to what Dobbins did on one knee, and whap, there it goes. I swear a Packer guy did it last night. No flags at all. No flags at all. It's still, I'm sorry. I had to get it. I had to tell somebody. By the time I saw the one in the Dallas game last night, I'm like, none of these spikes are getting called, and yet that's a little of the luck the Broncos have had to start this season.
Hey, something else that kept happening yesterday, okay? It didn't just happen with Dallas scoring on a defensive 2-point conversion. Didn't just happen at the end of the Bears-Raiders game. Like, what's happening with blocked kicks?
Oh, my gosh.
It is incredible. Okay, so far this year, and we're not even finished with Week 4, 13 blocked kicks or punts. So far in the NFL this season, there was 30 all of last year. The NFL is on pace to top 2014's record of 55 blocked punts and kicks. What is going on there? Is it that this kickoff stuff is so goofy that coaches didn't bother to get ready to block this season? Like, what is happening right now that special teams are such a mess all over the NFL?
Coach?
Gosh, that's a wild thought process there because, man, you hear in the NFL for the last decade plus, special teams are just a waste. Nothing happens. Like, everybody is so good at operating and executing a base punt and a base field goal that it almost got to the point where I was watching training camp 2 years ago, and I'm like, why are they even investing time in these plays? Yeah. Because, frankly, it's like everybody operates and executes except for a kicker that misses a kick. And then they end up getting, they get cut the next day if it's a significant kick. But yeah, I mean, the other thing that's happening, it's just like offensive coordinators in college football. It's almost like you've seen a decline in offensive production in college football because every coordinator's gotten fired too many times. Special teams coordinators in the NFL just keep getting fired. Look here in Denver. It's like, oh, you messed up one thing. Okay, fire Mike or Ben Kawika. And then bring in, Rizzi. Rizzi kind of shorted up after his first 2 games, which were a debacle in my eyes. I think that there's so much inconsistency and quality of special teams coordinators in the National Football League.
Okay, are we going to see, because I saw a lot of teams doing this weekend too, where they're actually trying to kick it into the zone where you've got to return it.
Yep.
Because I did see some decent coverage where, Mike, all of a sudden, I sent you some of the stats, because Nate brought it up last week, how easy it is to get into at least field goal range. And God knows we saw that on display last night as they were, sending us to overtime late in the evening. I wonder if, guys, as we get a full year now and a little extra of watching these new kick rules, do you go back to trying to make a guy return it and try to pin him around the 25 or so?
See, but then you run into the risk though. Like, think of the end of the Cardinals Seahawks game. Go back to Thursday night. It feels like an eternity ago, but you blow it and don't kick it into the landing zone at the end of that game. You give them 1st and 10 at the 40. Like, first down and you're kicking a chip shot.
Boy, Kurt Warner was losing his mind about the kick rules.
He was.
Weekend.
Yeah.
He tweeted a bunch that he hates it. He hates it.
It is wild, but I will say this, though. The watchability of kickoffs, better than it's been in decades. You got to watch that play now. It's a fun play. Like, there's that going on, but it's unbalancing the field so much that it's having bizarre reverberations. That's why, like, honestly, think back to the Colts game, okay? Like, I know there were fans here in Denver that were just like, look at all those field goals. You're bending but not breaking, but look at all those field goals. And it's like, you know how easy it is to get into field goal range in the NFL right now? You can't expect defenses to shut anybody down anymore.
So, Nate, to clear up the fair catch touchback rule, so either way, if a kick is down in the end zone, it's a touchback. The receiving team will take possession of the ball at their own 35-yard line.
35.
But last year was 30, right?
Right.
So they make that move.
But if you miss the landing zone, that puts you at the 40. That's what happened on Thursday Night Football. They missed the landing zone.
So it
went into the end zone directly.
No, it was kicked too short.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, he didn't kick it all the way to the 20.
Right. The landing zone, that's a wild. So that was just the one on Thursday night. I think
this is new terminology that, like, we're all still getting used to. But, yeah, you've got the landing zone there. You have to kick it between if you want it returned, between the 20 and the goal line. If you kick it into the end zone, then you get the touchback. But the
touchback goes where? 35?
35.
Yeah.
Touchback
35.
The touchback anymore, man.
Right. And I mean, here's the thing is, like, kick it short, get him to pick the ball up at the 2-yard line or whatever. If you cover it well, like, great, you can stop him back at the 20. Like, I saw plenty of that yesterday in the NFL. I also saw plenty of plays that got returned back to the 45. Like, and it's just like, bam, you're off and running. Now, again, that's a part of why the play is fun. That's why the coverage is important. Like, again, the watchability of the play is better than it's been in forever, but it's also just making the game goofy. It's making it wacky, and as a defense, keeping opponents off the scoreboard is almost impossible.
You're basically looking at if you bang the ball out of the back of the end zone in fear of a big return.
Yeah,
you're looking at you're 2 first downs away from points, from guaranteed points. That's what it is, especially in the National Football League. I mean, you're going to get the ball. Probably the average first down doesn't go exactly 10 yards, right?
Well, and I think it's kind of going back to when we talked about what Indianapolis did at the end of that game against the Broncos is just that, like, coaches are so scared of leaving him on the clock at the end of a game because, again, the field position is so good, which I think is messing with everybody's head right now. I think that was why LaFleur's clock management was so abysmal last night, even though that last drive he had no
overtime,
excuse.
Right? I mean, that's insane.
But again, if he only kicks the field goal and then he's got to kick the ball back to them, they're in field goal range before you know it, and then you lose the game.
Oh, man. It's just, the math has changed at the end of the game. The scenarios it's making the game more watchable, though, isn't it, Nate?
It is. We're all glued to it. Kreckman and Lindahl, we're out here at number 38. Voodoo Ranger going to be out here tonight. The Voodoo Ranger Tanker Tour. They got merch, they got free cash, and they got brew dogs. Come out here, see for yourself at number 38 tonight for the Broncos Watch Party, a party you won't want to miss. Visit emptythetanker.com to learn more. Rally House Football Monday. Nate Kreckman, Andy Lindahl, Mike Sanford. Nate and Andy out here at number 38. By the way, guys, if you're heading down here to number 38, number 1, drive safely. It is raining out there. Number 2 is they're opening up at 6. So come on out here. Get here for Monday Night Football. They'll be ready to rock. They'll have this place all good to go. But, yeah, opening up at 6 p.m. out here. So come out, have a Voodoo Ranger. Watch Monday Night Football tonight. In the meantime, Andy and I will be broadcasting live from right here at number 38. And then Andy is hosting the watch party this evening. He is your watch party host. Your watch party Bob Barker this evening is Andy Lindahl.
And then we, you know what? We'll do a little. We'll give away some stuff at half. I'm gonna be on the Altitude TV post tonight. We got a lot going on, Nate.
You're gonna be all over the place, pal.
Apparently, it's now raining at Empower. Hey, quick important note because I know. Well, hold on, real quick, Mike. Let me get this in. Quick note because I know this is gonna interest you. It looks like the Broncos only activated that linebacker, Walrow, or elevated him from the PS. So that means he's gonna have to be signed if they're gonna keep him. But they did not bring up a receiver, and Mike Kliss is right, and he finds that interesting. Maybe that means they do have hope for Marvin Mims, who all of a sudden we're all chilling out Saturday, and next thing I know, Marvin Mims got a hip injury, and they're not sure if he's playing tonight. So I guess we'll see.
Well, I think that does bode well for Marvin Mims' chances to play. I'll say this, Andy. I didn't realize that you're doing a recorded daily injury report for the Broncos. That was awesome, by the way. I was driving today, and I was like, Andy giving me an injury report powered by Ramos Slav, the injury partner for the Denver Broncos. It was awesome, man.
Official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos.
You sounded so professional. It was insane. I was like, this guy it's almost like he's been doing this job for a long time at a high level.
Listen, Mike, the jackass has to go away when you're working with a lawyer.
Legally.
Yeah.
It has to.
Yeah.
Hey, speaking of official, have we here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 gotten any type of official update from any of our favorite weather people in the metro area? Do we know what the notifications are for tonight?
I think it's supposed to, clear out by the time it's game time. As you well know, coaching kids, because it affects us all, you want the lightning to get out of here. The lightning is the issue right now.
According to a tweet from our friend Nick Kosmiter, rain coming down pretty good at Empower Field at Mile High. There is also a lightning warning on the scoreboard, although fans are not yet in the building. So there is a lightning warning for everybody to take cover, even though there's nobody there.
Tell you what, I popped open the 9 News app, and I'll pick them because they, once again, will be carrying Nuggets and Avs games. You'll be able to watch them. Now, not all of them, but a select number of games, but we'll be able to watch them and enjoy it. It was big popular, so everybody said, let's do it again, so we are. Therefore, we'll go to that app. And they claim they've got the Thunder Clouds icons through 6 o'clock. So let's hope this does not delay the start of the game. Looks like once we get through that, everything else is looking good. Can you get a hold of Bianchi? I bet you Bianchi jump on with that.
I just texted him.
Oh, well, la-di-da.
There you go.
La-di-da.
But I know that the Kreckman and Lindahl show, bigger fans of Kylie Burse. So we should give Kylie a crack at letting us know what's going on.
Nate makes fun of me. I am friends with a lot of weather people. You want me to go through the list? Do we need to get everybody listed?
Andy
Dave Aguilera's out there.
Andy
Chris
knows
Toller's hanging out.
Every weather guy in town.
Yeah, I mean, we try to. They're all nice people.
Do you know Al Roker?
We've interviewed Al Roker.
Have you?
I booked him for the zoo once upon a time.
Okay.
Yeah, he came on.
That's a big get.
Yeah, well, I thought so at the time.
Uh-huh.
Got me working with you, so I'm not quite
I'll
sure.
tell you what, hey,
that's right. That means it was a big get for you.
Hey, fair enough.
That was huge.
That's
People
right.
noticed.
That's how you
They're
sell
like,
it.
hey, this Lindahl guy's going places.
We'll get him with Kreckman.
You know who's highly underrated in the power rankings of local Denver weather meteorologists? Kathy Saban is just an absolute chef's kiss at 9 News.
Did you just call Kathy Saban underrated?
I think there's a lot of crispy donkey and, there's a lot of Kylie Burse glazing going on right now.
Mike, the take that you just gave? The take that you just gave is like, who's underrated? John Elway.
I know.
Nobody ever talked about how good that guy
Now,
was.
Mike, we all love you here, and you're in a safe place, so we're going to have a little moment here. That was an out-of-town guy. That's an out-of-town guy take, bro. Kathy Saban's been ruling. Like, Kathy Saban's a heavyweight. All these people are coming in and trying to throw. You know what, that Mike Nelson, you did a good forecast. I'll tell you what. You got to calm down. I'll tell you what, Ed and Larry Green, they were really great. You know who was fun? Stormy Rotman. Yeah, dude. I mean, come on. Come on. I need you to. Underrated.
I'll tell you this. I just feel like she's just.
It's like you just found the Fran Tarkington highlights or something. This Joe Montana guy. You heard of him?
People never talked about Barry Sanders.
Yes.
Let me tell you.
People are talking about how nobody talked about Barry Sanders or Walter Payton.
I feel like Kathy Saban is really the kind of the Nick Saban, if you will, of a meteorologist. Just unbelievably productive, and you take her for granted.
Listen, she's back at the restaurant. You better go kiss the ring if you're going to keep working in weather here. That's all I got to say, pal.
Back at the restaurant.
So you're saying that Kathy Saban's the Dave Logan of meteorology as it relates to Colorado high school football coaches?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, that's well put right there. Sandman,
are you playing him soon?
They're not on the regular season schedule.
No, and if you watch how we played,
football schedule.
Wow.
Yeah, based off of what you guys watched on Friday, it's a good thing we're not playing anytime soon.
I gave it on the broadcast the other night, but
no, did you say that?
I did.
We had a lot going on.
We did.
I was trying to decipher writings of our guy Cole.
Okay, hold on. So
and then I don't know. Did you say it when I was on or when Vic was on? I gave the headset up to Vic.
That's a good point.
And then I went and talked to Dalio for a while.
Sandman,
we had a great time, Mike.
Have you been fielding? Have you been fielding any complaints from your parents' section?
You had a few of your parents' section mean mugging us there, Mike.
Yeah, we got some. It's the problem is we're a neutral broadcast. We're down the middle, so like we're going to be excited when either team scores.
But they did not put us in a neutral space. We were dead behind the Valor.
We were on the Valor side, and I mean the thing is that like Ralston kind of did all the scoring. So
your tackling was brought up a couple times on the broadcast, Mike, and I don't know if maybe the non-tackling offenders' parents were in front of us, but what do you want us to do?
Yeah, the good thing is right now I have an opportunity to do the old deflection because Crispy Donkey is calling in right now. So March Spring.
Chris Bianchi. I was like, who is this Chris Bianchi? This Crispy
Donkey.
No, it's
Crispy Donkey. That's his name. Crispy
Let's
Donkey.
get him on when we got him.
Okay.
And you know what? You know what we're going to do just for you, Mike? We're going to bounce off the Kathy Saban take you just had for Crispy Donkey.
Also, like, I mean, we do have him. Okay. Are we really doing this? All right.
Put the bat signal. Come on. What is it because of your prior history? You two know each other from a previous life.
We welcome into the show my former intern and producer, Chris Bianchi. Hi, Chris.
You know who Chris is? Chris is your Romy Bean. Where now here you and I just muddling down at this bar, and Chris and Romy are setting the TV world afire.
There's Chris with his dog on TV again.
Everybody loves his little what does he have? Is it
the
corgi. That's
right.
Well, I almost called it a schnauzer.
Let me tell you who loves Chris Bianchi, my mother-in-law.
Really?
Yeah, I cannot get to Bianchi's level in the slightest bit, man. She's watching that 9 News morning show just being like, why can't you be more like that Chris Bianchi?
I joked with Chris once. I'm not kidding. I used to get texts from my mom. I saw you on TV. I was like, so I do a radio show every day that you don't care about.
Nope.
But I'm the guy sticking the mic in, not even involved in why the shot is on. But that's cool.
That's
all right.
I saw your
Mom.
wrist anyway. Chris, how you doing, pal?
Can I flip this around for a second? My buddies are going to give me the most. They're all driving to go tailgate right now, and they're all going to be like, "Oh, dude, you were on sports radio. You were on Altitude with me and Andy." So I'll give you that. I'll be like, I do the TV thing too. They're like, yeah, but you're on sports radio. I'll be like, well, duh. Anyways,
It's storming.
He's the master of the green screen, folks. That's real skill. All right, Chris, give us the weather update. All right, kickoff at 6:15 tonight. What is the probability of delay because of lightning, and what do we expect in terms of conditions along the Front Range tonight?
So overall, it's pretty good news. What I will say is, I know it's nasty right now. It's gonna stink for tailgating. Like tailgates, keep them in. Try and go inside. But I think that the storms coming in this early is going to actually be good news for the game itself. I suspect they'll be able to play on time. The only question I've got is if this kind of pushes off warm-ups and if the two teams I don't know. You guys may know better than I do about how that works. Like if the teams are going to be like, well, we want to get a full warm-up in, and this may push off warm-ups. But my point is, the worst of it's now, and we're, 2.5 hours a kick? So this will be done mostly by 4:30, 5 o'clock at the latest. And that means that they'll be able to get the game on time. That's my suspicion.
So we'll be fine. And I have to assume the Walton Penners spared no expense when it came to field drainage when they put in the new turf. So I'm assuming that conditions are going to be beautiful and it'll be a lovely night for football.
Hey, Chris, you're going to love this. Mike Sanford just let us know that he thinks the underrated meteorologist in the area is Kathy Saban. And we also found out he thinks that Joe Montana and John Elway are a little underrated too.
Kathy is underrated.
Yes!
Sanford's right about that. Kathy's great.
How is she underrated? Who's underrating
she's
her?
run the market for a decade.
She's
or
the
two.
GOAT.
Yeah,
How is the GOAT
she's
underrated?
30 years in her dominance there, Chris.
Fair enough. Okay. I mean, look, she's awesome. That's my point. She deserves all the accolades. I'm just going to say here, I'm kind of glad. I was on with DMac about DMac and Tyler and Scotty about 2.5 hours ago, and I put it about 1-3 that we were going to have a lightning delay. I would put it about 1-5 now. The fact that the storm coming in early is good.
20%.
So, so 1-5. If you're going to the game, bring the rain jacket. My wife is getting ready right now. I told her bring the rain jacket. I'm bringing it as well, but I feel good about it. And Nate, you were saying it. You're exactly right. As soon as this clears out, it's going to be just wonderful football weather. It's going to be
all right,
awesome.
Chris. I'm going to need you not to mean – you cannot be the sad fan meme tonight like you were at that Patriot game, bro. If you're a sad fan meme tonight, this season's going to take a bad turn.
This is a game – I'm nervous. I don't want to – I'm actually flying to Philly as a fan for next weekend's game, and I don't want them flying – I don't want to fly there with them being 1-3, right? Can you guys make me feel a little better? I'm a little nervous that time.
Chris, can I tell you what you should be nervous about? You should be nervous about walking into Philly in your Broncos gear and saying hello to all those psychopaths. That's the thing you should be much more nervous about than the Cincinnati Bengals tonight.
Do you have a larger Italian friend like Big Don that could maybe go with you, Chris?
Andy, I'm actually going with a couple of buddies of mine from here and some old college friends. There's going to be a group of about 8 of us, and most of them, actually a good chunk of them are Eagles fans, so we kind of have pseudo bodyguards, but I won't spoil it, but we have some special attire planned. What we're going to wear at the game.
I'm just saying, man, they'll snipe you with those Duracells from rows away. There's nothing your friends can do about you there.
You better tag us in that tweet, too, when you're going to Chicky and Pete's when you're done. It's about Chicky and Pete's when you're done. That's all you need to know.
Hey, I'm going with the Philly guys. They're going to tell me where to go. We're going to do a torta cheesesteak on Saturday before the game.
Oh, that sounds lovely.
Go to Tony Luke's. It's probably all closed.
That's lovely.
Tony Luke's?
Who knows? Yeah, Tony Luke's is really good. It's in the Rock. Everyone goes, yeah, it's in the Rocky neighborhood. I just want to go, he's not a real person. You know that? You know he's not a real person. You got a statue. You got his neighborhood. He didn't exist. He did not exist. I'll go to your place, and I love the cheesesteaks. And the guy, Tony Luke's, when we went there, he had a shirt where it had, mob guys holding up the cows to get in the back of the car. So that's kind of the place that it was. I don't even know if any of this crap's still there, frankly, Chris. It's been so long. Maybe they're all gone. Maybe there's no cheesesteaks.
And maybe
left.
Bianchi gets stuffed in the trunk of a car and ends up God knows where.
Mike called in. Mike, you want to say something to Bianchi since you haven't been able to talk so far? Do you have some message for your guy before you go coach practice?
Yeah, so Crispy Donkey has always reached out to me. Used typically on game days or slightly before kickoff. How you feeling? And I'm not going to give you a whole lot of reassurance right now, Crisp. I am nervous about tonight, and I was nervous about Indianapolis, and you can attest to that. That was a text that happened between myself, and Chris.
Well, and you know what? Mike Kliss, as if he's listening to the show, says they plan to go out for warm-ups around 4:30, but we'll see if it gets pushed off because as Chris Bianchi of 9 News as well just told us, and where you can watch some Avs and Nuggets games this season, they might still be raining by then. So
okay,
we'll see.
There we go. That's the update, everybody. Chris Bianchi, 9 News, everybody. Watch Chris right there. Shout out to Barb Brown, Chris Bianchi superfan. Chris, excellent work, man. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Anytime.
All right. That's our homie Chris Bianchi stopping by. Sandman's got practice, got a big one. Another top 5 matchup with Mountain Vista coming up this week. Conference opener in the South Metro. Sandman, get to work, buddy. Go get him.
I wish I could, but I think I'm going to be on a lightning delay to start practice for the next 2 hours. So that's a lot of fun.
Well, you know what's good? They can't fly drones above you.
Yeah.
You know, they were flying drones all over the place the other night. You guys had your warring drones going on.
All right, man. Well,
I think the Ralston Valley versus Valor Christian drones that were filming the game were more compelling than the drones show in Boulder. That was terrible. That was the worst.
All right, tackling drills in the hallway tonight. There he goes. That's Mike Sanford, Kreckman and Lindahl out here in number 38 on a Rally House Football Monday. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House, shop every team in town. Kreckman and Lindahl on a Monday night ahead of Broncos Bengals Monday Night Football affair. By the way, we do get the big broadcast tonight. We get the Buck and Aikman affair here for Monday Night Football in town, despite the parallel broadcast that they will have tonight on Monday Night Football. Jets Dolphins going to be the other of those games. Andy, real quick, elsewhere in the AFC West, Chargers fall to the Giants. Herbert had a couple of interceptions in that game. By the way, first multiple interception game since 2023 for Justin Herbert. Plus Brian Burns had the huge sack on Herbert to be able to seal it. They set up the Giants and Jackson Dart with a short enough field, despite running it 10 times for 54 yards, taking 5 sacks, having a hamstring strain, dealing with a concussion check. Jackson Dart was able to gut that thing out and finish off that football game and help the Giants pull the upset. By the way, first time in 17 years that an 0-3 team beat a 3-0 team.
How about that?
That's wild, isn't it?
That was a weird game, too, because like we talked about earlier in Crosstalk, they put up the stats at Jackson Dart, and I guess I was a little like DMac, where it was like, or maybe you brought it up, it felt like they had thrown for more yardage than what they had. He only ended up with 111 yards by the end of the game.
It was a lot of short yardage. It was a lot of handcuffing him. Like, honestly, like if you're Dable and the Giants, like that game went as well as in terms of game script as it could. Of your defense forced turnovers and you got short fields and you took advantage of it. Defensively, they played really good in that game. And the thing is like Omari and Hampton had a great game. 12 carries, $128 and a tutty yesterday for the Chargers. But he had an absolutely marvelous game. But the Giants able to overcome that and get the victory. I need to see a lot more from Jackson Dart. I'm not buying that thing yet.
I'm with you. He overthrew some guys. And again, I'm just so fascinated by this class. If you want to, I guess we could pull out the audio from Cam Ward that I know you found funny because, again, everybody remembers because we were just living this draft of quarterback life a year ago prior to getting Bo. Everybody claimed none of these quarterbacks would have supplanted the top 6 in order.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to see how they all look.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about Cam Ward. I want to get to this audio. 26-0. Texans beat Tennessee yesterday. First Texans win of the year. C.J. Stroud, nice game. Threw a couple of touchdown passes, but they just dominated Cam Ward completely. Third shutout in Texans history. It's not going well with Callahan. After the game, this is what Cam Ward had to say about what's currently happening with the Titans.
I mean, if we keeping the buck right now, we ass. So we 0-4. We have – this point, we got nothing to lose. We dropped a quarter of our games, and we've yet to do anything. So we have to lock in, especially myself. On the offensive line, from the defensive line, from the special teams to all three faces, we have to play together. We have not played together this year yet. And that's just something that, we want to preach about it every day. Every day we got to do better, and we're doing that, but it has to show up on Sundays. It hasn't showed up yet, but it got to show up next week.
I love our guy. I love Brian Callahan. I do. He was a fun guy to talk to when he was around here. I got to know him a little bit when he was basically an assistant with the Broncos, like a low-level assistant, what would have been termed quality control. But I expected better. Remember, this is another guy. He was with Joe Burrow all those years in Cincinnati. That's why he kind of became a hot coaching candidate.
Yeah.
I thought he was a guy that knew how to talk to some of the young guys, and maybe he does. Again, sometimes it takes a minute to get going with these quarterbacks. But my gosh, he already gave up play calling, and now his quarterback's saying that nothing basically is in sync. What are you going to do? Does he make it through the year? Apparently, he supplanted – who did he supplant? He supplanted Dable as the first coach fired.
Yeah.
How about that? Betting odds.
It seems terribly likely right now the way that whole thing is going. And it's like, by the way, this would be the second year in a row that a number 1 overall pick head coach got fired because it happened with Eberflus in Chicago.
Oh, that's right.
With Caleb Williams. So it's like it's not as though this is unprecedented. This has certainly happened before, and if you've got Cam Ward and you used a number 1 overall pick on him and you're looking at it going, I don't like the direction this thing is going in the slightest bit. Plus, you can take a look at what's happening in Chicago. Caleb is a work in progress, but there is at least like I think that Ben Johnson is finding an opportunity and ways to take advantage of Caleb Williams' physical gifts while trying to get him caught up as a quarterback. So there's small signs of progress going on right there, even though I don't think that Bears team is particularly good. But at least there's a little bit of progress right there. If you're ownership in Tennessee, you're looking at that and going, okay, we need to cut loose.
We don't have the guy.
Right now. Yeah. We just flat out do not have the guy. Let's talk about the other result from the AFC West yesterday. Chiefs just put it on the Ravens. Baltimore right now, first off, defensively, they're one of the worst in the league.
And they're going to get worse.
And they are destroyed by injuries. Lost Marlon Humphrey. Lost Roquan Smith. Lost Nate Wiggins in that game. Okay? They were already dealing with serious injuries. Ronnie Stanley left the game in the first quarter. Their left tackle. Their quarterback. Lamar Jackson, heard of him? Hamstring issue when he was out of that game in the third quarter. And they had no resistance at all to Mahomes, his first 4-touchdown game since October of 2023. Chiefs scored on 7 of their first 8 possessions, did not punt until garbage time of that game. Ravens in trouble at 1-3 right now. Andy, I still think they are the best team in that division. But if they are this hobbled, how are they going to crawl out of this hole?
Well, that's what's funny about it, too. You know, the best team in that division, and you may not be wrong, but that division's not as impressive as it once was.
No.
Joe Burrow's already out. Like
Yep.
you said, there's a hobbled hamstring injury. They lost their defensive tackle for the year. Marlon Humphrey's going to miss at least a couple of weeks with whatever happened to him yesterday. I think it was the shoulder, right?
Yeah.
So they're beat up as all could be, and now Jackson's hurt. Doesn't it feel like it's getting a little weird with Derrick Henry? It's almost like Harbaugh or somebody's holding something against him for the early season fumbles, which were so strange to begin with. I really thought this was their year to win the Super Bowl. I don't know. Like, either one of two things is going to happen. They're just going to be a complete washout and have a high pick, or they're going to be that team that puts it behind them, figures it out, and is a problem come playoff time. But right now, I almost am betting towards the latter. I could see the Steelers stealing this dumb division all of a sudden.
So here's one thing I can tell you about this Ravens team, and Mike Sando had this today in The Athletic. This team has a track record throughout the Harbaugh era of defensively. Their first half and second half splits are insane. They're typically a terrible defense in the first half of the year and like one of the best in the NFL in the second half. It makes no sense when you look at it. I don't know if it's like a Sean Payton September-October thing or what it is, but they typically find their way. They have an earlier bye. I know they got that coming up in Week 7. That team is so freaking loaded with talent. But the injuries are the thing that have to scare you about what's happening with the Ravens right now. Meanwhile, the Chiefs do it for a few more weeks. I'm still not buying what this group is right now. You know, Xavier Worthy had himself a nice game. I know Mahomes played really, really well, but they did it against a broken football team yesterday.
That's fair enough, but it also just feels like they're getting a little of their swag back, man. I don't know. Here's the thing. I'm always going to default to that because I just feel like they're our next Patriot squad. I completely understand where your take is coming from. I'm not saying it isn't unfounded. It just feels to me like they're starting to feel like the Chiefs again. Because, again, we've done the freak out about the Patriots in the past. And what bothers me about the Chiefs, they don't need to win the division. They don't need to have home games. They showed their a couple Super Bowls ago that they can go through everybody on the road and win.
Next couple of games for the Chiefs at Jacksonville, which is a sneaky tough game.
All of a sudden.
And
how about that little exchange after the game?
And then they play Detroit, who scores 35 points every single week. That's
Except
just
for the receiver that I got.
Keep on doing their thing. Wait, do you have Jamison Williams?
I do.
Oh, you got the wrong one.
Yeah,
Dang.
I know.
It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
None of my guys are the right one.
We're out here at number 38. Jeff Legwald joins us from Empower Field at Mile High next. All right, let's go right out to Mile High. Jeff Legwold brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Jeff, let's start with the conditions update right now in the heart of downtown. How are things over at the stadium?
Well, I think they're improving a little bit. I think the plan right now that's been conveyed is I think they're going to try and get the players out for warm-ups at like 4:30. And if that's the case, then kickoff will, go off as scheduled. They are letting people into the stands and around the field now, which was not the case earlier. So I think it's a little better. About an hour ago, it was, there was a question mark if kickoff would be on time, but I think it's clearing up a little bit.
All right, Jeff Legwold, everybody, joining us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. It's a Rally House Football Monday. We're getting you ready for Broncos and Bengals. Jeff, you spent a week listening to Sean Payton's reaction to the performance against the Chargers, particularly on the offensive side of the ball, based upon the news of the week, based upon what you heard and what you have gathered. What should we expect in terms of game plan adjustments for the Broncos tonight from what we've seen the first 3 weeks?
Well, I thought the most significant thing he said this week is, I asked him at one point about if he felt like he had a collection of plays that they could fall back on, that they felt good about, the proverbial bread and butter, when things weren't going well. And he said they did not, that they did not have an identity even to them. So I think I'm on the hunt for that tonight. Is he sequencing plays that show they're a little more intense about doing some things that they feel they do well instead of trying to be all things on all downs, in every game. And they continually for, 3 seasons now talk about that they look at the volume of what's in a game plan, but I don't think we often see the proof of that examination on game day. So I'm intrigued to see how they choose to attack a defense that has not really slowed anybody down this year.
All right, Jeff, we've been talking about this a little bit to start the show. What would be your perfect run to pass balance tonight? Perfect and realistic. How about that?
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not making some, call out there for let's go back to 1982 and have 50-50 run pass splits and run to set up the pass and all that. I'm not advocating for that at all. I just think this team runs the ball better than it throws it right now. And I think a 65-35, 65% pass or play action, as long as play action's in the equation of that 65%, I think that would be a productive split if they're really intent on running the ball. I'm not talking about game in hand carries where you're just running out the clock. I'm talking about when the issue is in balance, how does your commitment to the run game look? Because they run the ball better than they throw it. And I don't care, if you get stopped on first down a couple of times, that doesn't mean bail on it. I mean, I always say, you guys know, I've seen offenses for decades throw 9 incomplete passes in a row and go right back to the 10th. But if they have one bad run, suddenly you don't run the ball again for another quarter.
Jeff, you maybe haven't had a chance to ask around, but I know you ask around the minute we get news like this. All of a sudden, Marvin Mims on what was the Friday practice / actual Saturday this week because it's a Monday night game. Everybody was clean on the Thursday injury report, the Friday injury report, if you will. All of a sudden, we've got a problem with Marvin Mims' hip. What's going on there? And the fact that they didn't elevate a receiver, is that good news?
I would think so. Again, that we did not see on a day when there was no weather, we would have probably seen Marvin Mims out testing his injury with a trainer. I mean, that's why I come to the stadium 4 hours before the game, because I want to see who they're working out. And, we didn't get that today because of the weather. But the fact they only elevated a linebacker, I think, either means they feel good about their, if they have to go 4 receivers in the rotation, or, that Mims would be able to at least give him some snaps. Now, he was listed as questionable. I think they would have gone ahead and listed him as out if that was their feeling on Saturday. But when I was out there Saturday, he was out there during the open period, so I don't have a good context for how he looks at the moment.
All right, well, hopefully Marvin Mims going to be out there tonight in Navy with the rest of the Broncos. Going Navy tonight on Monday Night Football on ESPN. A Buck and Aikman affair. Jeff Legwold of ESPN joining us right now from over at the stadium. Jeff, as you have scouted out the Cincinnati Bengals in preparation for this game, we know that they have maybe the best number 1 and maybe the best number 2 wide receiver in the game in Chase and Higgins. They have no run game to speak of. Their offensive line has been leaky. That's why Joe Burrow isn't playing. What do you make of what this Bengals offense is at the moment, and where could they potentially hurt Denver's defense?
I think they're very limited, and I think what would hurt you is if they do find a way to get the ball from those 2 receivers, and the Broncos miss some tackles as they did in their 2 losses. That's how you get in trouble against a struggling offense, is you turn a short gain into a long one because you don't handle your business. And they have to keep the ball out of Higgins' and Chase's hands, and they've got to get people on the ground when they have the chance. They can't have any of these spin-out plays that turn a 7-yard crosser into a 42-yard gain. That's how they would get in trouble, and probably the only way they would get in trouble tonight against this team.
Jeff, real quick, and I guess it's probably a question for later in the week, but we won't talk to you till Friday. Malcolm Roach will be eligible to come off that injury list after this game. They've got a heavy run team in Philly that they'll be facing next Sunday, and of course, it looks like you just would love to have the rotation in there. You've said Malcolm Roach is their best run stopper. Therefore, I think the urgency of the question, do you have any idea, have you gotten any feel for whether he'll be close to ramping up when we're done, or is it going to take a little longer?
Yeah, I don't know, Andy. I mean, it'd be rare for a guy just to pop off after 4 weeks and then play. Boom, full allotment of snaps. Now, I've seen him working on the side field every day, but he has not participated in a full practice because he cannot. But they did put him on short-term IR because the expectation was that he would at least be able to come back to practice after that time was done. So we'll see when he becomes eligible how much is he limited in practice for a week and then has to go a full week, but we won't know that until he's actually back in.
Jeff Legwold of ESPN. Leggy, how do you expect Bo Nix to play tonight? What do you want to see out of the young quarterback in a response game after missing some shot plays last week against the Chargers? It certainly was it was a tough post game. It was a tough week for Bo Nix. What do you expect to see in terms of response from the second-year quarterback tonight?
Well, I think you want to see composure with the whole thing. It's a long year. You're going to have a long career, and things aren't always going to go the way you'd like them. So, I've been a firm believer over the years I've done this job that the guys who handle the failure the best are the ones who ultimately succeed the most. And I'm looking for some composure. Now, the weather is an issue, and, he has not had to play in much foul weather. He's had some good luck, but I don't think anyone would say that the Jets game last year, was really the most weather-impacted game he played, and it did not go well. So, I think if, at least initially in the first half here tonight, if it's going to be wet conditions and the ball is going to be wet and all of that, I think the Broncos have to handle it in their play calling, and he has to handle it, since he's the guy making the decisions behind center.
Leggy, last thing, the Jamar Chase, Patrick Surtain showdown that we get tonight. And obviously we're keeping a close eye on Higgins v. Riley Moss as well. But in terms of just strength on strength, best in the biz, going head-to-head between Chase and Surtain in a matchup like this, what are you looking for? What's going to be the keys for whichever one of them comes out on top?
Well, I'll tell you, if you got a second, it's pretty funny because the ESPN has an enormous analytics department. And those people are like NASA, man. And when we said we were going to do a story on the Surtain Chase matchup, they went back and put in all the data of each guy's resume and the awards they had won and their place in the league. They put all that data in, and they said that the nearest comp they could come back with was a game in '93 with the Steelers playing the 49ers and Rod Woodson, a former Defensive Player of the Year corner, facing Jerry Rice. And I looked at that when they sent it out, and I sent my editor back because I actually covered that game in '93. So I've seen the two most recent examples of the rarest of corner facing the rarest of wide receiver.
Awesome, man. Jerry Rice, Rod Woodson. That's what we're looking at in terms of strength on strength in this matchup tonight. Jeff Legwold, everybody, ESPN. Leggy, we'll be talking to you throughout the week. Enjoy it, man.
Take care, fellas. We'll see you.
All right, Jeff Legwold joining us from Mile High. Yeah, to that point, Andy, and I'm glad that we asked him about that. Last season, Jamar Chase became the 5th player since the merger to win the receiving Triple Crown, leading the league in receptions, receiving yards, and receiving touchdowns. Surtain became the 3rd corner to be named AP Defensive Player of the Year this century after the year that he had. So in terms of that matchup, that's what he's talking about right there. Jerry Rice, Rod Woodson. That's, by the way, that's 2 Hall of Famers. That's 2 all-time greats. That's the kind of matchup we're talking about tonight.
Yeah, and it should be fun and exciting to watch. Let's hope. But again, whether it's Riley Moss or maybe Jahdae Barron gets a look at him, I don't know. I mean, Jahdae Barron hasn't played a ton just yet, but they're going to have to do a better job on T. Higgins than they did a year ago. But how you get that done? You get after Browning. You beat this offensive line that's so bad they can't keep Burrow healthy, and you go get Browning and cause problems for him all day.
In that game last December, Chase 9 catches for 102 yards. But according to ESPN Analytics, when Surtain was the nearest defender, 3 catches on 6 targets for 27 yards. So that is what Surtain is able to do to him. 2019, Chase caught 6 passes for $140 and a touchdown when LSU beat Patrick Surtain's Alabama team 46-41. 14 months later, Chase went 5th. Surtain 4 spots later, 9th to Denver. So this is like dating back to college, what they've done in the NFL so far. This is a long-time rivalry, and this is, again, arguably the 2 very best at what they do in the entire sport right now. Going head-to-head, that's some good stuff right there. That's a good matchup, and you're absolutely right about it. Again, why did Cincinnati get that game last year? Because T. Higgins absolutely balled out. Now, that said, like Marvin Mims absolutely balled out in that game for Denver as well. We sure would like to see that tonight. Tonight's the night, and it's funny because the hip injury thing popped, and we saw that over the weekend. I'm like, oh, man, this has got to be the game he gets going. Like, what about some of the short yardage stuff to him? What about just get the ball in his hands and let him go be a yak guy and go make some freaking plays? Why don't we see more of that stuff tonight?
And do it with pace. Get to the line. Call the play. Let's go.
I agree.
Go fast. Let's do this thing. Let's not have this. They're just getting to the line, 8 seconds left to go, and Bo looks a little frantic trying to read his D. Just get the plays in. Let's do this thing. You had a formula for a successful offense last year. Get back to that thing. I know you want to add layers. I know you want to add new stuff. But, Jeff just said it there. We've talked about this before. Sean Payton admitted to Jeff Legwold last week during their questioning, during his podium appearances, I don't know that we have bread and butter plays that we can fall back on when we really need them. Well, it's nearly October. You need to get to finding those.
Bo Nix coming off of, again, he's had Four turnovers already this season, 3 interceptions already on the year. Last week, consistently missing the deep ball against the Chargers. I don't know if we talked about it at all last week. Did we highlight that at all on the station?
We had enough time to get to it. It
Yeah.
was mentioned, but I don't know that we really dove in full.
There was an interesting answer there from you want to see composure in the response tonight. I think he's dead on right there. Like this has to be a game, and I think where Sean can do Bo some favors is don't ask him to do too much in this football game, and don't have Bo trying to force things in this game, because that's, again, like with Burrow out, with Browning in there, with the Broncos pass rush as nasty as it is, with the lack of any kind of Bengals run game, this defense should be able to handle this thing tonight, and Denver should be able to get this victory. But how could this game get stupid? Bo turns the ball over. Bo tries to do too much. Bo tries to force the ball, force the issue. That's where this game could then get goofy, and then anything can happen. I mean, remember, Andy, they trailed for, 7 minutes of the fourth quarter in the Tennessee game? That Titans team stinks. Like, capital S stinks. So you cannot give a team life like that.
Yeah, and I'll extend it out past Bo. You're right. Bo can't throw picks or have fumbles, but you can't have fumbles on a kickoff, can't have them off punt, can't have this stupid stuff. And you know what? Twitch has talked about it, the penalties. Cut down the penalties. You got to stop with all these dumb penalties. You can't be, and I love Nick Benito, you can't be standing offside when you got him off the field against a tough team like the Chargers like you did last week. Can't do it.
It's a Rally House Football Monday. Kreckman and Lindahl, we're out here at number 38, and Voodoo Ranger is out here. The Voodoo Ranger Tanker Tour is at number 38 tonight for the Broncos watch party. Your chance to score free cash, crush beers, and grab exclusive merch. Get down here to number 38. Watch the game on their massive projector screen. Monday Night Football viewing party. It's a party you don't want to miss. Visit emptythetanker.com to learn more. We'll step aside when we return, Andy, here at number 38. It was Nuggets Media Day today.
Gorgeous.
Let's do this thing. I was there to cover it. I want to hit some of the audio when we come back. The most interesting things that I heard in Nuggets Media today, next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Kreckman and Lindahl, number 38. Broncos viewing party tonight gets going at 6 o'clock. Monday Night Football. Denver and Cincinnati. By the way, we do have Broncos inactives. Sam Ehlinger, emergency third quarterback. Jaleel McLaughlin, so it will be another Tyler Bidet night. The rookie Q Robinson does not get a uniform tonight. Our guy Frank Crum, the backup swing tackle out of Wyoming, no uniform. Lucas Kroll not suiting up tonight for Denver.
Yeah, what do you make of that?
Evan Ingram's back and healthy and good to go.
I guess, you know what, with Adkins back, this is the first Adkins-Ingram combo.
Yeah, Adkins, Ingram, Troutman. You know, you've got your two blockers and your pass catcher, and, you know, Troutman is capable of catching passes. Actually, I think Adkins may have led him in touchdowns amongst tight ends last year. So Lucas Kroll.
You know, it'd be cool if Troutman quit getting penalties.
It'd be cool if the Broncos got anything out of that position in the receiving game, wouldn't it?
Yeah, watching like Ferguson last night, the local kid makes some catches. I was like, I'd like one of those.
Watching Tucker Kraft.
Sure.
By the way, that
tush push.
That Tucker Kraft dive for the pylon.
I know.
What are we doing?
I don't know.
What are we doing?
I'm so glad you said something, because I will say, I got Jordan Love on one of the teams. I'm like, am I just being petty? That again, why do we have to go down to the millimeter of everything? It just drives me nuts with catches all the time.
It was a touchdown.
Yes, forever that's been, you knock the pylon down.
Touchdown.
How many touchdowns can we go and relitigate? And you go, well, that wasn't a score.
Also, is Tucker Kraft my fantasy tight end? That's not the issue here.
No, but I'm with you, because
What are we
again,
doing?
you get all the hype. Everyone's, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're like, oh, wait, hold on.
What are we doing?
Nope, you're an inch short.
All right, let's dive into this Nuggets Media Day stuff. Andy, this team is good. Oh, they're good.
I cannot wait for
They're
this.
good. They're deep. And the vibes, man. The vibes are solid with that team right now. And by the way, that's not my word. That's their word, because it's everybody pointed it out over and over and over again. Things are good around this team.
Even though Nicola's looking for friends?
He is looking for
pointed out all his friends
he
left.
needs all my friends left.
He listed Russ as one of his friends.
Russ and Vlatko and Dario, everyone's gone. He
all
has
his
no friends anymore.
They are a younger team.
It seems like, but he's got Valanciunas.
Yes.
He had big. By the way, Jonas Valanciunas, biggest human I've ever seen in my life. My God.
Hey, you sent me the tweet. I'm so excited. We're going to see the big heavies on the floor together. I can't wait.
They're putting the big lineup out there.
That's right.
I don't know how long it's going to last, but they're going to try it.
Just one time against Minnesota. I told you, hockey line that thing. That's all I need.
So Jokic today got the question about the contract extension. We know he turned down the 3-year extension this offseason. Jokic on if he plans to sign the contract extension with the Nuggets next offseason.
I mean, I don't think about it. I think those contracts, extensions comes as a reward, as something that is natural to the sport, especially in today's NBA, how you see how the salary cap is growing and everything. So my plan is to be the Nuggets forever, so that's my answer. Nugget forever, or Nuggets, no.
Could you even imagine a Nikola Jokic free agent tour? Like, he wouldn't want to bother. You'd have to go to Sombor.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's not leaving.
And the irony being he doesn't want anybody going to Sombor.
No.
Yeah.
He's going to stay here. He's going to play.
I would say it's, I could see it like he and his brothers, they would rent like a conference room in the Bonvoy Marriott Belgrade or whatever, and like that they would just like have people in. You get 15 minutes, make your pitch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
He'll be a Nugget forever. Good to go on that one. He didn't specifically say, yes, I will sign next offseason, but he plans to be a Nugget forever.
The only question is, how long is forever?
That's it. Okay. David Adelman, I thought was great today. Andy, breath of fresh air. And look, Michael Malone was always good on media day. Michael Malone was always good in front of a microphone. But Adelman, it's his show now. I thought he showed humility. He talked about, like, he admits he doesn't know what's in store for him with everything that he has got to deal with because he's never been a head coach before. But the guy's an NBA lifer, and he knows what's going on. The part of his press conference I want to highlight is when he was asked about how do you deal with Jokic minutes? How do you not overextend? the athlete with the best endurance of anyone we've basically ever seen before, Nikola Jokic. And this is what he said about his plan for finding the second unit.
So it's up to me. I got to find the right group that flows well together, because that's a key. You're right. We can't be minus 12 every night in those minutes. It's just a killer, and we rarely blew people out because of that. And when you do that, you run your guys into the ground. And then the playoffs come, and you're back playing guys 40 minutes a game. That just can't be the case, and that's up to me.
It's almost like he's aware of the problems, Andy.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's almost as though he's acutely aware of what the issue's have been. He used a phrase, and I had never heard this before. He said, "I need to exasperate the roster," and I think what he meant by that was, I think he wants to test his players, and I think he really wants to, and follow me on this for a second. I think he plans to piss some guys off and see how they respond to it. Because, Andy, this team is so deep. Like, it struck me today of like last year when we were like, oh, they're going to be able to find 8 guys to play in the playoffs. And today it was like they kept running guys up to the podium, and you're like, oh, yeah, no, that guy's going to play. That guy has to play. That guy is that good. And, like, Julian Strother, there's no guarantee you get minutes. Peyton Watson, Jalen Pickett. I would put Tim Hardaway Jr. on that list of there's no guarantee you have minutes on this team. I know you started 77 games last year in Detroit, but there's no guarantee you have minutes on this team right here. And, like, I think he wants to use as many different combinations as he can and then see how guys react and make sure that the group stays together as he kind of finds his way with what's going to work on this second unit. He also talked about, like, the second unit has to have an identity. Are we going to be a defensive team? Are we going to be a shooting group? What are we going to be as a second unit? But I loved those answers right there of he's willing to kind of test the chemistry of this group.
Well, and it needs to happen because you know what? When you have a guy here a long time, guys get comfortable.
Yeah.
Playing time was guaranteed. Guys knew they were going to play. That's out the window, and I think it's good for the Nuggets.
I think so. I want to hit a Jamal Murray cut here. Jamal Murray was asked about how he and Jokic can still grow their partnership here this upcoming season. I thought this was a really interesting answer from Jamal Murray.
I think talking between each other. On the court we have such a special connection, looking at each other without passing and just reading each other's emotions and reading each other's game at the point of where the game is at. We do such a good job without having any real conversation. So I think our next step is just, leading this team and being more communicative to them together. And just, talking stuff over that we like, that we see. Sometimes we do it, but it's very brief and it may be effective. I think we can be so much better just doing stuff, more collectively and having more heads involved.
What do you think of that answer?
I don't know.
I thought it was really mature.
Okay.
I really did. Like, it was Jamal and AG that organized the summer stuff in L.A. that got everybody together right there. But for a guy at this stage of his basketball life to say, okay, the on-court stuff that's easy. Where is my voice in this organization right now? Like that. There's so many veterans that, Porter's not on this team anymore.
Sure.
Russell Westbrook's not on this team anymore. Like, as guys have gone out and new guys have come in, like Jamal is the older player right now. I thought that was a great answer.
I like the answer. But I'm going to tell you, I'm still a little stung. Now, look, I don't think he was psyched Russ was on the team. I don't think he handled it right most of the year. I think he got in a good place when it was time to go win. I think it was time to win in the playoffs.
Yeah.
All the stuff was put aside, and we're going to do this together.
The chemistry of last year's team was butt.
Yeah, and I'm glad he's saying it. I want to see it. Show me some more maturity.
Sure.
Get out there, lead when it's bad. Don't be grumpy in press conferences afterward. Just go ahead and lead this team because Jokic needs you. Now, you know what? Maybe not as much as he did before, right? With the depth of the team that you've talked about, maybe Jokic is going to be desperate for him to be that second guy, but look, I like the answer. You're right. His head's in the right place.
Yep.
But, Nate, there's just sometimes you're like, man, you just got to kind of show me.
I agree. Like,
but some of that's physically too. Show me physically you're ready to go on the long grind too.
You can say things. You can say things in media day. Are they still in practice in December and January?
Thank you.
That's
We're
totally
gonna
fair.
Run the ball. What?
Absolutely. One other thing he talked about. He talked about the Oklahoma City series, and I want to paraphrase this really quickly. He kind of hinted that the team played kind of randomly in the playoffs, and it sort of worked. That they got away from their sort of formula, and that they kind of found something there with Adelman. But then he also added, and he said this, he said, doing things David's way the whole year will be good.
What do you think David's way is, though?
I think that Malone, who I think is an excellent basketball coach, I think that he simply found a formula. Like when perfect example, when Adelman took over, they started running zone defense.
Okay,
and it was effective.
Okay,
and it was. I think one of the biggest things here, and not even necessarily in terms of the way they played the game, Andy, but like the fact that somebody said we can left turn off of what we are as a basketball team right now. We don't just have to bang our heads against the wall trying to do the same thing all the time. That to me is because when Adelman talked today, he talked a lot about trying different things and having an open-mindedness to this team finding its way.
Could it also suggest that we'll see some different substitution patterns, as you and I have wondered?
Very much so.
Could it be, as you pointed out,
very much
a
so,
maximizing of the Jokic-Murray minutes together?
I sure hope so. It's one of the things I want to see. Adelman did not commit today to Jamal runs the second unit.
Sure.
He didn't say that today. Now, that's not to say it won't happen. It very well could. Maybe that is Denver's best second unit option, and we just don't know it. But he did say today, I'm willing to tinker to try and find what the identity of the second unit is. The thing he's got going for himself right now is he's got better players on his second unit. He's got Bruce Brown. He's got Tim Hardaway. He's got Jonas. He's able to push other guys back. Like, could it be a Pickett night? Could it be a Watson night? Could it be a Strother night? Could it be a Zeke night?
Let me ask you this. Could there be, like, again, we probably won't talk about too much player acquisition this year, but could there be a move in there for a true backup veteran point guard?
Could be. Yeah, could be. Although I think they see Bruce in that role. Kreckman and Lindahl, we're out here at number 38, and we're rolling with you until 6 o'clock Monday Night Football. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Broncos, Bengals drinking game still to come, and we do need to hear from Jonas Valanciunas before we get out of here on a Monday edition of the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Rally House Football Monday. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Yes, the Rally House shop every team in town. We're out here at number 38. Watch party starts at 6. Get out here. Watch Broncos and Bengals this evening. Seems as though the rain is lightening up a bit. Just got to avoid that lightning. Here are the updates right now before we get into the high five. Marvin Mims, even though he's got the hip injury, active, despite being listed as questionable. So Mimsy's playing. All 4 tight ends are healthy for the first time all year. Lucas Kroll doesn't get a uniform. No number 85 tonight for the Broncos. Rookie D lineman Savion Jones is active for the first time. They put Jordan Jackson as an inactive for this evening. And Andy linebacker Garrett Wallow. Yes, Garrett Wallow, the lone practice squad elevation for the week, is active.
Okay.
Wallow
in our misery.
I was going to say, hopefully the Broncos win so you don't wallow this evening. Let's go back to the shop there in Lone Tree, the community with a single tree. Mark Springer has got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Let's go, Spring.
Hey, Nate, you just gave us that Broncos injury report. It's powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Marvin Mims did pop up on that report on Saturday with a hip injury. He was limited in practice, but he's playing tonight for the Bengals. No Noah Fant. Man, he's out with a concussion, and rookie defensive end Shamar Stewart is out with an ankle injury.
Good news for the Broncos that Shamar Stewart's not playing, so Trey Hendrickson kind of on his own in terms of the Bengals pass rush tonight. Noah Fant not able to play in this game. Andy, I know you're broken up over that one. So there you go. Those are your updates right
I would
there.
like to have watched him. By the way, I'm glad Spring played that. Our guy Steve Nelson, who used to be a Kreckman and Lindahl P1.
Yeah.
Thought that was Serbian guy over the weekend.
No, that's Jason Kelsey.
Yeah, anybody that's hardcore with us knows that's Jason Kelsey.
Jason Kelsey.
If you think that's Serbian guy, well, I got news for you. You're not in the league. That's Serbian guy.
Serbian guy, casual compared to Jason Kelsey. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, yesterday the Rams beat the Colts. It happened again. First, Jonathan Taylor last season against the Broncos. Yesterday, wide receiver Adonai Mitchell. Nice catch, nice spin move against some Rams defensive backs. He's walking, he's running to the end zone. He dropped it before he crossed the plane.
He was like reaching out. I don't know what he was doing exactly. He was like reaching out with the football. Freaking dime from Danny, like perfect throw. And then Mitchell is streaking down the sideline and then just for whatever reason starts reaching out with the football, loses the handle on it. By the way, then he had to like dive for it out of bounds, try to recover it inbounds, and it went out. So it was a touchback for the Rams. What a moment. My God, I can't believe the Colts did it again, and they suffered their first loss of the year after that play. By the way, Mitchell also had a holding penalty that negated a Jonathan Taylor 53-yard touchdown run. So not the best game of his life.
No, not really. But them's the breaks. You know why? Because you got a couple breaks. Okay, will this pop the balloon? Sometimes with Danny Dimes, don't you wonder? You're rolling until all of a sudden. I used to think this with the Tebow run. I was like, man, when they lose a game, is it just all going to be over?
Right.
And it comes from like watching the Rockies do the most un-Rocky thing ever in 2007. So there's kind of history about it. But will this snap some of the magic for the Colts, or do you think they're here to stay? Are they legit?
I don't think it's magic with the Colts. Because and Andy, I watched a good chunk of that game. It was on in the afternoon window, and I was red zoning. You know, there were the 4 games going, so red zone was fantastic yesterday afternoon. Indianapolis, like I don't think necessarily the Rams severely outplayed them. It's just the Colts had more boneheaded mistakes, and that was why they ended up losing that game. Now, I think that Rams team is really good, and Stafford played a hell of a game yesterday. He's got it going with Devontae. Obviously, Puka is an absolute stud, but I watched that game, and I was like, man, if Indianapolis wouldn't shoot themselves in the foot, they could potentially pull this upset on the road. I think that Colts team's pretty good. Yeah, I don't think – I think when the season ends, Andy, we're not going to look back on Denver losing to Indianapolis and go, oh, that was a bad look. I think they lost to a team that's going to win their division.
Yeah, well, but again, all of a sudden, the Denver schedule gets tougher because I agree with you about Indy, and you still got to take on a Jacksonville team that looks like they're improving every week.
Yep, pretty much. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, yesterday the Eagles held off the Buccaneers. They improved to 4-0. That's who the Broncos will play on Sunday. A.J. Brown did not have a big game. He was targeted 9 times. He's targeted 9 times, but he only had 2 catches for 7 yards. A couple weeks this season, he hasn't had a lot of production, though he did have a big week the week before against the Rams. After his 2-catch performance, he took to social media. Now, remember last year in the playoffs, he was reading the book Inner Excellence on the sideline.
On the bench.
Yes. Yesterday, he tweeted a quote from the New Testament. The tweet read, the quote from the Bible read, "If you're not welcomed, not listened to, quietly withdraw. Don't make a scene. Shrug your shoulders and be on your way." Today, Nick Sirianni was asked if it's his understanding that A.J. Brown still wants to be on the Eagles.
Yeah. Obviously A.J. is very important to this football team. I know he wants to contribute. and, do the things that he's capable of doing. He wants to contribute into these wins, and he's had a couple games where he hasn't been able to, and for different reasons of why we haven't in these games. So, but I question nothing about his desire to play great football, his desire of being a good teammate, his desire to be here.
What? What'd you answer there, pal? What did we get to the bottom of there?
Could you
Does
imagine?
he want to be here?
Could you imagine making $32 million and being on the Super Bowl champion and still finding something to be miserable about?
Only from a receiver.
What are we?
Seriously?
What are we doing
Am
here?
I wrong? Only a receiver.
My God, what are we doing here? Your team is, by the way, you're 4-0.
Yeah, what if they lost like one in the last however many
21 games.
Yeah.
You had that thing put away yesterday, and then you took your foot off the gas, and Tampa made a little bit of a run late in that game, but you never were actually at much of a risk of losing that thing. What are we doing right here? My God. People can find problems with anything. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Injury fallout from the Giants handing the Chargers their first loss of the season and New York getting their first win of the season. It is confirmed today. Malik Neighbors does have a torn ACL. For the Chargers, their former right tackle, now starting left tackle, Joe Alt, is expected to miss multiple weeks with a high ankle sprain.
Again, man, like we talked about it in crosstalk, the MetLife Stadium turf is just absolutely undefeated. I mean, we have seen in recent years it took out Bosa. Not that it takes much to force an injury to a Bosa, but you know what I'm saying right here. Like the amount of guys that have suffered these massive injuries. Aaron Rodgers, heard of him? Like the amount of guys that have suffered these massive injuries on this turf, all with the ankle sprain yesterday, Neighbors yesterday. Like Andy, if you're the Players Association and you always just get your ass handed to you by the owners, this is the one fight that you have to fight, and you have to say, we need natural grass in every single one of these stadiums in the league, and you guys have got to stop screwing us on this.
Yeah, if you're going to take all of preseason to not play games, if you've already devalued preseason games so much that even the regular season ticket holders don't even want to go anymore, why would you not then put in grass to make sure that these players don't tear up their knees or their limbs and ruin your multi-million-dollar contract that you didn't want to pay him to begin with? That's what's insane about it. And you know what? I would say this. Point to the Penners. You all should do what the Penners do. The Penners replace the grass before the season and usually by the time they get the last December games of the season.
Yep.
Because it's that important to them.
Take care of you got to take care of your players. You absolutely have to. They're the best, they're the investment in what you're doing right here. Jets and Giants are the two worst NFL franchises right now. I'm telling you, they're like, look at the record of the last decade. They're the 2 worst in the NFL, and this to me is the kind of stuff that is symptomatic of their problems. And finally, Spring.
High five.
Chiefs crushed the Ravens yesterday. Ravens fall to 1-3. Lots of injuries for Baltimore. Lamar Jackson left the game with a hamstring injury. No real update on his status for their next game against the Houston Texans. Their Pro Bowl defensive tackle Nnamdi Matabuki will miss the rest of the season with a neck injury. Cornerback Marlon Humphrey is expected to miss multiple weeks with a calf injury. And inside linebacker Roquan Smith is out a few weeks with a hamstring strain.
Yeah, brutal string of injuries that have hit this team. Now, taking a look at the Ravens' schedule, Andy, here's a little bit of good news. They'll play their next 2 at home. They got a Houston team that maybe got right against Tennessee. They got the Rams coming in, going coast to coast on October 12th. They do have a good early bye, a Week 7 bye. That team desperately needs that. They come out of the bye with Chicago, Miami, Minnesota, Cleveland, and the Jets. Okay, there's a lot of time for Baltimore to get right, but this injury thing, man, it has got these guys in a little bit of trouble right now. They absolutely have to win at home against Houston this week.
Well, and Nate, to be honest about it, even when healthy, they haven't looked great. I mean, the teams now, what are they, 1-3?
Yep.
1-3.
1-3.
I mean, they did not look good against Buffalo. They did not look good against KC.
I mean, they scored 40 points against Buffalo.
Fair enough. Okay, but you're supposed to be the heavyweight. They're the team
I
picked to win the Super Bowl.
You blew a 15-point lead with under 4 minutes to play. It's a bad look.
And your defense couldn't stop a nosebleed against the Lions a couple weeks ago. I mean, this team, I think, has got problems.
Yeah. No, they've got some issues right now that they are confronting. They got to fix things on the defensive side of the ball, and they have got to get healthy. That is the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Kreckman and Lindahl, number 38. Monday Night Football. The viewing party is out here at number 38, so come and hang out and have yourself a Voodoo Ranger.
The truck is here.
The truck is indeed here, everybody. That's right. The Voodoo Ranger Tanker Tour is here. Score free cash, crush beers, grab exclusive merch. See it for yourself at number 38. Watch the game on the massive projector screen. It's a party you don't want to miss. Visit emptythetanker.com to learn more. And before you go and visit the tanker truck, Broncos-Bengals drinking game is next. Rally House Football Monday. Live at number 38. The Voodoo Ranger tanker is here.
We got to figure out a way for you. I got to go get it an angle so it looks like you're drinking the gigantic can of beer.
So what we are told is there's not actually beer in the giant can.
I thought we were going to be pouring beer out of the can, which when I really think about it, they got to check IDs. There's like stuff that's got to happen. But I thought we were tapping the can and pouring it. The guy's like, no.
I'm sure there's something with like the science of refrigeration or whatever that would be critical.
But it would be ultimately really cool, right?
I wanted to be able to chug beer out of the giant 21-foot tall can.
Because you're a big fan of the Voodoo.
I love the Voodoo Ranger. Absolutely, and I have only ever had Voodoo Ranger out of a regular-sized can.
There's a truck out there with it on it too.
I know.
There's 2 cans there.
Apparently none of them have beers in them.
Somehow we've got to get the optics to look like you're drinking out of the can.
Now they have the beer.
Yeah, we got the beer here.
They have many cans of Voodoo Ranger.
Come on down and Voodoo Ranger it up until you can't voodoo no more.
That's right.
Until you're one of those shrunken head dolls. Okay?
And
but
then
it's
call
not
the cab.
coming out of the truck, which is what I thought was happening.
That it is. So there we go. In that spirit, let's dive into Broncos-Bengals drinking game. As always, please drink responsibly. As always,
drink what you need. Chocolate milk if you need.
It's a school night.
Hey, have a Fresca
if you'd like. How about a Fresca? Yes, you could do that. A nice sparkling water, whatever beverage you care for, okay? If you want to make it a chip and guac, whatever you need to do to get in on the game. But we give you the props, and you play along at home. Broncos-Bengals kicking off in about, what are we at, 45 minutes now away from getting this thing going between Denver and Cincinnati. All right, here we go, drinking game time. Andy, let's start with the officiating. It's been a little bit of an issue for the Broncos, one of the most penalized teams in the entire NFL. Should you hear holding on Garrett Bowles?
Holding, offense, number 72.
Yeah,
Although he hasn't really been the problem.
No, face mask. He's gotten one of those. He's held a face mask, but he hasn't held outside the shoulder pads.
Let me do this.
Yeah?
I'm going to change it up.
Oh, okay.
And I wish I'd have known because I'd have told Spring, get this in the can for next week just in case. If there's a
live
penalty,
production meeting on air.
If there's a penalty on Adam Troutman, drink. Because he's been the bigger offender than your boy Garrett Bowles.
That's true.
So it's now an Adam Troutman penalty.
Well,
have a beverage.
We'll keep Bowles on there, but we'll add any penalty on Adam Troutman.
Dude, they don't have any rushers for him to hold, right? Shamar Stewart's out. They've only got their guy,
Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah,
I'd sure hope so. Trent Sherfield, clean sheet since the opener, but still we haven't forgotten him.
Holding, offense number 5. 10-yard penalty, first down.
Oh, you got a Sherfield, but you didn't get a Troutman, huh?
And you're at home.
So you know what shouldn't happen.
But let's not get McFlinchy.
McGlinchey.
Well, start. Offense number 69. 5-yard penalty.
It's been a rough first quarter for the right tackle.
What a great call you found, Spring. He made our guy Harlan flinchy. Whoa.
My goodness. 69 yards.
Harlan, by the way, on the Westwood One call tonight, but we don't get him on television. If you want to turn up Altitude Sports Radio 90, well, actually,
we can't
we don't
carry
have the
that game.
do we?
Yeah.
That's right.
This is one we can't carry. Yeah.
I forgot about stupid contractual obligations.
Could we
69 points?
The Dolphins game. No, I think we.
Yeah, it's on AM 950 right now.
Oh, is it?
But you don't want to listen
so we
to
are
that.
Carrying it?
You don't want to listen to that right now.
Was there a read or something on that big whiteboard I should have been looking at? Was that part of the 11 games?
It is
11.
Yes, the 11.
It goes to 11.
The big 11. Yeah, we were.
I remember 11.
We were game number 2 of the 11.
That's right.
That's right.
You guys were
Ralston
great.
Valley.
Someone else thought that game was a number 2 as well. Not us. Not
It's
Ralston
a number
Valley.
2.
Yeah.
I think it was our 3 to 4 co-host that didn't enjoy that one too much. Andy, if Bo Nix should fail to connect on a deep ball tonight,
drink.
Yeah.
That's right.
Brutal.
If our buddy Troy Aikman, who's on the call tonight, if I call this the smirk giggle. That's a giggle through a smirk right there from Troy Aikman. Should he?
Nah, we won't get one of. If he gives us one of those,
something's really gone wrong.
I can't even imagine what's happened. I don't even like. Sean Payton is fighting somebody at that point. Sean Payton has Bo Nix down in a reverse chokehold.
Yeah. By the way, speaking of that, if we get yet another Sean Payton Bo Nix sideline disagreement tonight,
I have two middle fingers.
Yeah. Go ahead and drink. Let's stay on Bo Nix for a moment. We're looking at you, Lisa Salter, a.k.a. Nikola Jokic's biggest fan. If we get the Bo Nix backpack or Drew Brees summit story, you got to drink.
Dude, she can't pull out the back. If she pulls out the backpack, that's full drink.
That's
some old material.
That's old school right there.
Now, are we only doing one sideline person tonight?
I'm assuming it'll be the full crew.
Does Lisa Salters even know who Bo Nix is?
I don't know.
Lisa Salters, Laura Rutledge.
I was going to say, Laura Rutledge has been doing it. So which sideline do you think they give Laura Rutledge?
Great question. I don't know. By the way, I did not see Lisa Salters at Nuggets Media Day today.
You know what? Because I like Laura Rutledge. If she's on our sideline, just have a sip.
Wife of former Rocky Josh Rutledge.
Right, that's where the Rutledge comes from.
That's where she.
That's the Rutledge.
That's where she got that Rutledge.
She didn't just show up with Rutledge.
No, she had to find it.
She
along
decided
the way.
she liked that last name, Rutledge.
I like Josh Rutledge. He was a nice guy.
I did too.
Yeah.
Hey. Could have been the top player on this year's squad. Quite honestly, maybe Josh should have come back.
I watched, by the way, last night. I don't know why this popped up on my feed. Well, I know because I follow the Rockies on Twitter. But I got this video of, like, Mickey Modiak and, like, Bretton Doyle, like, thanking the fans for sticking with them all year.
Yeah, you know what? I got in my anger of watching that last game.
Yeah.
Poor Drew just says things we all say as a broadcaster, yet it just sets me off sometimes. He goes, brighter days are ahead. I go, where's the proof? As if he was in the room. You tell me why you think that.
I wouldn't think that they could have a minus 424 run differential ever again. But
okay,
again,
so what? Minus 200 is going to be better? Is that really a brighter day?
It would be an improvement.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
Sadly, it would be an improvement. By the way, the Rockies, they did, so they joined the minus 400 club. Here are the other teams in baseball history with a minus 400 run differential. I'm just going to do this in the middle of the Broncos-Bengals drinking game because you know what? Everybody needs a drink if they hear this. So the Rockies are in a group with the 2025 Colorado Rockies are in a group with
the Cleveland Spiders,
the 1899 Cleveland Spiders, the 1890 Pittsburgh Alleghenies, the 1897 St. Louis Browns, the 1889 Louisville Colonels, the 1883 Philadelphia Phillies, and the 1890 Buffalo Bisons.
That's it. Did you hear me?
So
meaning we literally went an entire century.
Yeah.
An entire century. Nobody in the 1900s did it. The closest was the 1932 Red Sox that were like minus 349. So the Rockies bested them by 79
Hold
runs.
on. When was the last team? 1890 what?
The last team to go minus 400,
the Colonels?
Most recently, was the Cleveland Spiders in 1899.
Okay. We went 125 years without a team doing it. Not just a century and a quarter.
Yep. 125.
That's sweet.
They went 4-21 in September.
And again, half the guys on the 1899 Spiders had to survive the Oregon Trail to play baseball.
The Rockies beat the Dodgers back on August 20th. That was the end of the 7-2 stretch over 9. That was when DMac gave us the what if Dick Monfort was right. They went 6-29 the rest of the way.
Sweet.
6-29.
Weren't they like 4-21 in September?
4-21.
That's pretty sweet. What were they in April?
They were like 5-26 or whatever they were. Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
So here's the thing. They started bad.
They ended bad.
They finished bad, but they also sucked in the middle.
Sure.
So
There was not a lot of positive,
No.
and you can really hang your hat on that Chris Bryant contract right now. Anyway, back to the drinking game.
A Nick Bonito sack or tackle for loss?
Yeah.
Drink. That's a fun one. A Patrick Surtain pass breakup? Drink.
Okay, if he gets a pick, full drink.
Yeah, let's get a pick tonight.
Can we get a pick?
Out of Patrick
It's
Surtain.
Jake Browning.
Yeah.
You better pick it.
Let's get a pick. Andy, if T. Higgins wins a 50-50 ball against Riley Moss,
half a drink.
Yeah, have several swigs on that one.
The old, I haven't heard swig.
Swig.
I think my dad used to say swig.
Swig.
That's an old man term.
Uh-huh.
But swig it.
Have yourself a nice glug, all right? Hold on. I already did that one. If we get this is a good one for ESPN. If we get a replay of the Marvin Mims fourth down catch at the end of regulation last December, you got to drink.
Okay.
That play was awesome.
But that's celebratory.
Maybe
that's
give
a
it
a toast.
One. Yeah. Also, that wasn't a catch.
Listen, we're not here to relitigate the past.
No.
Okay?
Come on.
Guess what? You know what
no.
else isn't a catch? That old the Hail Mary, the Pittsburgh one.
No, probably wasn't.
A catch.
Yeah, probably
Thing
wasn't
hit
a catch.
the turf.
Yeah.
We had replay. Franco Harris, you ain't running nowhere, pal. What was that thing called? The Immaculate Reception?
I'll never understand on that mid play. They showed it 78 times, and it's like the ball is he's out of bounds, and the ball is moving.
And not only that, the highlight made sure to not give you any of those factors when they play it back over and over again.
Should Bo Nix scramble for a first down? You
Drink.
do have to drink.
That's celebratory.
That's celebratory.
He's not been doing that as much this year.
Now here's the flip of it. If the Broncos commit a special teams blunder, then you have to drink.
I don't feel so good.
Big kickoff return,
Drink.
a muff,
Yeah.
a leverage penalty.
Sure.
We'll add on, by the way, a Will Lutz doink to that one.
What about a penalty that brings back a kick return for a touchdown?
Ooh.
You got to house that.
Yeah,
sucker.
those are the worst.
Yeah, got to do that.
You know, I will say, so we grew up on that being just like crushing, but in modern football, with the score bug and the flag graphic that then goes up, kids today will never know the heartbreak of watching somebody take 199 yards to the house and then everybody celebrating and then the referee pops up. Or you have to count on the broadcaster having seen.
Here's the other thing. Don't you just assume any good return's about to be ruined?
Pretty much.
I don't even think a good return's going to I'm more shocked when a good return stands.
Yeah. Uh-huh. And we wrap it up on this one. Anytime the Bengals have a negative run, drink away, because that is one of the worst run games that we have ever seen in modern football. How about that stat that Sanford gave us that so far this season, Chase Brown has like 97 yards rushing. He has like 140-something before contact.
Yeah.
I mean, it's awful how bad it is right now with that group. Like, they are just terrible in terms of running the football. So there you go. That is your Broncos-Bengals drinking game tonight. Andy, how you feel about this game right now?
I really feel like they should win it. I really do.
I think they're going to. Like, I really do think that this is a Denver team that, you know, a little extra time in the week to get ready for Monday Night Football, flip this thing around. The defense can go does what it does, make life miserable on Jake Browning. The reason Burrow is already out is because the interior of the Cincinnati offensive line is terrible. Like, this needs to be a huge Bonito game. I want to see Zach Allen and DJ Jones and JFM in the backfield as well. Let's get a big Cooper. My God, the pass rush is so good. When Jonah Ellis is your third best pass rusher, my God, you have got yourself a damn good pass rush. Let's see that out of Denver tonight. Let's sack Jake Browning 5 times in this game, put it away, be up 2 scores in the fourth quarter, and cruise to victory. This is a game that sets up beautifully to be able to do that. Even if the offense struggles to find its footing, the defense should give them good enough field position. They dominate anyway.
Are you kind of feeling another Titans game? I hope it's not that ugly, but
yeah,
I don't even care at this point. Just get the dang win. You're 1-2.
Well, yes, because
Cannot go 1-3.
Absolutely, because it's a must win. But I think the biggest thing I want to see is what's funny about it, Andy, is I have low expectations for the Bronco offense. I do. I watched all that camp. I watched that preseason. I've watched the first 3 games of this year. I think this is an average offense at best right now. I think that's all this group is. I want to see that defense play like a top 3 defense in the game. And if they do that, that's the Broncos' ticket to getting back in it in this division race and going to the postseason.
I just got nervous.
Okay.
Romy tweeted out the Bronco uniforms. I forgot
Navy
they're
tonight.
going with nothing but blue.
Yeah, they're going blues tonight. I love it.
I feel like there's a bad history with that, but I hope I'm wrong. Anyway.
What's the bad history?
I don't think they've done the all blue in the old Super Bowl uniforms.
Yeah.
They've done the all blue a couple of times, and I think there's been some real stinkers.
I think it's a great looking uniform.
Well, I don't disagree.
Yeah.
But that doesn't just win this dang game, man. But I'm with you. Look, going back to the mediocre offense thing, I agree. That's probably what they are right now as they try to find their footing. And if they can improve towards the end of the year as you get towards the playoff, great. But if it can at least look like Indy where you have those 3 scoring drives, I'm good. I'm good. What are you grinning about?
Got a tweet or a text from a buddy of ours. That thank you message from the Rockies was hysterical. They posted as many concession workers as it was players, and I recognized more of the concessions workers. It was. It actually was.
Well.
Yeah. That's where we're at right now. Kreckman and Lindahl will take a break. We'll get you final game picks. Broncos, Bengals coming up in just a moment. Plus, Andy, I do want to hear from Jonas Valanciunas before we get out of here after Media Day today, as Jonas answered the questions about his summer dalliance with the Greek club. Panathinaikos, am I remembering that correctly? I may be. Who knows? Kreckman and Lindahl out here at number 38 on a Rally House Football Monday.
Hey Nuggets Nation, it's Jonas Valanciunas. You're listening to Kreckman and Lindahl.
I am the correct man.
Boy, you can tell we're friends already. Now, he wasn't looking forward to his, he wasn't quite Russ. Russ couldn't wait to get on with us. Too bad we didn't make that work out.
No, we're
busy schedule and all that.
We're still efforting that first Russell Westbrook
he
interview.
He can still do it if he wants.
On the
this
show.
This is Russell Westbrook of the Denver Nuggets, and I can't wait to make my first appearance on the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
Neither can we.
He sold it, man.
He did.
We're still waiting.
He was good.
We're ready when you are, man.
Vic said there were so many people out there, so much national media.
It was great.
This team is going to be, I think, a big deal in this league this year.
Very
God,
much. Yep, very much. Vibes are good. Team is deep. I mean, just go all out and get pumped about what this team is right now. Jokic, by the way, was great. He was in a pretty good mood. He doesn't love mandatory media appearances, but he does them.
He had enough fun.
Yeah, he does them, and he had a good time. He kind of got a question about his age, and he was just like, well, I don't know. I haven't played an NBA game in a few months. So he was good, though, today. I thought Jamal was great. Bruce Brown, by the way. Actually, hold on. Spring, before we get to the Valanciunas stuff, I want to play the Bruce Brown audio. Because Bruce Brown today talked about how much he feels like himself in Denver, and listen to Brucey B tell the story of hearing about the Nuggets' interest in getting him back on the team.
I think I was on a plane actually flying here anyway. I think I was playing or going to play at Cherry Creek Country Club, I think in their bagpiper event. But I was on a plane and my agents called me and was like, hey, these are the teams that are interested in you. Here's the money situation and everything. And I was like, you know what? I don't care how much. If I get somewhere more, I don't care. I'm just going to go back to Denver because I just think it's a perfect fit for me, playing style. And I want to win again, right? So I think it was a pretty quick answer for me once I found out they wanted me back.
How about that answer, huh? He was on the way to Denver anyway.
And he said he wanted to win again.
This is where he wants to be, man.
That's what it's about,
He bounced around Indiana, Toronto, New Orleans. Like in many ways, Andy, like Brucey B kind of played it perfectly. He was here. He got a ring. He got paid.
Got a bunch of money.
And now he gets to come back.
Yep.
And it really worked out for him in so many ways. He talked about how he feels like himself in Denver. He gets to wear his cowboy hats and his Western wear. I tweeted this out.
Got it at the Cherry Creek Country Club. That's all right.
He's a huge golfer, and he loves to play the courses here. Like, he loves playing with Nikola. He loves his teammates here. He belongs here. I tweeted out today, like, Bruce Brown in the city of Denver is the modern love story of our time. And the ovation that guy is going to get the first time he goes out on the court this season is going to be awesome. He wanted to be here, wanted to be a part of this thing. He loves this city. It was awesome. It was downright inspiring to listen to Bruce Brown, and it was cool to see how happy he is.
And you know what's fun about it? It would have been downright irresponsible of him to leave the first, not to leave the first
exactly
time because of the money that he got.
Yeah.
What if he would have still had the injury with Denver,
right,
and taken the $7 million over 3 times that he got out of the yearly contract from Indiana,
exactly,
wherever that thing got shipped to?
Yeah, he had to do that, and he had to get the bag, and now he's back.
And it's good. We're all happy to have him.
It's
Can't
phenomenal.
wait to see what he does.
It's awesome.
And you know what? Like you said, he's beloved. There's no pressure. You know what? I'm telling you, Brock Osweiler and Bruce Brown's stories are the same, only Brock didn't get to come back here.
Yeah.
Bruce got the big contract, shows up in Indiana, and there was high expectations with the money.
Said as soon as he got to Toronto, that was when he was like, I got to get back to Denver. And he also talked about his goals are to stay healthy and bring the spark on the defensive end. That was something that he talked about. I think they're being very specific about what his role is. Let's hear from Jonas Valanciunas. I want to hear, this is the back and forth with reporters today about the story of the summer and Jonas Valanciunas and his dalliance with the Greek club and wanting to get out of his NBA contract. Here was Valanciunas' reaction to it.
One thing I want to clarify is I'm here. I'm happy to be here. and I'm gonna dive in to do everything to win more games than ever. So I think we're in a great opportunity to compete for the highest level, and it's a lot of work to do. Training camp starts tomorrow, so we have a lot of stuff to do, a lot of X and O's to clarify, but we're capable. We have a great group of guys individually, strong individually, and I think we are capable to do as a team because, in my opinion, team wins. It's not individual sport, it's a team sport. So we have great chemistry and we're going to go far.
Jonas, to follow up on that, if there was any hesitation after the trade for you, I don't know if there was, you can clarify if there was not, but what was that hesitation and how did you kind of get to the point where you were comfortable and happy to,
Well, I think just being here, I'm comfortable and I'm happy. If I'm not happy, I'm not going to be here, right? So I think we got to put everything behind us because it was history. Now we have a future in front of us. We gotta do our jobs to make this future even brighter.
I'm telling you, I think he's going to have fun playing with Nikola because most
so
do.
Too.
And I could see an extension at some point. He's not that old. I'm not saying a 10-year extension, but I'll tell you what, if this thing works out, if it fits, if he's the missing piece, and you get to January, I'd start chatting it up, man. Now maybe ultimately the allure of just going home and all the stuff we heard over the summer what pulls him there. But
he never denied any of it.
No, he didn't. But he said, "I'm happy to be here."
He said, I'm happy to be here. Like, well, yes, contractually you do have to be here.
Sure.
He said all the right things. I think to your point, Andy, like once he gets into this basketball season, he's an NBA player. I think he's going to love being a Denver Nugget. But also, like, it's what I took from those comments was he really wanted to play in Greece.
He did.
Yeah.
But he's also saying, look, I'm not here to be a problem. I'm here to be a teammate.
And I don't see that out of him at all. One of the things I took from listening to both him and, man, Tim Hardaway, both of them, was like pros. Tim Hardaway especially. That dude is a professional basketball man right there. The way he talked about everything that he's got to do to get his body right to be able to play this game, I think he's going to be a lot of fun to have here. And I think Jonas is going to be much the same way. I think he just had to get here.
Yeah.
And I think that Valanciunas probably – he had a run of, getting shipped off to Sacramento and just being like, I kind of hate this. I want to get back home. And now I think he's in a much better place.
All due respect to Sacramento, Art. Maybe I don't mean any. What do I care? You're not coming after me. This is a better town to live in. And this is going to be, I think, a more fun basketball situation to play in because you're playing with the best in the world.
All right, Andy. Final score tonight.
24-14 Denver.
24-14. He likes the Broncos to cover.
Well, now you put it that way. I hate that score, but whatever.
I'm going to take the Bengals in the points, but I think the Broncos get the victory. I'll go Denver 23, Bengals 17 tonight.
By the way, I released Darren Waller off my fantasy team.
Yeah.
He just scored a touchdown for the Dolphins. Congratulations, Darren Waller. I let you out of jail.
Sounds about right. Spring, you guys blitzing tonight?
No blitz.
No blitz whatsoever.
Our guy's doing the morning shift with Sanford.
Sitting back in zone coverage, so no blitz at all.
That Vic Fangio zone?
That's. Oh man, Fangio was annoyed yesterday. By the way, did you see him?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Vic was big mad. That's going to do it for us this afternoon. Yep, Broncos are going to win tonight. Enjoy it, everybody. Stay warm out there. Stay dry, all that good stuff. Come out and hang out for the watch party tonight. Have a Voodoo Ranger. Get some swag, all that good stuff out here at number 38. Watch party starting up here in just a few minutes. We're back tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Thanks again to Jeff Legwald. Thanks to Mike Sanford. Thanks to all of you. For Mark Springer and Andy Lindahl, I am Nate Kreckman saying have a good night, everybody. Go Broncos.